Chapter 14, Resurrección. X. Yeah, it's time to meet the king of Hueco Mundo. Before Stark could think of a plan, Lily caught his attention when she walked up to Ichigo before raising her left hand and, before he realized what was about to happen, she slapped him across his face. As a glare was slowly forming on her face, Lily slapped Ichigo's left cheek once more. What the hell was that? Why did you attack the Shinigami captain instead of going through the Garganta? That was too stupid, even for you. The last slap had brought Ichigo out of his shock. A glare slowly molds on his face while looking down at Lily. What the hell is your problem? I bought us time to escape, didn't I? My problem is that you recklessly attacked the Shinigami instead of running. Lily barked. We can't always run away from them. Eventually we're going to end up fighting them, that's what we've been training for, remember? You idiot. We barely even started our real training and you think we're ready to fight Shinigami captains. For Kami's sake, Ichigo, think about it first. I thought about it first. Crossing his arms in front of his chest and losing some of his anger, Ichigo reminded Lily about the attack that destroyed the silver-haired captain's ice dragon. Did you not see what I did back there? I think we're good enough now to fight against Shinigami captains. Losing some of her temper, Lily mirrors Ichigo's actions. Did you actually know what you were doing back there, Ichigo? Because I think you pulled that attack out of your ass. I bet you don't even know what you did. Before the argument could escalate any higher, Stark broke them apart. That's enough, you two. Seeing how they were still at each other's throat, Stark flares his Ryatsu. I said that's enough. Gaining not just the two teams, but Okiora's and Sale's attention, he brought up the important matter at hand. You two need to calm down. Did you forget where we are? We're back to Hueco Mundo, and we're going to go talk to Baragan. Done fighting with his friend, Ichigo sent her one last glare before questioning Stark. What exactly are we going to do once we meet this king? What are we even going to talk to him about in the first place? A frown forms on Stark's face. Has Ichigo never put two and two together before? What do you think I was training for, Ichigo? The redhead raises an eyebrow before replying. So that you can fight Shinigami? I was training for my fight against Baragan. A frown found itself across Ichigo's face. Why would you fight Baragan in the first place? He understood that Stark would face Baragan somewhere near their future, but they never gave him a specific reason Stark would fight the self-proclaimed king. We never even met this king before either. Lily added. Looking from Ichigo to Lily, Stark releases a sigh before waving Sale over to come and explain things while he searches for Baragan's Ryatsu. With both teams' attention now on him, Sale started explaining. While true that none of us have ever met Baragan, it doesn't mean that one of our actions hasn't angered the king of Hueco Mundo. What are you talking about? How the hell did we piss him off? Ichigo interrupted. From what he remembers from his 2 years living in Hueco Mundo, not once have they ever met any hollow named Baragan. However, he remembers that name leaving a dying hollow's mouth. Sale took a second to look at Stark. The brunette was standing still with his eyes closed. You see, Ichigo-kun, around the time that Stark started hunting food for you, he unintentionally declined one of Baragan's invitation to his army. Ichigo's frown deepens. He was sure that Sale once said that they couldn't return to Hueco Mundo because of Baragan, but he never said why the Hollow King was after them. However, now he's telling him about some invitation that Stark had seemed to refuse. And Stark has to fight Baragan because of that? Well, there's actually more. Sale doesn't know if he could even tell this part to Ichigo. The dangers of Aizen creeping around in Hueco Mundo got kept away from both teams. The adults had been making sure to not mention that name. He released a quiet sigh. Urahara once approached Stark about a crazy idea he had after returning from their first trip to Hueco Mundo. What if Stark ruled over Hueco Mundo and became the new king? The shopkeeper should have already known what Stark's answer would have been. Stark decided to not bother ruling anything, even after Urahara had mentioned some very strong points that becoming king would give them protection from not just the Shinigami, but from Aizen too. Sale releases another sigh. What can he tell Ichigo and Lily? Stark just wants to make Baragan pay for what he did towards Gerald. Looking at the pinkette with a confused look, Ichigo slaps his forehead when he remembers who he was talking about. The Guardian. Right, forgot how he remembered his name. Wait, what did Baragan do to him? He took a second to peek at Stark. The brunette had mentioned how the Guardian of Minos Park was able to recall all his memories from his past life not too long ago, but that was it. He mentioned nothing about Baragan doing something to him. Once again, Sale took a moment to glance over at Stark, who had a frown on his face. I guess I can tell him this part. When Stark and Urahara visited Gerald at the forest of Minos, the Hollow mentioned a haven that he was creating for other Hollows. However, that didn't last long when Baragan started searching for us down there, and as he came across these Hollows, he slaughtered them all but Gerald. The only reason Stark would fight Baragan is for what he did towards Gerald. Lily asks. She honestly doesn't understand why Stark would bother with anyone else's problems. He doesn't care about the people outside of the close circle he has created. She looked at Ichigo and realized that this was more proof to her about the fact that Ichigo's presence has been changing her longtime companion. Stark opened his eyes and knitted his eyebrows together. Something wasn't right. Oi, Okora, can you come here for a second? Is something wrong, Stark? Okora moves next to Stark. I want you to use pesquisa and tell me what you can sense. Okora closed his eyes and concentrated. The brunette watched as a small frown appeared on Okora's unemotional face. As he opens his eyes, Stark says, well. Nothing. Even after I spread my pesquisa farther than usual, I wasn't able to sense a single Hollow's Ryatsu. Okora took a moment to look around him. The white sands of Hueco Mundo look more dead than usual, he can't seem to see or sense anything around him. Oi, Sale, where did you bring us to? Starks turns around to address Arrancar. With a sheepish laugh leaving his mouth, Sale rubbed the back of his neck. Well, since we were in such a rush to escape, I thought about the very first place that I could remember. Turning around to Ichigo, he sends him a smile. This is the spot where Ichigo-kun saved me from my brother. Stark looked around. He couldn't believe they were so close to the place that started this whole adventure. Been what? 3 years since Ichigo started living with Lily and I. He wishes things could go back to what they used to be before the accident in the human world. No Shinigami to worry about, no Aizen, no Baragan, because Ichigo would still have his Kappa Zero to hide them. But if we were still living that life, none of us would have had the chance to feel alive again. He was happy to have company in the form of the Visors, the Urahara shop's residents and the Kurosaki family, and he was sure everyone felt the same. Ichigo finally saw his family again. Lily found herself some friends and a big sister model to look up to. Sale got the chance of becoming human again in Okora. Well, he doesn't know about him. And if I want to protect all of that, I need to face Baragan. Unsheathing his gunblade and pointing it up towards the dark sky, the brunette fires a blue Zero to signal his return to the king of Hueco Mundo. With the sky becoming illuminated by Stark's Zero, just like the last time, someone has responded to his Zero with one of their own. Everyone turned towards the direction the purple Zero came from, and as it shot up higher than Stark's Zero, Baragan's purple Zero was able to cover more area when it exploded. Stark doesn't understand. He really doesn't. When he first challenged Baragan and was able to sense the Hollow King's power, he understood there was a gap between both of them that he could easily close. When Urahara used the Hogyoku for his transformation, he easily felt the increase in his power, and he was glad to know that the gap between both of them had closed up. And as the Visors helped him train for his fight against the Hollow King, he was sure once the year was over he would finally pull ahead and take away the title of strongest Hollow from Baragan. But now, why? Why does Baragan feel more powerful than last time? Okora was stunned for a slight moment until he sensed something very peculiar from Baragan's Zero. There were some similarities between both Hollows' Zero. Could it be? Using Pesquisa again, the pale-skinned Arrancar concentrated, searching from the direction Baragan's Zero came from, and as his technique reached further than usual, he was able to sense a great gathering of Hollows' Ryatsu. With another frown forming as he finishes using his technique, Okora slowly turns to Stark. Hollows, thousands of them seem to gather at the direction Baragan's Zero came from. With the green-eyed Arrancar's words bringing him out from his stun, Stark turns to the direction the Zero came from, and with a blank expression on his face, he says, "Oi, Sail, how many Hollows are under Baragan's command?" Cleaning the sweat from his forehead with the back of his long shirt, Sail took a moment to recover before responding to him. "I heard no details stating the number of Hollows under his rule. The only thing I had heard was that he has a great army." "Wait, you're still going to fight him?" Lily cut in. Not getting a response from her companion, she said, "Tell me you're joking, Stark. Because there's no way you can fight against Baragan. Did you not see how much bigger his Zero was? He's more powerful than you." Again she got no kind of response. Getting impatient from the lack of an answer, she started walking up to Stark, ready to smack some sense into his head, but just before she could raise her fist, the man laid a hand on top of her head and made her stop. Stark was staring at the top of Lily's head while her eyes stared at the ground. He was feeling weird with the way his hand no longer touched a part of Lily's hollow mask. "You knew this was happening, Lily. I understand if you're worried. I'm a bit worried about myself too. I was sure Baragan didn't have this kind of power." He was trying his best to comfort her, but what else can he say? It's true of what he's speaking of. Baragan's show of strength was not what he saw all those months back. Just what did you do to gain such strength, Baragan? You don't have to fight him. Stark's eyes fix on Ichigo, surprised that he was the one to speak instead of Lily. Removing his hand from Lily's head, he drags it across his hair. Just why is it so difficult for these two to understand the fact that he has no choice but to fight? "I'm sorry, Ichigo, but there's no other option. If we don't go to him first, then he'll come to us. With no way to hide from Baragan, the only thing we will end up doing is buying us some time before he catches us." As he finishes and waits to see what Ichigo's response would be, Stark raises one of his eyebrows when the redhead mumbles something under his breath. "Speak up, Ichigo." Hesitating for a second, Ichigo slowly looks into Stark's eyes while raising his left hand in front of him. I said that. We can just hide from him again." Lily quickly twists her neck to Ichigo and winces a bit upon seeing her hand's imprint on his cheek. Did she really slap him that hard across the face? However, that was the least of her worries. Watching the way Ichigo was focusing on his hand had made her heart stop. He wouldn't be trying to use that again. Seeing as he was gathering his Ryatsu around his hand, it only took her mere seconds to react. Ichigo blinks twice as he registers what Lily did. She went back to slapping him again, only that this time Lily slapped his hand down, making him lose his focus on trying to cover his hand with Kappa Zero. An irritating sound left his mouth. "What the hell is your problem?" No, Ichigo bit back on his words when he looked at Lily's worried face. "What were you trying to do?" Even the tone of her voice sounded worried. "You know what I was trying to do." "Why? Why would you try using Kappa Zero after what happened last time?" Her last words came out sounding harsher than it meant them to be, and it was for the redhead to remember what that technique had done to him. Said boy scowled from Lily's words that brought forward some very painful memories from his first time trying to use the technique. "Look, this time is different. I have been practicing." His words did not seem to make the situation any better because he heard the voice of Stark coated with hurt. "You have been practicing? Even after I told you not to?" Ichigo wanted to groan. "That's not the point." Once again bringing his hand up, Ichigo started concentrating. "Please, just let me show you." Both Stark and Lily wanted to stop Ichigo, but once they saw his Ryatsu covering his left hand and a familiar white coloration was forming on it, both Arrancar's actions came to a halt. If they break away Ichigo's concentration, then they may cause the team to lose his limb, and even though he could regenerate his arm again, they rather not put him through some pain. After waiting for the longest dreadful minutes of their afterlife, Ichigo finally finishes coating his left hand in the familiar white coloration. See. Looking from the teen's hand to his face, Stark noticed the strange smile and sweat that was going down his forehead. Seems using Kappa Zero isn't as easy as you're making it seem. Stark has to give Ichigo at least some credit for not having his hand blown up. However, he wonders why the boy didn't bother donning his hollow mask. From what he remembers from Shinji, Ichigo's mask allows him to gain better control over his Ryatsu, something that would have been helpful to the redhead, and now that he thought about it, why didn't Zangetsu train Ichigo to use his mask? Before Stark could speak his mind, Lily questioned Ichigo first. When did you have the time to train for this? Well, I usually have to wait for you to fall asleep before I sneak down to Urahara's basement. Ichigo scratches the back of his head with his Kappa Zero coated hand. Stark cocks an eyebrow. For how long have you been doing that? He started training for his Kappa Zero after the first 2 weeks of becoming a proper Arrancar. Stark turned to Okora when it was the white-skinned Arrancar who answered his question. And how do you know that? Instead of answering Stark right away, the green-eyed Arrancar reflected on the moment he had with Ichigo. Flashback, 3 weeks ago. Hearing another blast go off, Okora slowly closes the current novel that he was reading and fixes his eyesight down on Ichigo, who was making sure not to scream from having his hand blown up for the 5th time tonight. After the redhead found out that summoning his Zanpakuto had cost him his Kappa Zero, he didn't have any other choice but to practice in activating his white armor, which meant going through the painful training Zangetsu had taught him. He watches curiously as Ichigo waits for his hand to regenerate before going back to his self-harming. He doesn't understand. Why hasn't Ichigo stopped already? With all the failed attempts of recreating his Kappa Zero ending with him blowing his hand up, he would have believed for Ichigo to call it quits some time ago, but the redhead was still trying. Did Ichigo not promise Stark about no longer training for such a dangerous technique? 2 weeks have passed since Ichigo has started his training with his father, and from what he has seen from Ichigo, the boy was a born fighter, maybe even close as to say he was a prodigy in the arts of swordsmanship. It impressed him with how fast Ichigo was able to learn how to dual wield. He also has learned his father's technique, Getsuga Tensho, Zero, Ballas, and even has his own variation of Zero, the Zero Grave Dab. So why would Ichigo try to add more techniques to his arsenal? Was all that power not good enough for him? Feeling as if he needs an answer to calm down his curiosity, Okora made himself known by using a sonido to reappear in front of Ichigo, spooking the redhead. You Okora. What the hell are you doing down here so late at night? He was able to detect some fear and fright mixed into Ichigo's voice. Tilting his head to the side, he answers Ichigo's question. I come down here to read, seeing as how we must all train during the day, and when we're done training Mashiro likes to talk about her day with me, but even then I have no time to read since we must work around the shop. So I have taken the liberty to come down here to read when it is nice and quiet. Ichigo tilted his head to the side. You don't have to hear about Mashiro's day, you know, you can always tell her that you're busy. Then that would be lying. Okay, lying is bad. Then tell her that you'd rather read your book than listen to her talk about her day. Won't that be rude of me? The redhead was feeling irritated with him right now. Releasing a groan, Ichigo pinches the bridge of his nose. Yeah, you're right, it's rude. Looking back at him and seeing how his attention was glued to the ground instead, Ichigo continued with a deadpan voice. It's also rude to not look at the person who's talking to you. Not even gaining his attention, Ichigo looked at where he was looking at. Why are you still practicing Kappa Zero? He looked away from the dry blood on the dirt and back to Ichigo. With nothing coming from the redhead, he continued. I was there when you promised Stark that you wouldn't continue your training for Kappa Zero. Why did you lie to him? Is lying not bad? A silence washes over the area as Ichigo tries searching for the right words to say, but as nothing comes to mind, he looks down to the ground before replying with a basic answer. Yeah. Lying is bad. He waited for Ichigo to say more, but seeing him go silent, he continued asking questions. Does it no longer hurt when you blow your limb off? Is your tolerance level high enough to ignore such pain? No. Then it hurts you, but you still keep going. Why? Once again driving the boy to a silent corner, he switches the directions of his questions. Do you not care for them? That question seems to bring out Ichigo from his hush moment. Who are you talking about? Must I truly answer such an easy question for you, Ichigo? I'm talking about Stark and Lily. Oh. He raises one of his thick eyebrows. Oh. That is all you got to say? Nothing more. Must I remind you of their reactions from that day? The scared and worried look on both their faces. The possible mental scar that you may have caused on Lily. Do you not care about that anymore, or did you never care about them? Ichigo's regrown hand formed a fist and he spoke through clenched teeth. What are you talking about? I care. Then why break your promise to Stark? Why continue working on something so dangerous? Are you not happy with all the power you have? Is it not enough, Ichigo? No, it's not. Screaming from the tops of his lungs, Ichigo took a couple of breaths before answering back with a small, quiet and fragile voice. Is not enough for me, Okora. You don't understand. Stark has always been there for me, like a guardian. Watching and protecting me. Keeping me safe from everything. But I know now that he can't always be there for me, for us. Back when we first stepped into the human world, everything turned from great to worst. Because of a stupid decision that I made, I put everyone lives in danger. Stark couldn't handle any of the Shinigami captains because he was making sure to not destroy my hometown, and because of that Lily got hurt. I couldn't do anything that day. Someone else had to come and save us. He kept quiet until Ichigo finished before opening his mouth. And why is that a reason for you to want power? He raises one of his thick eyebrows again upon seeing the look on Ichigo's face. It looked as if he remembered something very important. Ichigo's posture seems to have changed from a weak, frail boy to a strong, determined man. Is because with the power I could gain with learning Kappa Zero that it will help me finally do it. I'll carry the responsibility that Stark has been doing. Ichigo locks his eyes with his. And what would that be? What will you be doing? Protecting them, protecting us. My reason for wanting more power is to protect everyone who means something to me, because that's what my heart has always told me. Silence covered the area before he spoke with a small frown on his face. We are no longer alive, Ichigo, such a vital organ is useless to us. So what heart could you possibly be talking about? What heart makes you follow such a naive idea? His frown deepens before continuing. Why do you speak as if you're carrying this heart in the palms of your hands? Why do you carry something so humane still? Ichigo ran his fingers through his hair before coming up with an answer. Then don't think of it like that, but as an instinct, purpose, or reason. Something that makes you strive for it, that you want to achieve, or you want to live for. Frown now gone from his face, a more troublesome one took its place. Does he have something to live for? No, he definitely has nothing, or maybe he doesn't know yet what it is. He watched as Ichigo took some steps back before going back to his training. Before the teen could start, he said. Seems like we both might need each other's help. Ichigo looked glad about the small distraction. What are you talking about? He took a moment to walk in front of Ichigo before saying anything. I can help you train to gain better control over your Ryatsu, and with that, you should be able to coat your arm with Kappa Zero. Really? Ichigo blinks twice before he mockingly narrows his eyes. And what do you need my help with? He lifted his left arm to his chest. I want you to help me find my heart. End of flashback. From that day on he has been helping Ichigo gain better control over his Ryatsu by putting the teen through even more Siro and Sonido training, and when he finally saw enough control over that area, he finally decided that Ichigo was ready. Being cautious with the way to train for Kappa Siro, he made sure that Ichigo took the step much slower. So instead of trying to cover his entire arm with Kappa Siro, Ichigo had to first try to cover his fingers before he could try going any farther than that. While it took some time, he could finally cover his part of the deal. He had helped Ichigo cover his hand with no accidents, and now the only thing that needs to happen is for Ichigo to help him find his purpose. But right now they seem stuck on that, but it's not like the redhead isn't doing his best to help him. He'll just patiently wait. Done recalling those memories, Okora finally replies to Stark. I know this because I have been the one to overlook his training, and as you can see, Ichigo finally got himself some control over his ability. After hearing Okuyora's explanation, Stark's blue-gray eyes focus on Ichigo's white-coated hand. Maybe I don't have to dash! His hands went up to his head and held his head tight, feeling as if a quick headache just came across his head. Are you okay, Stark-san? Asked a worried Sale. I'm fine. Waving off the pinknet's concern. Stark went back to looking at Okuyora, composure not changing one bit. I want you to be honest with me, Okuyora, how long would it take for Ichigo to master Kappa Siro? The green-eyed Arrancar closes his eyes and calculates. Ichigo is far from an expert at controlling his Ryatsu, and as you can see on his expression, it's not an easy task for him to coat his arm without losing focus. With another quick calculation, Okuyora continues. If everything goes well and Ichigo loses his fear of having his limbs blown up, then he should have this ability master in 1 year. Stark was glad in Okuyora's honesty with him, but he had hoped to hear perhaps something different. So this is it. I basically can do only one thing at this point. Sheathing back his Zanpakuto, Stark started leading everyone to Baragan with no one opposing him. They have been walking all day, not trying to reach Baragan in such a hurry. Ichigo looks around from the little campfire that Stark had made. Who would guess that those weird rock trees were flammable? Ichigo could see the form of Lily sleeping on the white sands. She hasn't spoken to him throughout their travels. Guess she's still mad at him. Releasing a sigh, his eyes locked to the stupid novel that Okuyora was still reading. Yours. He was sure that the pale-skinned Arrancar had at least finished reading that book 7 times already. Why hasn't he read something else? Was the book that good? Forgetting about the reading Arrancar, he got up and walked over to Stark. The man was sitting cross-legged on the white sand, with his Zanpakuto on his lap and eyes closed. Still trying to learn Shirkai? Ichigo took a seat next to the man. Opening his eyes, the brunette replied. What else can I do? I don't know, maybe resting. Don't feel tired. Replied Stark as he shut his eyes again. Releasing a small breath, Ichigo looks up to the only bright object in the night sky. How come Hueco Mundo doesn't have stars? With an awkward silence washing over them, Ichigo was about to excuse himself before Stark opened his mouth again. I need you to promise me something, Ichigo. Stark said in a hushed voice, making sure that no one but the redhead could hear him. Making sure Ichigo was paying close attention, he continued. No matter what happens. If I end up fighting Baragan, then let me fight him alone. What are you talking about? Opening his eyes, the brunette saw the worried look on Ichigo's face. A fight is going to break out, Ichigo, and when it does, I need you to make sure the others won't interfere. Okay. And if anything happens to me, please don't. Ichigo slightly raises his voice, not loud enough to gain the others' attention. Please. Please don't say that. Don't give me any of that crap. You're strong, Stark. Nothing is going to happen to you. I'll keep my promise, I'll make sure no one gets in your way, but you need to promise me something too. Promise me you won't die. Hearing him laugh, Ichigo was ready to scream at him before he ruffled his hair. Don't worry, Ichigo. I'll try not to die, but you need to promise me that if anything happens to me, then turn around and run. Even if that means you have to leave me behind. While not liking it, Ichigo nodded, stood up and left Stark alone. Perhaps I should practice Kappa Zero. Turning to look at the sleeping figure of Lily, Ichigo releases a sigh before deciding against it. I can skip it for today. They were getting closer, Stark could just feel it. With every step they had been taking, the night air was getting filled with all the hollows' Ryatsu. Stopping at his tracks and everyone following his lead. Stark pointed over to the colorful light show that seemed to happen over the horizon. What the hell do you guys think that's all about? Instead of just guessing any answers, both Sale and Okora used their pesquisa. Finishing first, Okora said, hollows, thousands of them, and Baragan is there. Stark released a slow breath. He has been taking his sweet time to reach Baragan, but now that they're so close he should just cut the trip short. Come on, no more wasting time. As he finishes, Stark uses a sonido to disappear from his spot with the rest of the Arrancar following shortly. Stopping from using their fast-traveling method and ending on top of a dune, everyone looks down to the bloodshed that was happening. Hollows, either big or small, weak or strong, were all fighting among one another, trying to rip their opponent to shreds or burn them down with a zero. The group notices the way they seem to be more focused on killing each other than their presence, and things appear as if nothing could make the battlefield come to a halt. That is until someone made them stop. With a quick flare of his Ryatsu, the king of Hueco Mundo stopped the battle to address his special guests. So you finally showed yourself to me, Phantasma. The group of Arrancar stared at the king of Hueco Mundo as the parting sea of hollows revealed in shock. Stark snaps his neck to Sale in a hurry, a mixture of surprise and anger fill his voice. I thought you said that the king of Hueco Mundo was a powerful hollow. That's what I heard. Sale could not respond to Stark without a bit of stuttering reaching his voice and without taking his eyesight away from the elderly man with a white mustache and white hair, face lined by large scars on the left side of his chin that goes down to his neck and across his right eye. Despite the aged appearance, the Hollow King looked stocky and muscular. His attire comprises a regal white leather coat with black fur lining, short sleeves, and 3 black fur stripes running along the bottom. Wearing a golden wristband on both wrists and a belt comprising 3 thick chains attached to a large metal disc with a sun emblem. I heard he was a powerful hollow. Not an Arrancar. He pointed at the remnants of Baragan's hollow mask that takes the form of a 5-pointed crown just above his forehead. The brunette didn't know what to think. He was training to fight a hollow, something that he could easily deal with. But an Arrancar, it's a different story. Not hearing any more words from any of his guests, the Hollow King stood up from his throne and walked towards them at an easy pace. So why have you finally shown yourself to me? Baragan said while looking only at Stark. Why didn't you go back to hiding from me like you always have? Did you finally realize how futile that is? To hide from someone like me? The silence was the only answer he was getting, even the other hollows weren't making a sound. Or perhaps you finally realize that you hold no kind of power against me and you see that you're a better fit as one of my subordinates? Stark couldn't open his mouth. Baragan stood only a few feet away from him. He could feel the way on how the undisputed king of Hueco Mundo was slowly releasing his Ryatsu, trying to scare him, and it was working. While he stood taller than the elderly king, Stark felt as if he was the one looking up to meet his gaze. Finding satisfaction from Stark's silence, Baragan shows some pity to the pathetic brunette. Maybe I'll show some mercy for all those years of denying my invitation if you come out on top from this contest of mine. That seems to make the man speak, even if his voice was quiet. Contest? What contest? All I'm seeing is a giant bloodbath. Baragan turns around, walking back to his throne while answering the man's question. This is all but a contest to see who would be the general of my army. Army? The king of Hueco Mundo turns around to see the redhead stepping in front of Stark. Must I repeat myself to you, boy? Ichigo ignores the way Baragan's voice was coated with annoyance. What do you even need an army for? Why have them kill each other off if you want an army, anyway? Is it not simple for you, brat? This contest is more than just a random free-for-all, this battle is to kill off the weak. Only the strong should be the one living. Shouldn't the strong be protecting the weak? Ichigo barked. At his words, Baragan and most of the hollows started laughing. Protect the weak. Ha! Only a fool would bother protecting anyone weaker than them. Reaching his throne, Baragan turned around to sit down and rested his chin on his left palm before continuing. Why should the strong bother to protect anyone weaker than them? Thinking like that will get you killed in a world like this. If you can't make it as a hollow, then you should let yourself become food to the ones that deserve it. Have you ever thought that maybe they didn't want to be a hollow in the first place? Ichigo pointed at himself. A hollow killed me before my soul took over. And it was because you were stronger. Interrupting the redhead's speech to make a point, Baragan pointed at the boy with his free hand. The only reason you're even here is that your soul was stronger than the hollow who devoured you. Swaying his arm across his entire field of vision, Baragan continued. Every hollow here is strong if they could reach their current evolution, and it's not because they devour enough souls to reach the next stage, but because their soul was stronger to keep the others in silence, to not have them corrupt their mind. However, some hollows have limits, not every single one of them could have the power to reach the next stage. Those are the ones I wish to remove. Then let them go. Baragan scowls as the only girl of the group steps in front of Stark and moves next to Ichigo. Silence, you have no saying in this. Why? Is it because I'm a girl? Replied an angry Lily, if Baragan was looking down at her for being a woman then she would. It's because you're weak. What? I'm not weak. Lily yelled. The elderly Arrancar raises a brow. Not weak? Bah. From what I'm sensing, girl, you're the weakest of the group. Even the pink-haired fruit over there feels slightly stronger than you, the boy by the side of you is miles apart from your strength, and don't even get me started with the last two men behind you. Lily didn't want to believe Baragan, there was no way for such a gap to be between herself and everyone else. She has been training with them for 8 months. She wasn't weak. Have you ever checked your companion's Ryatsu? If you can do just that, you can see for yourself just how far behind you are. Baragan said. Only following Baragan's words to prove him wrong, Lily closed her eye and concentrated, searching everyone's Ryatsu, and that's when she noticed how right he was. She was the weakest of the group. Opening her eye, Lily dragged her feet back to the rest of the group. Ichigo's unearthly yellow eyes have been following Lily as she headed back to everyone else with her self-esteem destroyed by Baragan's word. Turning around to face the Hollow King, Ichigo spoke through clenched teeth. There's nothing wrong with her being weak. If she keeps training, she'll get stronger. And if she can't, then I'll always be there to protect her. Once again, Baragan started laughing. Ha! To protect her? What are you, some guardian? His eyes went back to Stark, quietly watching as the man walked past the redhead, and his scowl came back as he looked into Stark's eyes. The fear he planted on the man vanished. This whole talk about protecting the weak has been making me feel like I heard it before. That's because you have, your majesty. A Smilodon Hollow said. This sounds like the speech from the Hollow living in the forest of Minos. His scowl reached new levels as Baragan remembers who his subordinate was talking about. What was the name of that hollow, Geo? Don't worry about it. Turning to glare at the brunette for interrupting him, Baragan stood up from his throne. Watch your tongue before I have it cut from your head, Aunt. Is that so? And who will do just that, you? Stark challenged. At his words, Baragan releases some of his Ryatsu, killing off any weak hollows nearby. To his response, Stark releases some of his and makes it clash with Baragan's. Their clashing power started forcing down hollows to kneel. Taking a moment to look around, Ichigo notices how only 2 hollows seem to be the only ones to put some resistance against the powerful Ryatsu, and the only way they can do such a feat is because they were Vasto Lord. However, before he could take notes of their appearance, his attention went back to Stark, who was now only 2 feet away from Baragan. He could see the way both men's Ryatsu combined with each other. We should withdraw to a more safe zone. Okora took a moment to look around all the fleeing hollows, finally able to move the moment both men stopped forcing out their power. Getting only nods, Okora took the lead, and everyone followed behind. The sand was getting blown away from the clashing Ryatsu before both men stopped their actions. Baragan looked up to Stark's eyes, trying to figure where this courage came from. The self-proclaimed king scowls. I will only give you one last chance, Phantasma, submit to me or else you will face my wrath. He doesn't know why he's standing against Baragan right now. Just a few minutes ago he was afraid of the immense power coming from the Hollow King, but a voice was telling him to fight. Maybe he got the push into doing this with how Baragan had called Lily weak. He mirrors Baragan's scowl. How about you force me to submit? Hearing the man's words, Baragan completely releases his Ryatsu. Care. To repeat that again, Ant. Not backing down, Stark releases his full power too. You heard me. You have been a thorn in my side for too long, Phantasma. I try to make this easier for you but it looks like I must force you to submit. As he finishes, Baragan's left hand forms into a fist before he slams it into his throne to pull out his Zanpakuto. A large, double-headed battle axe. The battle axe has a pair of rounded blades, black with silver edges. A red slit-eye pendant in the middle of the focal point holding both blades together. The axe's handle seemed wrapped in gold. Gripping his handle with just one arm, Baragan swings his weapon upwards, trying to gash Stark's chest. Stark saw the way the Hollow King's Zanpakuto was closing in on him. So this is it. My training has built up for this exact moment. With quick reflexes, he unsheathed his Zanpakuto from his back and clashed it down with both hands to meet Baragan's battle axe. With the clash of their blades, the battle that will change the entire natural order of Hueco Mundo has begun. His arms were shaking, he was putting on so much physical strength that his body had to stop Baragan's axe from cutting his skin. Even though his hierro was strong, he didn't want to find out if Baragan could cut him or not. Come on, put your muscles to work. With a scream and putting more strength into his arms, Stark pushes the double-headed axe up with Baragan still holding on to his Zanpakuto. Seeing the Hollow King open for an attack, Stark went in for first blood but his blue-gray eyes spotted Baragan's axe coming down fast. Bringing his blade up and using the flat surface area of his Zanpakuto, Stark stopped Baragan's attack. How am I having so much trouble with Baragan only using one arm? His eyes widened dramatically upon realizing that Baragan still has a free arm. The Hollow King smirked upon seeing the look of realization on Stark's face. Did you remember about this? Rearing his right arm back, Baragan punches the brunette in his chest, sending the man flying into a dune that picks up sand and covers him. Don't think I'm done. Aiming with his free arm, he started concentrating on a Zero before it got interrupted by a blue bala fired at it, causing it to explode on him. As the sand was settling down a bit, Stark slowly walked out from his cover with his gunblade pointed at the Hollow King, smoke coming out from the barrel. You really thought I would let you fire something like that? With the smoke clearing away, he scowls since he couldn't spot a burn mark or sign of damage on Baragan. This guy is stronger than me and his hierro is far superior to mine. A sigh left his lips. Kami, I hope he's not. Hearing a sonido, Stark moves away from his spot just in time from having Baragan's axe cut him from head to toe. Appearing again after his use of sonido to save his life, Stark stared at Baragan with annoyance written in his face. And he's fast. That's just great. While not faster than him, Baragan moving at such speed will be a pain in the ass for him. He may appear as an old man but he is not weak or fragile like one. Holding his blade to the side, Stark charged at Baragan. If there was something that his spars with the Vizards have taught him is to make sure you understand your opponent perfectly. That's how most of the Vizards from the beginning of his training could end the spar since they weren't able to overpower him, their next option was to settle things to a draw. However, in this situation, things could work differently for him, he could win the battle instead of ending it in a stalemate. Stark swings his blade to the left, making Baragan raise his axe to block his attack but just before their blades could meet, he uses a quick sonido to appear behind the Hollow King. With his blade only inches away from decapitating Baragan but to his complete shock, his opponent only leans his head forward, dodging the edge of his Zanpakuto. As he misses what appears to be his only chance of winning against the Hollow King, Stark notices the way his moments seem to have gained some speed. Almost as if someone hit the fast-forward button on him. Collecting his footing before tripping and making himself a fool in front of his opponent. He spins around after regaining his footing, the blade coming back again to Baragan's back. This time, the Hollow King used his axe to block him. Looking over his shoulders, Baragan gave Stark a displeased look. Is this all you can do? How very disappointing. Yeah, well, guess what? Zero. Stark pulled the trigger of his gunblade and fired a blue Zero to Baragan at close quarters. Shocked with how fast Stark's able to form a Zero, Baragan stares at the blue energy attack before being engulfed by it. As his Zero ended, Stark released a shaky breath and brought his blade back up to a defensive position. He started looking from left to right. A Zero will not take down someone like Baragan. Turning around believing that the Hollow King would go for a stab in the back. Baragan caught Stark's face with one hand and with ease, he lifted him up and slammed him down to the sand. Watching Baragan's axe through the gap of his fingers, Stark pointed his sword at the Hollow King and fired a blue balla. Trying to stop him from hacking his left arm. Seeing the blue light, Baragan abandons his position and lets go of Stark's face. Are Zeros and ballast the only thing you're good at? Replied the Hollow King while standing at a safe distance. Stark stood up before answering Himi. Yeah well, that's about the only thing I have around to work with. Well, that and a couple of more things. Saving his trump cards for a better moment, Stark went back to clashing blades with Baragan. Blocking one of Baragan's swing, Stark notices the light of a purple Zero that was forming on Baragan's free hand. Stark was ready to push away the battle axe, but Baragan caught him by surprise by kicking him on his stomach. Making him crash on yet another dune. Seeing an opening, Baragan releases his Zero, however, before it could even reach him, he fires off one of his own. Making both attacks clash and bringing in smoke across both their field of vision. Grinding his teeth, Ichigo was watching the spar with the rest of the Arrancar with high hopes that it would have been an easy battle for Stark, but the battle has proven different results. Baragan seems to be stronger than Stark and was fast. Come on Stark, what are you doing? Ichigo mutters under his breath. Every time Stark found an opening on Baragan, he could see the way the man slows down whenever he's close to killing Hueco Mundo's king. Is Stark afraid to kill? Your friend won't be able to defeat Baragan. Hearing a feminine voice, the group of Arrancar turn around to see a group of hollows walking towards them. Ichigo notices the figure, which seems to be the leader of the group, as one of the two Vasto Lord that could move when both men's Ryatsu went wild. She was a fairly tall woman with blonde hair. While her body looks fairly human-like, there were two distinguishing features on her. Besides the white carapace that covers her body, the blonde Vasto Lord had a long shark tail on the back of her head that reaches all the way to her back knees, and her right arm seems to connect to a giant blade that takes the form of a shark tooth. The redhead could spot olive-color skin around the areas her hollow mask, which only consists around her aqua-color eyes, revealed. Looking past her, Ichigo notices three Ajuchas by her side. One appears as a lion, another like a snake and the last one like a deer. The yellow-eyed teen scowled before going back to watching the fight to see that once again Stark was at the defensive. You don't know Stark, he's strong. He'll be able to win. The Vasto Lord's aqua-eyed look over to the battle. The brunette has just dodged one of Baragan's Zero before he takes aim and fires his own. Just because he's holding his own against Baragan right now doesn't mean he's strong. Watching as Baragan held his bat leaks with both hands before cleaving Stark's Zero in half, she continued. Baragan hasn't even shown his true power yet. That doesn't matter, Stark will win. Lily replied while not taking her eye away from her longtime companion. Cammy, you sound so stupid right now. Weak and dumb, what a great combo. Lily snapped her neck to the glare at the deer-like ajuchas. Shut your face, Bambi. Make me, bitch. Before her companion could start an unnecessary fight, the blonde Vasto Lord stopped her. Apache, behave yourself. Hi, Halibel-sama. Reply Apache with a bow. Halibel-san. What true power are you talking about? Asked a curious Ichigo. How could Baragan have more power? Is he not fighting at his fullest right now? The blonde Vasto Lord watched as Baragan was able to block Stark's blade and counter-attack by slamming the flat area of his axe on Stark's left side. He's trying to show Phantasma how pointless this battle is to him. Baragan had many opportunities to end this. She shook her head. He's only toying with him. Toying with him. But every single move made by Baragan has been a killing blow. How is that toying with Stark? Sale cried out. A small frown broke through Okiora's emotionless face. So his judgment wasn't wrong at all. He has seen the quick openings left by Stark, but the Hollow King never took them. Either out of caution or negligence that he would finish the battle too quickly. We need to help Stark. And here I thought you were the smart one. The serpent-like Ajuchas said before pointing around all the gathering hollows with her tail. She clarifies her meaning. If you try to interfere with this battle, then you will only cause Baragan's followers to take action. Tell me now, while you may all feel powerful, can everyone here actually defeat an army of over 10,000? We're not going to interfere. Ichigo said. Feeling as if had everyone's eyes on him, he continued. I already said that Stark would win. He won't need our help. Better hope he kills Baragan soon, kid. 'Cause your friend won't last a minute once Baragan unleashes his power. Replied the lion-like Ajuchas. As Baragan once again avoided the edge of his blade by leading his head away, Stark took a leap back and gave the Hollow King a stern look. How are you doing that? A cocky smirk came to Baragan's face. So you finally notice. With a quick nod, Stark explains his findings. Every time my blade or Zeros are in your personal space, they seem to slow down, almost as if they get too heavy to move faster. He came up with a simple conclusion. You're using your Ryatsu to slow down my attacks by making them heavier at the last minute, making them easier for you to dodge them. Still keeping his smirk, Baragan reveals his hidden power. You're both right and wrong. You're correct with the fact that your attacks are losing speed when they come near me, but it's not because I'm increasing my Ryatsu to slow them down. Resting his battle axe on his right shower, Baragan pointed a finger at Stark. It's because I can project a field around me that slows down time. Slow down time? Stark shouted. There's no way you can do something so godlike? Baragan interrupted, seeing the shocked look on Stark's face he couldn't help but laugh. I'm not this world's king. He raises his axe once again and focuses his Ryatsu at the edge of his Zanpakuto. I am. It's God. King. He slammed his battle axe down and a flow of purple Ryatsu fired towards the stunned brunette. At the last second, Stark was able to regain his senses and move out of the way. To slow down time. Once again he dodges another of Baragan's energy flow. How could I possibly find an opening if all he has to do is slow time down and either move out of the way or counterattack? With another dodge, he moved in close to Baragan's right side, going in for a low upper slash, adding a bit of his Ryatsu to counter Baragan's time dilation field, only to realize it didn't even help. Why are you still trying? Baragan backhanded the brunette. Do you not see how fruitless your efforts are? He yelled before using Sonido to appear over Stark, battle axe aimed towards the brunette's neck. Watching the axe coming down, Stark started covering his body with Ryatsu before trying out a move that he had barely been practicing. Zero. Every inch of Stark's body had formed a zero and fired at his command. Baragan's unscared eye widened at the large amount of zeros been fired so carelessly. The elderly Arrancar escaped the barrage of zeros with a Sonido. A hint of shock ran through Halibel's eyes. Your friend can fire a zero from anywhere on his body? She asked with a voice full of amazement. Lily looked towards the blonde. Why do you make it sound like such a big deal? Can you shoot a zero from every little spot on your body at an instant? Halibel replies, shutting Lily's mouth. Zero isn't something hollows can just span. They take a lot of energy and some time to build them up to lethal levels, but Phantasma seems to freely shoot them like nothing and they haven't even taken a toll on him. Even Baragan has been careful to not waste his energy on zeros. Now there's also the fact that Baragan has been sure to dodge every single one of them, that's telling us that Phantasma's zeros, while formed and created quickly, still hold enough power in them to have Baragan back off from him. Baragan scowled as his leather coat had taken a hit from one of the man's attacks. You're starting to piss me off. Well, that makes two of us. Stark replied. So far neither of them has taken the first blood, sure blows have been traded from both of them but not one of them has cut the other. I have no choice now but to use both my trump cards. Remembering his training with Yoruchi, Stark rushes back to Baragan. Seeing a typical move, Baragan waited for the man to get close enough for his time dilation field to affect him. As the brunette got into his field, he swung his axe in a wide arc and his blade connected. He smirked as he cleaved Phantasma in half but then lost it upon noticing that what he just cut was just an after-image. Hearing a sonido, he swayed back his axe only to see Stark a few meters away from his axe's reach. Gunblade pointed at Baragan. Stark yelled out his last trump card. Bala Francotirador. A fast, single narrow blue bala left Stark's barrel. Thanks to his time manipulation ability, Baragan was able to dodge any lethal injury. However, the variant bala was able to pierce through the Hollow King's right bicep, making him drop his axe. Having seconds to hiss about the wound in his arm, the appearance of Stark in front of him made him pick up his axe with his left hand and use it to block Stark's Zanpakuto, and that's when he noticed the fact that Stark was only using one arm. Taking a page from Baragan's book. Stark pulled his fist back and punched Baragan on his cheek, finally able to land a blow. On the God King. Not losing such an easy opportunity, Stark appears up in the air, right above Baragan and unleashes a zero down on him. The world gained a blue hue shade as Stark's zero was at full blast. With the blast ending, Stark slowly levitated to the ground. Finally, feeling exhausted by using so many zeros. It's over, it's finally over. He slowly started walking to Baragan to see if the self-proclaimed God King was still alive. Before he could even reach his opponent, Stark stops upon feeling Baragan's Ryatsu skyrocketed. This is unacceptable. Baragan said, surrounded by sand that turned to glass by the extreme heat of Stark's zero. The Hollow King was still standing, burned marks around his skin and clothes, but that's not what he was talking about. No, he was referring to the tooth that he was holding in his healed right arm. To lay a hand on me. A God King. Tyr's view on the brunette changed the moment he was the first ever Hollow to lay a hand on Baragan, but seeing the silent fury in had put the Hollow King in, she could only now feel sorrow that the only Hollow to have ever gone against Baragan was minutes away from death. At least he lasted longer than anyone. Baragan held his Zanpakuto in front of him with the axe head pointed downwards and said 2 words. Rot, arrogant. Releasing red Ryatsu, the slit-eye pendant between the axe blades generated a jet black and purple flames, which engulfed him. Stark's face only read one expression, shock. The flames have burned away Baragan's flesh, reducing his entire body to little more than a skeleton, with his head becoming a skull and his hands and arms being reduced to bone. His body is covered by a draped in a purple cloak, with a pitch-black tattered fur collar around his neck area. His crown-like mask fragment turns into a full, extravagantly decorated, bejeweled crown, with a chain running downward on the left side. The scar that appeared in his previous form became visible as a plain crack in the same location. The brunette took a step back. What the hell is this? Baragan's skull didn't even open its mouth to speak. This is resurrection. An Arrancar's true power. Stark took a step back as Baragan took one forward, and each step that the Hollow King took, the glass he was walking on shattered. The ominous figure of Baragan stops at his tracks. If he still had flesh, then Stark would have seen a smirk spread across his lips. Baragan raises one of his skeletal fingers to Stark. I will only give you one more chance. Submit or perish. His only response was the barrel of Stark's Zanpakuto pointed at him. Laughter left his skull. So that's your answer. Well then, he spread his arms apart. Don't miss. Not giving in to the skeletal figure taunting, Stark started focusing on another bala francotirador, this one made with far more power. Feeling that he finally had enough energy, Stark fired. He focused his eyes on Baragan's figure, still standing with his arms apart. There's no way he's just going to stand there. He aimed the narrow bala to pierce Baragan between his eyes. He'll really take it. Before it could even reach the king, his bala diminished in an instant. What? Useless. Lowering his arms, Baragan walked towards the stunned man. Did you forget what I can do? That you can slow down time. The man answered while shooting ballast at the approaching figure of Baragan. Watching as his ballast died down while not even reaching the God King, he took a leap back. You can only slow down time. How are you able to stop my attacks? Only slow down time. Baragan laughed. When did I ever say that my only ability is to slow down time? No, my true powers, the power of a god, is my control over time. Black and purple, smoke like miasma started leaking out from his eye holes and coat. In this form, I can either slow things down or I can speed up the aging process of anything I touch or that surrounds me. That explains nothing. The brunette leaps back, putting more distance between the two. Then are you saying you aged my ballast or something like that? All your ballasts, Ciro and francotirador have one thing in common. Baragan pointed at Stark's blade. They're all fired out of your Zanpakuto. The brunette looked down to his blade. And what? They form quicker and don't take a lot of my energy. Precisely. Your Zanpakuto gathers the necessary energy to form them before firing them. That's how you're able to shoot so many Ciros without your body feeling any sort of tax. However, these projectiles have a shell around them. While the inside of these bullets hold a bit of your Ryatsu, they're still made from Respira. How else would it take a form? Baragan slightly tilted his head to the side. This still doesn't explain how I was able to age your attack, right? When your Ciros and ballasts leave your blade, you set them with limitations and I sped up the process your energy would run out. Because all living things eventually die, the things which they create eventually die, too. He spread his arms apart. Everything in this world, the sand, trees, hollows, you and I. Our physical bodies comprise Respira and Respira. He lowers his left arm and raises his right one. Ages. Grand Kata. Purple Ryatsu came out from his right coat sleeves before a double-headed axe with slim and dark blades took shape. A large spike protruding outwards from its center, in place of the now absent slit-eye pendant, for golden chains present around the base of the spike which extends into his cloak and attaches to an ornate bracelet worn around his right wrist. Stark raises his Zanpakuto, ready to defend against Baragan's axe when he sees the smoke-like miasma coat around his opponent's Zanpakuto, and that's when he feels it. His instincts were screaming at him, telling him to move. He hesitated a bit but soon gave in and dodged just in time as Baragan swung down his battle axe, the miasma flying towards a group of watchers. He turns around to see the victim starting to rot. If that would have hit me, I would have been dead. Turning towards Baragan and seeing the Hollow King coming towards him, Stark aimed his Zanpakuto. Zero Metrolita. He fired a barrage of Zeros towards his opponent. Useless. Baragan stopped at his tracks. Respira. He created a thick and long wall of purple and black vapor. Stark looked as his Zero was able to pass the vapor without a problem, but halfway through the miasma, they vanished. Do you not see how fruitless your attacks are? Baragan pointed a finger towards Stark and the vapor shot towards him. From the very beginning that you started running away from me, Phantasma, I knew eventually, I would have caught up to you. It was only a matter of time. Seeing the vapor trying to trap him, Stark Sonido through the only opening he had, a small area where the smoke was taking more time closing. He should have known something was wrong, but it was already too late. The moment he escapes Respira through the only exit, Baragan was already waiting for him. Crap. He set a trap. With a terrifying speed, Baragan impels Stark through the stomach with the large spike in the middle of his battle axe. The Hollow King lifted the brunette before pinning him down to the ground. I had planned to let you live, but to let you live after you lay a hand on me, it would leave me feeling disgraceful. Watching as the brunette was trying to push him off, he pressed down his Zanpakuto. Useless. Baragan watches Stark stop struggling and set his eyes somewhere. Looking towards the direction his opponent's eyes went, Baragan said, I will praise you for forcing me to resurrect, but now, he leads in closer, his hand leaking Respira. You will die. Do not worry, though you have fought alone, you will not die alone. I will send them off to the same place you're going. Watching the way Stark was accepting his fate, the redhead almost made a run towards him, to save him, but what can he even do? If Stark lost, and he was the strongest of the group, then he would surely die. I can't do anything. I promised Stark that I wouldn't interfere. He could see Baragan slowly leading towards Stark, ready to kill him. I know I promised to take everyone and run away, even if I have to leave you behind, but I can't. Stark. With his impending death moving in closer to him, Stark could only think of two things. Sorry. Ishin, looks like I failed. He turned his head towards Ichigo. He could see how the red-headed wanted to save him, but there was no point. He shook his head, giving Ichigo his answer to not save him. These past 4 years have been the best of my life, and it's all because of you, Ichigo. Thank you, and keep Lily safe, okay? He finishes his thoughts with a smile directed to the redhead. Ichigo closed his eyes shut, trying to prevent any tears from falling, but a small squeeze to his left hand made him open them up. Lily was holding his hand with her own. Looking into her face, he could already see the tears falling down. Ichigo. He heard his name from her mouth, voice too weak to continue saying anything more, but Ichigo understood what she was trying to say. He squeezes back her hand. Baragan was only inches away from his face. Goodbye, Phantasma. As his voice finished, Stark closed his eyes and waited. Getsuga Tensho. Ichigo sends his signature move in a horizontal line, trying to only cut Baragan. With the attack slightly too close, Baragan couldn't release a Respira to remove it. The Hollow King vanishes with a Sonido, removing Grand Kata from Stark's stomach. As Getsuga Tensho came to a stop by hitting a dune, Baragan appeared. What do you think you're doing, brat? With a green glow gaining his attention, he turns around to see Okora creating a Zero, and as said man releases his attack, Baragan calls out his Respira. As his attack was eating through the green siro, he watched as Okora escaped at the last minute before his deadly miasma could reach him. Bala. Hearing a voice above him, Baragan lifts his head up to see Sail, Pinkette releasing a couple of pink ballas. To his response, the Hollow King directed his Respira above him, trying to take out Sail to only see him vanish. With the sound of two distinguished sonido coming to existence, Baragan's sight returned to the redhead with both his companions by his side. He could also see the girl tending to their fallen comrade. Do you bugs think you can stand against me, a god? Sail subconsciously tries to lift his hollow's mask fragments with the palm of his left hand like a set of glasses. Not really, but we could try. Halibel watched as some of Baragan's most loyal soldiers moved into the fighting, trying to protect their king. She scowls at the thought. They do not follow Baragan out of loyalty but fear that the Hollow King would kill them. She won't help Baragan, she didn't join his army out of loyalty. He defeated her and forced her to join. She took a moment to look around her. She could see the way some hollows use the small distraction to escape, hopefully, to somewhere far and safe where Baragan wouldn't find them. Come now, this is our chance. The small pack follows behind their mistress, not bothering to go against her wishes. Lily was trying to figure out how to heal the wound on Stark. No one trained them in any form of First Aid 101. Her only option was to stop the bleeding by pressing her hands in his wound. Come on, come on, come on. What the hell am I supposed to do? You're going to do nothing, little girl. Her head snaps up to see a group of hollows stalking towards her. The Smilodon Ajuchas that was by Baragan's side was the one who spoke. Move aside, His Majesty has already declared Phantasma's fate, and that's death. Geo said, and as he finishes, a large Ajuchas that appears as a giant, bipedal angler fish launches towards her. The pink-eyed teen was ready to unsheath her rapier when someone appeared in front of her and cut the approaching hollow in half. Sail scoffed as he raised his blade to see blood still on it. I was trying to go for a clean kill. He made a quick flicking motion with his wrist and removed the blood on his blade. Now then, how about I teach you cads on how to behave like gentlemen and treat a girl right? Sail Aporo. Hearing his full name called out, Sail turned his amber-color eyes to the charging figure of his older brother. He raises his blade and stops the Minotaur Ajuchas on his tracks. Nice to see you again, Yilfort. This time, we're finishing you. Replied the older brother. Sail looks behind his brother to see the same group of Ajuchas as last time, but now there was a new member. A small panther-like Ajuchas. He narrowed his eyes on their new companion. My, he sure feels strong. Lily looked back to Ichigo. Both he and Okora were fighting off Baragan by using any form of long-range attacks, trying to stay away from his Respira. Looks like your rescuer seems to be busy now. She snaps her neck back to Geo only to see two Ajuchas from his side launched at her. One looking like a walking Venus flytrap, the hollow's head in the center of its trapping jaws, both its arms replaced by a set of 4 vine-like appendages, and instead of regular feet, it had 3 root-like sets of legs instead. The other hollow looked like an oversized star-nosed mole. She steps in front of Stark and reaches for her Zanpakuto and points her right foot straight forward, with the back foot at a 90-degree angle. Her sword arm was bent at a 45-degree angle. The mole-like Ajuchas was the first one to make a move. He tries to slash Lily with its long claws only for her to block and parry it. Before the teen could go for a killing blow, the hollow recovered and started swinging its arms around, hoping to get lucky and hit the girl. Lily was blocking all the attacks with relative ease. The hollow's strength behind its swings didn't even make her flinch. As she wards off the next attack, she was going in for a quick stab through its skull when she noticed the absence of the other hollow. Instead of going through with her attack, she took a jump back, avoiding the vines that shot up through the sand. The plant-like hollow slowly emerged from the sand and turned to scowl at the other being. You didn't keep the bitch distracted long enough for me to kill her. Let's try again then. Replies the mole, and as he finishes talking, he charges towards the lime-haired teen. Returning to her stance, she made a quick thrust towards her opponent, to which the hollow responded by taking a jump back. "Your blade won't reach me." The only response he got back was a smirk. Lily kept her blade pointed at her opponent before she screamed out, "Punta." The point of her Zanpakuto started shining a lime color before it shot to the hollow with startling speed and pierced it through its mask. Watching as the rod was still expanding, Gio moved out of the way, but his right cheek was grazed by Lily's attack. He turns around to see that a couple of more hollows weren't so lucky and got pierced. He turned towards her and scowled. "Looks like you're not so weak. Thanks for the compliment, doesn't mean I won't kill you though." Lily replies. Seeing as the Venus flytrap hollow had disappeared again, she started focusing her Ryatsu. Seeing an opening by sensing how the girl was trying to perform a Siro, the hollow shot his vines from underneath the sand and wrapped its vines around both her legs, waist and tied both her arms behind her back. "Left yourself wide open, bitch," he said as he emerged from the sand. Lily responded with a grin on her face. "Not really, I was just trying to make this easier for me." Siro. Charging a light green Siro through her left eye, Lily fires her attack and kills the hollow. As the vines disappear with the hollow's death, she returns to her stance and faces Gio. "Care to play, kitty?" Unknown to her, two insect-like ajuchas were looking at her with admiration. He was trying to stand up, but the hole in his stomach was making things hard. He turns his head to see Lily dodging a pounce by the Smilodon ajuchas. He looks over to Sail to see him having trouble with the large group of hollows. The panther-like ajuchas had clawed him across his chest. "Siro/Siro." Hearing two different voices calling out the same attack, Stark turns his head to see Ichigo and Okora face Baragan, the Hollow King proving to be too much of a challenge for both of them. "Come on Stark, you need to get up. This is your fight. You're supposed to be the one protecting them, not the other way around. This is what I train for. To get strong and defeat Baragan." He tries lifting himself up, but still, the wound was making it impossible to move. "Damn it, I'm not dying here." "You're right about that, you're not going to die here." Stark's eyes slightly bulge out. What? Did he just hear a woman's voice inside his head? Is he hearing things because of blood loss? Before he could think about it, he lost consciousness. Everything was dark. He looked down and saw the silhouette of his hands. Where the hell am I at? Stark went back to looking forward, if he was even looking forward, and kept walking in whatever direction he was looking. He had his arms stretch out to see if he could find anything in the darkness. As he kept walking, he tripped over something and smacked his face on a hard surface. Stark started rubbing his nose. Crap, that hurts. What did I trip over with? Everything was still too dark to see. Finding the object which he hurt himself with, Stark started examining it with his hands. Is this wood? Yeah, it is wood. What the hell? He started taking a couple of steps back and he was able to see the outline of a giant redwood tree. Am I in a forest? He kept taking a couple of more steps back before ending up on stepping on something slippery and falling backward. The sound of splashing water reached his ears. Damn it! He groaned while standing up and the world gained a bit of light with the moon shining over him. It stunned Stark as he looked up to the moon in the dark sky. It looked exactly like the one shining over Hueco Mundo. He takes his eyes away from the moon and looks around him. If the moon above him is the same one as Hueco Mundo's, does that mean I'm still there? Hey there, buddy. He spun around and stared at the woman who was sitting on a tree branch with shock. Lily? It was stupid for him to assume this girl was Lily. For starters, the woman in front of him looks to be in her late 20s while Lily was barely 16. Another obvious difference was the fact that this person was taller than Lily by a good few inches. He guesses she was standing around 5 feet 7 inches. With the moonlight shining over her, Stark spotted more differences. Unlike Lily, who had a lean, tomboyish body built, the person in front of him had a nice curve around her waist area, giving her a nice body appeal. As his eyes were moving up, Stark noticed the lack of size in her chest area. Sure, he could see lumps, but they weren't anything compared to Yoruchi's. The Lily look-alike voice sounded even a pitch lower than Yoruchi. The only reason Stark confused the woman in front of him with Lily was with how close their faces resembled one another. They both had the same color hair arranged in the same manner, and their eyes were light pink that held a bit of mischief in them. And that's when he noticed it. The woman in front of him had both her eyes, no mask fragments covered her left eye. He blinks a few times when he finally realizes that her mask's remains were the same as his. A fanged bottom jaw positioned along her neck, and because of her clothing that resembled a lot like his, he couldn't tell if her hollow holes fixed in the same spot as his. Who the hell are you? He looks around when he notices his settings. He was standing in a stream in the middle of a forest. Where the hell am I at? He looks back to the woman for answers. She sends the man a grin and answers him back while swinging her legs. Really? You don't know where you're at? You have been trying to come in here for so long. You can't recognize your own mindscape. With her last swing, she had leaped over to the other side of the stream. Stark was spinning as he looked around him. He finally was able to reach his mindscape, one step that he needed to learn Shirkai. He turns around to look at the Lily look-alike when the woman used terrifying speed to grab him by the neck, and with one arm she pinned him to the tree she was swinging from. What the hell? Stark said as he tried to push away the woman's hand around his neck, only to find out that he couldn't make her budge. How the hell is she so strong? He looked down to her eyes and saw the way she was staring at him. There was pure hate filled in her light rose eyes. This is the best I had. She laughed and started using her free hand to trace circles around his collarbone. You couldn't possibly have been this weak, not from what I remember. You actually put up a fight before dying. She stopped tracing circles, and with one finger, she started digging her nail into his skin, making him hiss and bleed. Hearing groans from pain, she let her smirk reach new heights, showing off her canines to the brunette. Stark kept staring at her pointy teeth. Her canines were far bigger than they should be. Feeling as she loosens her grip around his neck, he repeated his first question. Who the hell are you? After letting him speak, she went back to strangling him, but this time using both her hands. You want to know who I am? Ha! That's laughable. But let's keep this simple. She stops her choking to move in closer to Stark, making sure he would hear it the first time because she won't repeat herself. I'm you. She frowned before going back to choking him, but seeing his face turning blue, the Limonette sighed before removing her hands from her victim's neck. Stark was rubbing his neck while trying to refill his lungs with air. What the hell do you mean by me? She glared at him while answering his question. You feel lost, huh? Oh right, maybe I should have answered by saying this instead. She pointed at him while pointing back at herself. You're me. Watiti? He had a bad feeling about what she meant. She couldn't possibly mean. Groaning from annoyance, she answered him in a different manner. Why do you exist, Coyote Stark? Why do you have a life? What do you think I did? Stark pointed a shaky finger at her. There's no way. You can't possibly be the original. She interrupted him while checking her nails. What do you think? But how? You split your soul to create Lily and I. Were you resting inside one of us? That's right. She frowned before continuing. I should still rest in both of your souls, but something happened. He pulled me out from the girl, and before I knew it, my existence started forming here. In your mindscape. And I couldn't escape. I was trying to save up energy and force myself out of here, but that's around the time that stupid Shinigami used his orb. And then boom. I got stuck in here. She sighs at the look Stark was making. He seems to have trouble understanding all of this. Puzzle looked gone, she spotted a different one instead. It was a look of desperation. Why us two? Why did you split your soul into Lily and me? He needed some answers. She sends the man a lazy look, eyelids hooded, she answers him with a careless attitude. Why? That's actually simple. Out of all the million souls collected in me, you, Coyote Stark, was the next strongest. She gave the man a grin. You actually put up a fight against me, but well, you can guess what happened. Stark waited for her to mention Lily, but she wasn't saying anything. And Lily? Who? Lilynette Gingerbuck. The other person your soul split into. Oh, her, she scowled before adding. She was weak, and that's what I wanted. Spotting a mixture of enraged and confusion in the man's blue-gray eyes, she sighs and looks down to the ground while answering him. I didn't become an Arrancar like yourself, Stark. I didn't seal my powers into some fancy sword. When I split my soul, I used the weakest soul I had, and that was Lily. With how weak she was, I was able to drain her own powers and store mine in her instead, making her nothing but a vessel. Well, that's what should have been her fate, but that's no longer the case. Why did you split your soul? She shifted her head so she could see his eyes. The previous emotions were gone, but a new one took their place, comprehension. Why should it matter to you? Besides, aren't you fighting Baragan right now? Eyes widened from the reminder. Stark held the woman from her shoulders and started shaking her. Crap, I forgot about all that. He let go of her and started looking around the forest for some sign of an exit. I don't have enough time. If I don't get back to them, they're all going to die. And you're going to do what exactly? The Limonette crosses her arms while shifting her weight into her right leg. What can you possibly do to save everyone's life? Stark stopped searching to look back at the pink-eyed woman. I can save them by buying them time to escape from Baragan. That's what I'm going to do. A silence washes over the forest. She kept a stern look while the brunette kept his earnest one. I'm doing this out of selfishness, the woman said after a long period of silence. Doing what? His eyes started shaking for a moment before they stopped. A hand slowly went to his head. What? Is this my? Stark looked up to the woman to see her walking deep into the forest. Why do I know my resurrection now? Because I was blocking it. Why? The woman turns around to give the man a forced laugh. Huh, really? Really? I blocked it so you could just die against Baragan. But guess what? If you die, I die, and I don't want any of that. He watched her walk back into the forest before opening his mouth again. Sounds like you're not telling me everything, the brunette added. She went back to glaring at the man with nothing but hate. Think of it like this, Stark. I lost the opportunity to feel alive again. I lost the chance to stop feeling alone. If I had the chance to become an Arrancar like yourself, then I wouldn't hear that stupid voice that reminded me of my sin. I could have learned to control my Ryatsu so I wouldn't killed everyone around me. She stops her ranting to catch her breath. Just leave. You know how to do that, don't you? What am I saying? You finally know. She turns around to take her leave, but his voice stops her. What's your name? Taking a couple of seconds, she looks over her shoulders. My name? What does it matter to you? It's not like you're going to come back here. Not when I almost killed you. She turns her head ahead and starts walking away when the man appears right in front of her. She looks back and forward. How are you so fast? He didn't even answer her question, and instead, he stretched his right arm for a handshake. Coyote Stark, but you already knew that. She looks at his hand with displeasure. What are you doing? The brunette shrugs lazily. This is the first step you need to take so you can stop feeling alone. What? She was now looking at the hand with a bit of confusion and annoyance. How is this going to help? We're only shaking hands and introducing ourselves. Introductions are always the first steps for friendships. She kept staring at his hands as ever so slowly, she raised her hand and once she found herself in his gentle grip, she slowly shook it. Annabelle's Gingerbuck. Hearing her last name, Stark stopped shaking her hand. What? Gingerbuck? Wait, are you a relative to Lily or something like that? Instead of getting an answer, Annabelle's walked past him. Don't think about it so hard, okay? And, head back to them. They might need your help. The pink-eyed woman watched as the man replied with a nod, letting go of pressing any more questions on her. Before he could leave his mind, he said, guess we can talk about it the next time. You're coming back. You're not just going to leave me here alone. Her only reply was a smile, and she knew what he meant. Watching as the man closed his eyes and vanished, she turned around and started walking deep into the forest, a small smile on her face. Come back soon, Stark. Okora took a moment to peek at Ichigo. The only thing they can do against Baragan is fire Zeros, but that has seemed to make the redhead run out of fuel faster than he thought. Looking over Sail, he seems to have his hands full dealing with a pack of hollows, at least his training is showing. He looked over to Lily, who was protecting Stark by putting herself between the unconscious brunette and any hollow that was trying to get too close. Are you both done? Baragan slowly walked towards his opponents, his deadly vapor hovering above his head like a cloud. Phantasma put up a far better challenge. The green-eyed Arrancar turns to the redhead. Ichigo, I need you to go help Sail and Lily, they won't last any longer. What? Okora, what are you talking about? You can't handle someone like Baragan by yourself. Ichigo exclaimed as he pointed his black Zanpakuto at the Hollow King. If we can just beat him, then the rest of the hollows will stop. The pale-skinned Arrancar frowned since it seemed like that was the only option, but Okora just wanted Ichigo to be at a safer distance for what he was planning to do. Very well, if that's the case, then. Okora slowly started sheathing his blade. In close, Moor dash. Everyone stops, the world feeling a power far greater than Baragan. The Hollow King's expression wasn't readable, but he seemed shocked to see Stark standing in front of Okora and Ichigo. And by the look on his adversaries' faces, they were just as surprised as him. Stark looks over to Sail and Lily, both no longer fighting off any hollows, not with the way his Ryatsu has made them stop. Ichigo. Okora. I want you two to grab Lily and Sail, then I want all of you to get some distance from here. Some very far distance. Got it? His voice came out relaxed, but there was a tone of command mixed with it. With nods coming from them and feeling the way they did their task by sensing their Ryatsu possibly a mile away, he turns back to Baragan. Sorry about that. I told them that they shouldn't interfere, but they don't quite listen to me. Baragan frowned as he looked into Stark's drenched blooded clothes. You can still stand with a wound like that? Kind of, it hurts a little honestly. He raised his blade with one hand and pointed it at Baragan. The self-proclaimed God King laughed. Really? You're going to do that again? Very well. Finishing with a grin, not that one could notice, Baragan spread his arm apart. Sorry but, I'm not using that trick. Unleashing his Ryatsu, Stark started focusing it on the tip of his gun blade. Dropping his arms back to his side, Baragan tilted his head to the side. Not the same trick. Nonsense, I can sense the way you're trying to form another. His words came to a pause when the world around him started trembling, even the air seemed to shake. He looked around to see if he was the only one seeing things, but by the look from the other hollows, they were experiencing it too. What is this? What's going on? He looks back to Stark when he notices the man's Ryatsu finally crammed down into a ghostly blue color sphere. What are you trying to do, Phantasma? Stark replied with a careless attitude. Isn't it simple? Is the same thing you did. He straightened himself to give Phantasma his full attention. Are you saying you're going to resurrect? Here's a little clue. Kick about, Los Lobos. As he pulled the trigger to his blade, his concentrated Ryatsu sphere shot backward, engulfing him and him only in a dome of blue Ryatsu. Startled by the actions taken by the brunette, Baragan raises Grand Kata after regaining his senses. Do you really think I'm just going to let you resurrect, insect? With a swing down, he commanded Respira to consume Stark. Rot! Before his deadly vapor could even reach the dome, it vanishes. What? Too slow. Hearing a voice behind him, Baragan swings his axe and hits nothing. What are you trying to hit? He swung his axe back around hoping to hear his weapon cutting flesh, but he heard metal crashing. Is this your resurrection? The God King inspects Stark's resurrection. His opponent's outfit has changed drastically. His upper body is covered in a gray fur-lined jacket over a double-breasted vest, while a dark skin-tight pants replace his old pants, with gray knee-high fur leggings covering his lower legs, and his arms covered in gray, elbow-length fur armbands, which end at his wrists. Ribbon-covered bandoliers emerging from his upper back and disappearing into his upper forearms, and another pair of bandoliers hang loosely around his waist. Done checking his clothes, Baragan looked down to see what kind of weapon his opponent emerged with. He was wielding 2 ornamental pistols, each of them the same length. Stark only used one of his guns to block. These are your weapons? Baragan questioned as he finally looked into his opponent's face and noticed the way the man's hollow mask had changed. It used to appear as a fanged bottom jaw around his neck, but now the mask seems to have spread over to cover his mouth and nose only. Instead of a response, the barrel end of Stark's free gun aimed and fired. Just like any other Zero that he shot at him, Baragan allowed his field to slow down the projectile before dodging it. As he reappears again, with Respira leaking from Grand Kata, Baragan was ready to toss it towards Stark when the man disappeared from his spot. Where the hell did he go? Looking for someone? Hearing his voice behind him again, Baragan launched his attack in a wide arc sending Respira towards no one. The Hollow King looked around him. How is he moving so fast? I can't even hear the sonido. Baragan feels like he has been spinning around in his spot to find the brunette when he suddenly appears again in his view, standing at the same spot where he resurrects from. Stop running away from me, insect. He growled. To his response, Stark, who places his left gun back in its holster, raises his hand to Baragan to show the Hollow King one of his fingers. 1. I will give you 1 minute to build up your strongest attack to hit me with. Baragan started seeing red from Stark's words. Are you trying to mock me? He started concentrating on another Respira. It's about time I completely end this battle of ours. Did you say a minute to create my strongest attack? Well, I only need half a minute to do so. Just rot. A rushing wave of Respira hurls towards Stark, who hasn't moved from his spot. Before his deadly vapor could engulf the man, it mystified Baragan as Stark's body started leaking out blue Ryatsu before getting engulfed by Respira. The God King kept staring at his Respira. He could sense the way Stark was still alive. Just what are you trying to do, Phantasma? Are you trying to buy time for the other Arrancar to escape? I suppose buying time in the face of one who holds dominion over age is a similar action to spitting in the face of God. Perhaps I should congratulate you on your nerve. A look of displeasure seemed to form itself on Baragan's meatless skull. Why was it that he could still sense Stark? Why hasn't his aging abilities taken effect? The ominous figure would soon get his answer once he noticed how Respira was slowly fading away. Strange to think that his miasma had a time limit. Why would any of my attacks, I, a being who ruled over aged, have a time limit? As his miasma ended, Baragan started hearing a strange sound. He frowns as he waits for his Respira to vanish before spotting a spinning, ghostly blue color dome. What is this? Seeing Stark slowly walk out of the dome, Baragan yelled out to the man. What is that? How is it that my Respira did not affect you? You said that everything in this world ages, but there's one thing that doesn't age no matter what or even die by aging. Explained the brunette. Baragan spoke through a fury-coated voice. What kind of nonsense is that? There's no such thing that can exist in this world. All living things age, and when they age they die. What could go against my rule? Before explaining, Stark told Baragan something else first. You said your ability is to age, right? Well, I just learned what my abilities are, too. The brunette looked back to the dome. My ability is soul separation. A bewildered tone reaches Baragan's voice. Soul separation? How could that save you from my ability to age? Looking back to Baragan, Stark finally answers his question. A soul can never age, while aging affects our physical body. No matter what, time itself can never touch one's soul. The worst-case scenario is that we return to the cycle of reincarnation. His expression has mostly stayed bland throughout his explanation, but now it was time to end this entire fight. A small scowl formed. Camarada. Baragan watched as Stark's glowing dome split itself into pieces before taking the form of grey wolves. Distracted from the strange transformation, Baragan didn't notice the way Stark's guns became absorbed. What tricks are you trying to pull, Phantasma? Get him. Was the only thing the brunette said before the wolves started charging towards Baragan. Responding to Stark's assault, Baragan once again fires a wave of Respira to the charging wolves. And Stark. Watching as his Respira stopped the man's wolves by having them douse off, Baragan laughed. This is all your attack can do? How pathetic. His expression didn't even change from Baragan's taunts. You left yourself open. Wah, ugh. The Hollow King looked at his right shoulder to see one of Stark's wolves biting down at him. He scowled as he looked back at his opponent. Is this all they can do? Bite? Starks raise a lazy brow. Not quite, they're supposed to go boom. Go boom. Looking back at the wolf, Baragan notices the way the creature was starting to glow. What in the world? Boom. Ichigo and company watched as a giant pillar of blue Ryatsu appears over the direction from Stark and Baragan's fight, and even a mile away, the redhead could just see how huge the explosion was. Perhaps it was even bigger than the Zero Stark shot down at the basement. What do you think it's going on over there? Lily asked no one in particular. The hollow-eyed teen looks down at his friend. I don't know, but I think Stark pulled it off. Pulled it off. Lily blinked before meeting Ichigo's eyes. What did he do? He couldn't help but grin behind his mask as he replied to her. He achieved his Shirkai. Because Resurrection enhanced Hierro, Baragan was able to survive such a dangerous attack. That actually hurt, you bastard. The explosion has torn off pieces of his cloth. Killing you will bring me great satisfaction. The strange blue sparks of flame that were flying aimlessly around him caught the Hollow King's attention. What is this now? The small flames turned to grey wolves before his very eyes. What? Seeing them charging at him again, Baragan swung his axe, releasing another wave of his deadly miasma. He was happy to see how the wolves' form seemed to vanish, but those strange sparks of flame were still there. Remember what I said about my ability? Slowly turning to look at Stark and then at blue sparks, Baragan understood what he was looking at. Souls. You split some souls from yourself and made them take the forms of wolves. The brunette raises a brow. Some. No, not even. We, as hollows, devour hundreds of other hollows that ate more hollows who ate even more hollows. All the souls that just one hollow eats pass on to the next one and then the next one. Until they come across someone that reached the top of the food chain. No longer prey on anyone else. He lay a hand in front of his chest. I am an Arrancar who's hosting over 1 million souls. 1 million souls under my command. By his words, more wolves started forming. This ends now. Comillo. As Stark called out his move, 2 wolves ran towards him before turning into a blue katana with 4 curved prongs hanging off of the guard. Baragan watched as the blue flames around him turned back to wolves. He barked at the man. "This means nothing to me, Phantasma. All I have to do is kill you and that'll be the end for you." He was ready to launch himself towards his opponent, but Stark beat him to it first, the man's blue katanas coming down. Baragan couldn't believe the enhanced strength the brunette gained through his transformation. Phantasma had brought him down to a knee. No. 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 He started using both his hands to push Stark away. "The likes of you will not defeat me, a hollow who would rather be in the company of the weak and to even protect them." Stark moves an inch closer to Baragan. "Guess fucking what, Baragan? You, yourself are a hollow composed of millions of souls, and all those souls gave you the strength you have that made you a king." He started pushing down Baragan even further down to his knee, the wolves around him waiting for his orders. "Protecting the weak is what gives me strength, Baragan." He releases his Ryatsu, trying to bring down the Hollow King. "Strength? What possible strength could they lead to you? How can they get you stronger?" exclaimed back Baragan as he unleashed his Ryatsu, but because Stark made the blue blades of those soul wolves, his aging abilities didn't have any effects on them. "From the moment I challenged you, I knew that I needed to defeat you to keep them safe. I had to get stronger to protect them because I knew they would be too weak against someone like you. That's why I started pushing my limits. I started getting stronger for them. To keep their future safe. Their weakness is what gave me strength." With clenched teeth, Stark called out to his wolves. "Come." The hundreds of soul wolves that the man had unleashed rained down upon both him and Baragan. Baragan looked at the approaching wolves. "Are you trying to take yourself out with me? Have you gone mad?" "Not quite." Stark waited for his wolves to get close enough, and as the first wolf was only inches away and seconds from detonating, he vanished from his spot with a supersonic sonido. Pushing to no kind of force, Baragan lost his balance and couldn't find the time to dodge the first wolf's explosion, which then caused a chain reaction with the rest of the wolves. The Hollow King was once again caught in another explosion, this one far greater than the last one. Stark felt like it would have been an overkill, but once the explosion died down, he commanded another pack of wolves to rain down on Baragan. He did this another couple of times before feeling it was enough. He started walking over the field of glassed sand, looking at the elderly figure of Baragan instead of his menacing resurrection form. "So. You have won. Phantasma." Baragan turns on his back and lies on the transparent sand. The injured king noticed the return of Stark's pistols. "Going to finish me now? Fair enough." The brunette notices the way Baragan was still holding on to his bat leaks. "You're not going to pull some bullshit, right?" he said while pointing one of his pistols to his opponent's head. A smile almost appears on Baragan's lips. "Perhaps." Using his battle axe as a cane, Baragan stood back up. "I still have enough energy for one last swing." With a sigh and placing both his guns in their holster, Stark called out only one of his blue katanas. "I guess I must use one swing, too." Both contestants raised their blades and charged towards one another. As Stark was getting closer, Baragan grinned. After all, his time dilation field was still up and running. Watching his opponent grin like a madman didn't even faze Stark's relaxed expression. As he got closer, he didn't even raise his blade first. He let Baragan get his last swing. "This battle is over." Baragan slashed across Phantasma's chest, but instead of blood coming out from any wounds, sparks appeared as his axe danced down from Stark's right shoulder to his left hip, not even his clothes ripped. The man's hierro was as hard as a diamond. He let his axe drop to the glass floor, body feeling worn out. He was lying on his knees, looking up to Stark, who still had Camillo out. "I lost." He waited for Stark to kill him, but the brunette walked past him, releasing Camillo. "What are you doing? Are you not going to finish me?" No. Replied Stark as he looked over his shoulders to the defeated king. I won't take your life because I won. I would have taken your life if I had won. Baragan retorts. Stark shrugged his left shoulder. Yeah, well, I'm not you. He turns back around and notices all the hollows who were gathering around the glass field. He was ready to leave with a sonido when he heard Baragan's hoarse voice. I won't let this go, Phantasma. I'll kill you with my bare hands. His threat didn't even change his calm attitude. You can try, but next time I'll be even more prepared. Oh, and the name Stark. Coyote Stark. With his last words of departure being his name, Stark disappears with a sonido, leaving behind a wounded and ego-destroyed Baragan. It's over, right? Sale asks after a while of silence when the sound of static interrupts them. The group of Arrancar turns around to see Stark in his resurrection. Ichigo eyed the man's new look. Holy crap, is that your Shirkai? Not really. His clothes glowed blue before blinding his friends and Stark seals his resurrection. Tapping his back to make sure his blade was still there, he sighs before sending them a smile. It's over. And Baragan? Okora could still sense the Hollow King's Ryatsu. Defeated. Stark replied while looking at the pale-skinned Arrancar. You didn't kill him? Lily said before she started panicking. What if he comes after us? What if he sends his entire army? I doubt Baragan has any sort of army after what just happened. Sale replied to the panic Lily. Every Hollow who saw this battle may actually come to us for protection against Baragan since Stark showed them that he's the only Hollow who could stand and win against this world's ruler. Stark groaned, he did not think of the possibilities of that happening. Great. Ugh, why does this always happen to us? Stop whining, Stark. Both Ichigo and Lily yell. Hours have passed since their fight ended with his defeat. The elderly Arrancar sat in his newly made throne, looking outraged with the way his army size has diminished. He can already guess where they all have gone. Damn it. The infuriating king slams his right fist, breaking off one of his throne's arms. I'll force them all back. All of them. And if they think joining Stark for protection will help them, I will make them regret such a decision. He frowned before using Pesquisa to search around his army. Surprisingly enough, a lot of Hollows who stay behind seem to be powerful. So, the weak went to Stark for protection. Well then, prove me wrong, prove to me that the weak will strengthen you, Stark. Why isn't this such a painful sight to behold? Hearing that man's voice, Baragan drew his axe with malicious intentions. You! How dare you show your face to me after you lied to me, Aizen? Aizen, with the company of his two associates, casually walked towards the enraged king. Lie? Asked the 5th Division captain. Why, how did I ever lie to you, Baragan-san? Stop acting like a fool. The defeated Arrancar pointed at the captain with the end of his axe. You said by tearing my mask I would gain unimaginable power and yet I lost to the likes of Stark. A crooked smile emerges on Jin's lips. So it was Stark-san that kicked your ass then? His smile increased as he could feel the anger radiating from Baragan. He brought his hands up in mocking defensive gestures. Wow there. It's your fault for provoking Stark-san to fight you. I have to agree with Jin there, Tozen said. If only you didn't try forcing Stark into your army, they would still see you as a king. Baragan's ability slowly started aging his surroundings, his throne turned to sand. Did you only come here to mock me? Or did you come here to recruit some of my soldiers again like you did last time? Aizen smiled as he answered Baragan. I don't need any of your men, the ones you lead me failed to do their job properly. It was a bother that his plans couldn't unfold the way he wanted them to do. After my plan failed by an unforeseen turn of events, I had to make a couple of changes. Baragan frowns. You have kept me in the dark for too long, what were you planning? The soft brown eyes of Aizen gained an unkind look. It was just a simple plan to set things in motion. With the hollows you kindly let me borrow, I gave them a time and place to appear in the human world. They need to injure Kuchiki Rukia. Then all they had to do was to retreat, and by then Urahara Kisuke would have appeared and taken Rukia to heal her. How are you so sure this Urahara would be there? Why would he even be there? Baragan's frown deepened. There was something Aizen wasn't telling him. Trust me when I say this. He wouldn't have missed such an opportunity. Aizen replied. If this plan of yours was so carefully thought out, then how did it fail? Baragan questioned. His smile vanishes, as he shows the elderly Arrancar his displeasure. Your soldiers played with the girl before doing their job, and because of that, they failed. So what do you want then? State your business, Shinigami. The 5th Division captain removes his glasses to clean them while casually replying to Baragan. I came to offer you a deal. Something that even you won't back away from. That gained Baragan's attention. And what would that be? He couldn't hide his smile as he pulled out his own Hogyoku from the inside of his Captain Haori. Power. Sitting outside a cave that Stark had found to rest, Lily sighed as she looked up to the quiet moon up in the jet-black night. She was already missing living in the human world where everything was just so much better than Hueco Mundo. How long has it been, anyway? She was sure that a week hadn't even passed yet. Turning her head to look inside the cave, she notices all the sleeping figures of her friends. She actually couldn't believe how careless Stark's been. Baragan could send an army after them right now and attack them while they're all asleep. I have to be the responsible one and watch the babies sleep. She whispers to herself before making herself comfortable on the sand. She brought her knees to her chest and wrapped her arms around them. She was enjoying the silence when a voice spoke behind her. And you're awake because? She turns around to see Ichigo coming up behind her and sends the redhead a dull look before looking back forward. Ichigo. He couldn't help but sigh at the plain use of his name. Are you still mad at me? With no comments coming from his friend, Ichigo knew the obvious answer. Instead of saying anything more to her, he turns around to head back inside when the sound of her voice stops him. You're an idiot. He turns around to send Lily a puzzled look, but she still has her back turned towards him. Yeah, you kind of already mentioned that today. Ichigo waited. Was there more she would say, or was it just that? I don't understand you, Ichigo. I just don't. Why do you try to fight against the obvious odds? First, there was Stark, you challenged him to a spar and lost. You know there's a huge difference between the both of you, and yet you kept asking for more spars and you still haven't gotten close to beating him. The only thing you even left on him was a scratch by your strongest attack. She turns to her friend before continuing. Then when the Shinigami found us. You didn't run like Stark told you to. You stood there and had a pissing contest with a Shinigami captain who you have never met before. You attacked back, you fought back against a more experienced fighter, someone that you obviously can't fight against toe-to-toe. For Kami's sake. Pinching the bridge of his nose before glaring at Lily, Ichigo said, how many times do I have to tell you this? I won the fight. What fight? You two exchanged one attack, and that's all. You got lucky and won, but in a real fight against him, you would have lost. But I didn't lose. But what if you did? Tears of frustration started forming by the corner of her pink eye. Why can't Ichigo understand? What if you lost, Ichigo? What do you think would have happened to you? You'll be dead. Dad. Dead. We would have lost you forever. A hand went to her heart. I would have lost you. Any answers from the redhead stopped at his throat. Lily. I didn't know. Ichigo. Do you have any kind of idea how much you mean to all of us? She softly whispered as she turned her head around, going back to watching the silent moon. Trust me when I say this, but if we would have lost you, then this little dysfunctional family of ours would have broken off. Ichigo quietly sat next to Lily. Don't be ridiculous now. Why would my death cause something like that? Ichigo, believe it or not, we're all in debt to you. You saved Stark and I from our loneliness. If you would have never come around, then we would have never met so many wonderful people. You literally saved Sale's life. Okiora's showing emotions. Okiora, of all people. At the end of her speech, she stood up and finally looked into the redhead's eyes. You hold us together. He couldn't help but stand up. Just as she was looking deep into his eyes, he was doing the same back. You're mad about me trying to get in a fight against a Shinigami captain, but you're not mad about the way I charge in to fight the king of Hueco Mundo? He smirked before he wiped it off when he saw a strange expression pass by Lily's pink eye. She smiled. That's because you didn't fight him alone. She raises her left pinky. I need you to make me 2 promises. Ichigo, no matter what, don't do nothing stupid again. Ichigo smiled as they locked their pinkies together. And the other promise? If you're going to do something stupid, then don't do it alone. Make sure someone is there with you so that they can keep you safe. Feeling him firmly grasp her finger, Lily took a couple of steps back. Was it just him or was Lily looking gorgeous right now? With how gently the moonlight kissed her skin and made her single eye shiny as beautifully as a star. Her hair floats from a soft breeze that seems to have passed by, making him finally aware of just how unique and elegant her hair color was. He literally felt his heart skip a beat. With the way he was staring at her, Lily couldn't help but feel pride. The stupid look on his face reminded Lily on the day he had walked in on her while she got out of the shower, but this time she wasn't bare for him to see her womanly features. He was looking at her, noticing her and not her body. Without thinking, she leaned on her toes and pecked him on the cheek. What was that for? Ichigo faltered and a hand went to his blushing left cheek. Just showing my gratitude, Ichigo. Lily hugged him. Not like he'll push her away, the redhead returns the hug and kisses her on top of her head, which was a strange action though because of his mask. They were enjoying their moment when out of the blue, both turned their heads towards the same direction, somewhere far south. Lily started panicking. Hollows. A bunch of them. Baragan already sent his army after us. She unwraps her arms around Ichigo and starts heading into the cave to warn Stark when she sees said man and the others walking out, Brunette rubbing his eyes to remove the sleep. Who the hell are these guys? Stark casually replied. Okiora, always one step ahead of everyone, was already using pesquisa. Their numbers aren't huge. Perhaps somewhere around a couple of hundreds. They don't feel strong either. Sale finished checking. One of them feels familiar to me, definitely isn't my brother though. Strange, he feels familiar to me too. Stark shut his eyes tight as he tried to recall the Guardian's name before he yelled out. It's Gerald. The redhead turned to Stark and repeated the name back. Gerald? The Guardian? He looks back forward. Why is he coming towards us with so many hollows with him? Stark frowned. Well, only one way to find out. Everyone else didn't need to be told what to do, they all disappeared with a sonido. Coming back to view by landing on top of a dune, Stark looked down to all the hollows that Gerald seemed to have gathered. He could spot said hollow as he stood in front of the group. As Gerald spotted Stark, the plump-haired Ajuchas came to a halt, making the rest of the hollows stop too. You kept your promise. Told you I would deal with Baragan. Stark gave Gerald a puzzled look when he saw the hollow turn around to face his followers. What are you? He stopped once he heard the Ajucha's words. All hail the king of Hueco Mundo. Coyote Stark. 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 He was gaping at the hollows yelling out his name. Oh Kami, please don't tell me I heard that right. Hearing Stark get declared as the new king of Hueco Mundo. Ichigo couldn't help but send a shit-eating grin to Lily, which made a shiver run down the Limonette's spine. Looks like you're royalty now. Ichigo, whatever you're thinking of doing, you better not do it. Lily warned, but by the looks on his eyes, he has already made his mind up. And don't forget the princess of Hueco Mundo. Lilinette Gingerbuck. She snaps her head to the group of hollows and waves her arms in front of her. Wait. He was only joke. Lilinette. 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 Her shoulders slumped, and she turned to give Ichigo the harshest glare ever. I'm going to kill you in your sleep. Whatever you say, Lilyheim. Chapter 15, Gathering. X. Tear Halibel glared at the hollow who was trying to talk itself out of getting devoured by her pack. This was by far the strangest hollow she had seen. The Ajuchas class Minos appear as a floating white ball with golden yellow amber eyes found everywhere with black lines separating every eyeball. White, shell-like carapace decorated his torso, and on top of his weird sphere body she saw spike-like bones place themselves like a mohawk on top of his head. Wait. Please. She scowled under her mask as she heard the urgency in his voice. Why are you stalling? You're starting to irritate me. The hollow tries to make itself look vulnerable by shrinking down to the ground. Please, just hear me out. Apache growled. Halibel-sama, he's only stalling us while thinking of ways to escape. Tear heard her pack's words but still didn't go for the killing blow. She spoke through a harsh grating voice. Why are you acting so pitiful? Most hollows who find themselves trapped would at least try to fight back. I'm sorry if I wander off to your territory, but this was the quickest path to reach him. Answer the hollow. The serpent Ajuchas, Sung-sun, couldn't help but groan as she heard the hollow's reason for trying to pass through. She looks to her mistress with the same look of irritation from understanding why the hollow came through here. What are we going to do now, Halibel-sama? The blonde Vasto lords dropped her glare. Leave my sight. Taking it as a sign of dismissal, the hollow ran. Tear watched as the hollow's figure was nothing but a spot across the horizon before turning back around, leading her pack back to the small cave they had taken refuge in. Mila Rose, the lion Ajuchas, couldn't help herself but raise her voice against their pack leader. Halibel-sama, can we please just eat the next hollow? You can't just let them go just because they're trying to join Phantasma. Can't believe I'm saying this, but I actually agree with her, Apache chipped in. Every hollow that has passed by your territory has said the same thing. They're all trying to reach Phantasma. And you let them pass. Why? Sung-sun kept her mouth shut, while deep inside she also wished for some kind of answer from Tear. The serpent Ajuchas knew better than trying to talk back to her powerful leader. She stops at her tracks when Tear turns around to face them. I let them go because I want to see just what kind of future he has in store for us. She turns her head in the direction the hollow has gone towards, starting her next sentence with Phantasma's name. Stark could show us a far different form of a natural order that Hueco Mundo could live in. We might soon live in a future where mindless slaughtering could be nothing but a bad history of our world. Then why don't we join him? Sung-sun asks, slithering closer but not too close to Halibel. You make it sound like you're hoping for such a future to happen but don't want to take actions to make it happen. Why? Halibel turns her aqua-color eyes to Sung-sun. Because I want to wait and see just what kind of King Stark would be. Would he turn out to be just like Baragan, boastful and arrogant just because hollows started calling him King of Hueco Mundo? Or will he be a king who would show empathy and integrity? And ready to sacrifice himself for his followers. Her last words came as a whisper, only loud enough for her own ears to hear. She could still remember the look shared between the redhead and Stark when he got impelled to the ground by Baragan's axe. She spotted the way Stark was silently saying to leave him behind, to save themselves. You were ready to throw your life away to protect them, Stark-san. Not hearing any disagreements from her pack, she turns back around to continue leading them home. How much more do you think we need to walk, Loli? An Ajuchas class hollow said, resting on a tilted pillar. She was standing at an average height, barely passing 5 feet from her waist down. Instead of 2 feet, there were 2 pairs of scorpion-like legs. Hollow hole strangely located where her liver should be, and while her left arm looks like a normal human hand, her right arm looks like a giant pincer and a scorpion tail between its shoulder blades. Her mask had a unique design. While appearing fairly normal, teeth dotted between the eyes and her real mouth, making her appear as if she had 2 mouths instead of 1. Body decorated by a white exoskeleton. Not that much longer, Minoli. Came the reply of another insect class Ajuchas. Standing around the same height as her companion. Unlike Minoli, whose waist down appears more bug-like, Loli appears human. Her arms take the form of 2 long centipede-like creatures, appearing like the body of a centipede without its head. White, stone-like blades set themselves on her shoulders while her hole in the base of her throat, and just like Minoli, her hollow mask looks the same with a white exoskeleton. Loli turns her glowing pink eyes to her friend. I can feel Stark-sama's Ryatsu. She closes her eyes and focuses on sensing more of Phantasma's power. He's not that far away. We might reach him in another day or so. The scorpion-like hollow nervously rubs her giant pincer with her hand. Do you think she'll say yes? An audible sigh left Loli's mouth. I don't know, but we need to at least try to ask if she can. But Baragan said she was weak. Minoli replied. Well, she sure showed them how wrong Baragan was when she easily defeated any hollow who was trying to kill Stark. Even Geo, Baragan's right-hand man, couldn't even take her out. She glared at her friend, no kind of anger behind her stare. From what the rumors have said, Lilyheim is actually Stark's sister, and if someone like Stark was able to get strong to defeat Baragan, then there's a possibility that Lilyheim would become just as strong as him. She turns back around towards the direction of Stark's spiritual energy. If that's true, then we need to ask her to train us. Before Minoli could open her mouth, another voice spoke behind the scorpion Ajuchas. Train you? Is that your reason for trying to reach our new king? Both heads snap towards the new voice, spotting a towering hollow that reaches 30 feet tall and appears as a tree. The insect Ajuchas could spot branches wrapped around his waist, where they split off into roots that flared out on either side of the hollow's side. 8 lightning bolt-shaped branches grow out from his regular-looking torso, skulls hanging off of each one. Hollow hole located right above his wrap waist and a bull-shaped skull on his head. The hollow leans closer to both girls who have gone motionless. Only a few feet away from the green-eye scorpion hollow, he repeated back his question. You're trying to join Phantasma's army so that he may train you? Not quite, we want to ask Lilyheim if she could train us. Minoli spoke, panic coating her voice. The hollow was just close enough to kill her if he wished to. He tilted his head to the side. The princess of Hueco Mundo? He backed away from the girl as he tried to recall the rumors. From what I heard and saw on that day, she seems to be a strong warrior. There have been rumors flying around that she may end up as powerful as Phantasma. Then there's also the fact that she has become quite a powerful figure to the female Hollow's population. After swallowing her fright, Loli moved next to Minoli and glared up towards the Bullskull Hollow. Yeah, we want to meet Stark-sama so that hopefully Lilyheim would train us, something wrong with that. She had spat her words towards the hollow, and when she finally realized the attitude she used on him, she cursed herself. Get ready to run. She whispers to Minoli, who nodded back as she was preparing her legs for a quick sprint. Though her words sounded harsh, they didn't affect his calm attitude. There's nothing wrong with hoping to get help from someone like the princess. He gave them a small bow as he introduced himself. Rudborn Chelut. They blinked twice as the hollow revealed his name instead of trying to kill them after the rude way Loli spoke to him. Only after being quiet for a couple of seconds, the green-eyed hollow spoke first. I'm Minoli Malia and this is my sister, Loli Avern. Are you trying to join Stark's army? asked Loli as she got over her fear of the hollow. Before she could get her answer, a hollow with a spherical waist and yellow eyes revealed itself by coming out from behind a pillar. I'm sorry, did you say Stark? Are you perhaps traveling towards our new king? That's right. Casually replied Rudborn, not surprised by the hollow appearance. Though I have another motive to do so. That's wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. Here I thought I came across some of Baragan's hunters. Cleaning off some non-existent sweat from his forehead, the hollow with a spherical body introduced himself. The name is Zamari Ruros. Seeing them ready to open their mouths, Zamari raises a hand. Oh please, there's no need for any of you to introduce yourself. I heard your names while I was hiding. The pink-eye centipede hollow narrowed her eyes. What do you mean by Baragan's hunters? Loli felt a little freaked out with the way she could see all the eyes on Zamari's body take a puzzled look in them. Have you not heard of what Baragan has been doing? Zamari questioned. Are you perhaps talking about the way he's hunting down all those who deserted his army after his defeat by Stark? Rudborn replied. He has been safely traveling through Hueco Mundo underneath the sands. Keeping himself hidden, all while keeping his ears open for any kind of news. One interesting gossip that he has heard by some of Baragan's soldiers was the way the defeated king had began hunting and killing every hollow who had left his army or are trying to reach Stark for protection. Zamari nodded to the right answer said by the tree-like hollow. That's right. After I had heard of such news, I started searching for Stark-sama's Ryatsu, trying to reach him before any of Baragan's soldiers could find me. A sigh broke through his mouth as he remembered the dangerous path he took. I'm actually lucky to still be alive. I got cornered by a Vasto lord and her pack. Luckily, after hearing where I was trying to go, she let me go. Okay, look, Loli interrupted before any more words could leave Zamari's lips. I hate to be a total bitch about it, but we don't have any time for small talks. We need to move our asses because I don't want to face any of Baragan's hunters or Baragan himself, got it? Minoli gasped at her sister. What are you doing, Loli? Do you not sense the way these hollows are more powerful than us? Closing her mouth, her eyes rushed to look at both hollows' expressions. Hoping she wouldn't spot any bad vines from them. However, they seemed to have understood her instead. You're right. Rudborn's root feet slither past both girls. If we do not move fast enough, then we may be next in Baragan's list. Indeed. Zamari crosses his arms in front of his chest while floating behind the tree-like hollow. It'll be safer for us to travel together. Both girls looked at each other before rushing behind them. A day has gone by, traveling at a haste pace towards Stark. They have exchanged small talks around the group. Trying to at least create some communication between one another. Minoli massages her legs, the group taking a break from their non-stop marching. We're so close now. She said while lifting her head up to the sky. Sensing not just Stark's Ryatsu but a bunch of hollows, too. For powerful and distinguished Ryatsu were also present. One of them was Lily's. Bringing her head back down, she took a moment to look around the little campfire they had made. So far, no sort of conflict has started in the group. And that's a good thing. Her green eyes set themselves on Rudborn. Excuse me, Rudborn-san, you said you have a motive for joining Stark, what is it? Sensing their eyes on him, the towering Ajuchas says, a couple of them. One of my motives is to reach Stark for some protection. I was a part of Baragan's army before I took my leave. I did as well. The multi-eyed hollow said. Same here. Both sisters said in unison. Looks like we have something in common then. Reply Rudborn. After that, I wish to learn more about the boy. The boy? Loli asked with a frown on her face. You're talking about the redhead? The bull skull Ajuchas nodded his head. That's right. Why? Interrupted the other sister, frowning. I haven't quite heard any. She thinks of the right words she wanted to say before opening her mouth again. Well, let's just say that there has been no sort of positive rumors flying around with him. And why's that? Rudborn asks. Lily rolled her eyes before answering the hollow. If you were there and kept your eyes open, then you should have seen the way he did nothing too astonishing against Baragan. Minoli brought her normal hand up. While there's the fact he fought Baragan with the pale-skinned hollow, he was the one that tired up too quickly. The only thing anyone saw him use was Zeros. The other hollow was also using Zeros, and there's also the fact that they couldn't get close to Baragan without fearing the effects of his abilities. Counterback Rudborn on Minoli's statement. Now it was Loli's turn to bring up some points and rumors. That still doesn't fix the fact that he couldn't handle Baragan. He was way out of his league when he tried to fight Baragan. He should have helped Lilyheim or the pink-haired guy. Still holding her hand up, Minoli started lifting fingers with each point made. He may feel strong, but it's not really that impressive when he runs out of energy too fast. Lilyheim was able to fight hollows all while protecting Stark-sama, the pink guy was able to fight off a pack of hollows, and the other hollow looked like he could still fight Baragan. She shrugged her shoulders, feeling bad the way she ruined Rudborn's view of the redhead. Sorry, but he's average. Nothing special about him. Zamari nodded sagely to reinforce their points. They're right. There's just nothing special about the boy. Rudborn looked from Zamari to the sisters. Is that what you will believe in? Just because he didn't do any amazing feats, you will label him as an average hollow? He shook his head before continuing. There's more than meets the eye with him. Did none of you notice the way Stark-sama made sure to only look at him when he was seconds from death? He didn't look at the princess, the pinkette, or even the other hollow who's by far more powerful than the boy. No, he only looks at the redhead. No one else. Whatever they shared between them at the moment was only for them. It could have possibly been a promise of some sort. Rudborn looks up to the moon above their heads, silently watching them. A promise to avenge him? To keep everyone safe? Who knows? He went back to looking at the hollows, comprehension seen in their eyes. But still there's more. When they were ready to save Stark's life, why did they all wait for the boy to decide? The white-skinned hollow, being the next strongest, should have been the one to call the shot, but it wasn't. The princess herself seemed to look like she asked for his help, not the other hollow. She furrows her non-existing brows. Loli doesn't understand why Rudborn was trying to put the boy in a positive view. She knew what she saw. He couldn't handle Baragan, and that's all she needed to know about him. There was nothing more. The only reason he didn't die against the old Hollow King was with how the other Hollow was keeping him safe. But why though? Shouldn't it have been every Hollow for themselves? If Respira caught the boy, then that was the end for him, yet, she was positive she saw the Hollow save the redhead now and then from any dangerous situation when they faced Baragan. Cleaning the look on her face, she looked up at Rudborn, who had been waiting for anyone to say anything. We'll get our answers in a few hours then. We're not that far from them. Stories of his victory spread across Hueco Mundo. Even those hollows who ran away when Stark and Baragan's battle reached its climax have heard everything. While not taking the throne away from Baragan, they all knew who their new king was. The news came as either a blessing or a plague, but for Stark, it was just bothersome. Stark's right brow twitched dangerously while keeping a strained smile on. He only took a 4-hour nap. 4 hours. It hasn't even been a full day since he defeated Baragan. So why? Why does it look like the number of hollows who seem to camp outside of the cave he was sleeping in seems to have tripled in size? He moves his head from left to right, trying to spot his little family. So far none of the hollows have. Arke-sama. Never mind, they saw me already. He sighs while slowly and lazily waving at the hollows. Some rushed towards him. There's no problem that I came here for protection, right, Your Majesty? Are you looking for a right-hand man? I would happily apply for the job. What is your first ruling going to be? Will you fight Baragan again if he comes here? Well. Stark sputtered, not knowing where he should start answering their questions. Thankfully, a savior show up. Please be patient, Okora said, appearing in front of Stark. Go now, we will soon make an announcement. Shooing them away, he turns towards Hueco Mundo's king. I hope you're well rested. The brunette released a loosened sigh. Yeah. Stark looked behind Okora's shoulder to see all the hollows. Where the hell did they all come from? He groaned while running a hand down his face. There was like 200 hollows only. And now it feels like there's over 1,000. 1,326, if we're being precise. Okora added. Stark stares at the pale-skinned Arrancar with a vacant stare. Really? Thanks for the helpful information. He spoke with a layer of wry around his voice. He looks back to the giant gathering of hollows. So where's everyone else at? He raises a brow when Okora gestures to him to walk. With another sigh leaving his lips, Stark took the lead, Okora following right behind him. You should try looking serious, you may lose some respect from your subjects. He heard Okora's words. For Kami's sake, he whispers under his breath before standing straight and sharpening his facial feature. He could already see the effects it had on some hollows. Most of them started bowing to him. Where's everyone at? He even spoke with a commanding tone. The green-eyed Arrancar nodded, happy that Stark had listened to his advice. Sail is at the moment looking around the groups of hollows, trying to find any potential soldiers among them. Stark frowned at his words but said nothing. Ichigo is most likely still with Gerald and I believe Lily is a bit busy with her fans. Stark blinks a few times. Did he hear that right? You said fans, right? As in, a bunch of people who have a strong admiration for another particular person, those kinds of fans? Look for yourself. He follows Okora's finger and his mouth drops at the sight he was seeing. Hollows surrounded Lily. The most interesting thing about them was the way Stark could easily tell they were women. What with their obvious curvaceous figures, even though their appearance wasn't feminine. He could spot the admiration in their eyes. Just what the hell did Lily do to gain such popularity? He could see the way Lily was enjoying the praising, and he was sure it was praising with the way words such as strong, beautiful and elegant had been yelled from the hollows. What's going on there? What did Lily do to get so many fans? Can't believe he just said that. Okora repeated most of the praising words that Stark was hearing. Strong, beautiful, and most of all she's a girl. Yeah, she's a girl. Stark deadpanned. Apparently for these hollows that's a very astonishing feat. Many female hollows rarely reach any kind of length in their hollow's life since they get picked off by most of the population. So seeing Lily, a female hollow, at such a level of strength is short but a miracle to all of them. A miracle that they could hopefully reach one day. Okora finished just in time as Lily turned towards them and waved happily at them. Hey, guys. Where are all your fans? Lily boasted. Stark couldn't help but send Lily an "Are you kidding me" face. He waves his arms frantically around him. You do see all the hollows, right? His face twitches with the way Lily dismisses his words by telling her part of the story when she faced against Baragan's right-hand man, adding more details to spice up her tale. Ugh, where the hell is Sail? He looks over to Okora to see the hollow already pointing towards a direction. The Arrancar scientist was baffled. Right in front of him stood a Vasto lord. The creature strongly resembles a centaur. Its horse-like waist seems covered in white skeletal armor around its legs and back. Underneath all the armor Sail could spot green fur. He raises his head to look at the upper body of the hollow. Its upper half was normal. He could see a breastplate, showing that the hollow in front of him was a woman. Her hollow mask had a pair of long and curved horns that extended slightly, framing the sides of her face. Just like Okiora's Vasto Lord form, the mask lacks a mouth and nose, but he could see a set of hazel-colored eyes. He also saw long waving greenish-blue hair, and a lance made from bones replaced her left hand. Is it perhaps a feature? A Vasto Lord is close to the pinnacle of hollow evolution, and since they no longer need to eat, their masks feature no mouth. He gave the hollow a nervous smile. You're here for protection, I assume. It wasn't a far-fetched idea that a Vasto Lord would come to Stark for protection, what with the way Baragan could easily overpower any kind of opponent. Sale waited for the hollow's answer before figuring out that because her mask didn't have a mouth, she couldn't speak. Oh, sorry for being rude. I came to see what kind of man Stark is. Sale blinks as he hears her voice. You can speak. Of course I can, why wouldn't I? Well, Sale baffled before regaining his composure. Let's just say I know of a hollow who couldn't speak because he didn't have a mouth. Watching as the hollow nodded, he repeated back her first words. What do you mean to see what kind of man Stark is? I wish to see what Stark will do with all these hollows. Is he going to declare war against Baragan? Is that why you have been seeking all the strong hollows? Her words have gained the attention of nearby hollows. Hearing the hollows mutter between one another, Sale knew he had to answer back before any negative rumors could spread, but before a word could leave his mouth, Stark appeared with Okiora on his tail. I'm not declaring war against Baragan, Stark said, calming down some hollow's anxieties. If you have any more questions, then hold on to them. Stark will make an announcement soon. Okiora chipped in. The brunette turns around to hiss quietly at Okiora. Can you please stop saying that? How long must one wait? It'll be shortly. Okiora ignores Stark's groan. Watching her disappear into the crowd of hollows, Stark turns to Okiora, a bit of frustration coming to his voice. I don't know what I should even say, damn it. The green-eyed Arrancar walked past Stark and quietly said, try not to speak too loud. Many hollows will think they made the wrong choice by coming here. I didn't ask for any of them to come here. Stark whispered back. Okiora responded with a cold voice. What did you expect after your victory over Baragan? A happy ending for just us? Did you not think about the likelihood of hollows seeing you as king? To come to you for protection? Been close to hearing their whispers, Sale helped Okiora. This was his chance to set Stark as king. Was this not something you had been hoping for? To live among other hollows? Stark glared at him. Can't believe you're using that against me. Yes, I wanted to be around the company of others. But I wanted them to see me as some friend and not a ruler. We're wasting time. Okiora started walking towards Ichigo's Ryatsu while making one last point to Stark. You need to stop thinking selfish, Stark. How long do you think these hollows have been living under Baragan's cruel rule? How long do you think they must have endured hiding from him? The only thing these hollows want is to live a normal life, but Hueco Mundo can't provide such ways for them. These hollows see you much more than a king, they see you as a savior. So save them. The brunette looks down to the ground. Was he sounding selfish right now? He means, after Baragan's defeat he had hoped to find a quiet place to settle down and perhaps wait for Ichigo to master back Kappa Zero before going back to the human world and forgetting all about Hueco Mundo. He didn't want to stay any much longer. Aizen could catch them off guard, or perhaps Baragan would rebuild his army again and attack him with a full force. Becoming king wasn't what he wanted, this was just something he never thought could have happened after defeating Baragan. What was he expecting to happen after all this? What's his next goal? All this time was wasted in training to fight Baragan, and not once did he stop to think what's supposed to happen afterward. Is there no happy ending for him? Stop thinking like that. Huh? Stark looked around him. He felt like someone had just whispered over his ears, and the voice he heard sounded a lot like Annabelle's. For goodness sake, that's because it's me, idiot. The Lily lookalike yelled, making Stark grab his head. Stark was about to speak out loud to Annabelle's when he remembers exactly where she was at, in his mindscape, and if he remembers the way Ichigo used to talk to Zangetsu, then all he has to do is say the words inside his head. Could you please not scream so loud? Why is it that he could see the way she was glaring at him? What are you so mad about? Oh, I'm not mad. I'm pissed. That stupid bushy brow is right. You're been selfish. He couldn't stop the groan. What is it that made him look selfish right now? He's not thinking about himself only, he's also thinking about everyone else. And who's everyone else? Is it every hollow here or just your little family? The tone of her voice made it sound like he should answer her question wisely or else she will finish the job that Baragan couldn't do. He rolled his eyes. What do you think? I'm talking about my family. Idiot. See what Okiora's saying. You're only thinking about yourself. I can't believe Okiora is showing more compassion towards these hollows than you. How do you think your little family feels right now? Annabelle's exclaimed. I'm sure they don't want to deal with any of this. Stark replied with another answer that the woman didn't seem to like. He held his head as Annabelle's yells at him. That's what I'm talking about. You're the one who doesn't want to deal with any of this. This whole plan with going back to the human world to run away from Baragan and Aizen is your idea. Your selfish idea. Annabelle's glared and crossed her arms in front of her chest. Do you really think Ichigo would want to go back to the human world? He would. Stark replied without missing a beat. Wrong. She crosses her arms above her head, forming an X. Did you really forget who Ichigo is? He's the boy who wants to be a guardian to help anyone in need, and there's also the fact that he wishes to learn more about Hueco Mundo. But he also wants to see his family again. Stark added, making Annabelle's huffed. Okay then, how about you ask him what he wants? Fine by me. Ending their conversation there, Stark follows Sale. You should have been there, Gerald. I mean, Lily makes it sound like it was no big deal, but I think otherwise. Ichigo clutches his hand as he looks up to Hueco Mundo's moon. This only means that I'm getting stronger. It won't be long before I'm able to protect everyone from everything. The giant hollow has been silently hearing Ichigo's tale. From the catastrophe that happened at the park and so on. He really couldn't believe how much had happened to the boy during the 8 months staying in the human world. Besides the fact that he was able to become stronger and complete his evolution, something that he needs to ask about later, it's actually the fact that Ichigo was able to reunite with his family again that made him happy. While being happy for the redhead, he couldn't help but feel envy towards him. He wishes he could have the chance to see his loved ones again. I'm happy for you, Ichigo-sama. He truly was, and he would not allow something so petty like jealousy to cloud his mind. Thanks, Gerald. Ichigo smiled at the hollow and took a moment to look around him. It was only just him and the guardian, no other hollows were near them. He saw some hollows flood Lily, wanting to meet the princess of Hueco Mundo. While he meant it to be a joke, every other hollow thought otherwise. He turns to Gerald with a puzzled look. Hey, why does it seem like every hollow has been staying away from me? Don't worry about them, Ichigo-sama, just ignore them. Gerald was doing a good job at hiding his anger towards the other hollows. Ichigo was the one who made all this possible. If Ichigo had never come to their lives, then every single hollow in Hueco Mundo would live under Baragan's rule. Ichigo frowned. He wants to know why they don't come and talk to him like they do with everyone else. Do they not like me? That's not it, they just don't know who you are or what you have done for them. The redhead sighed. I guess. Ichigo. Hearing his name called, he turned around to see men of his group coming towards him. What's up? Come now, we must prepare Stark for his speech. With the dull tone coming out from Okiora's mouth, Ichigo couldn't help but sweat drop. And, what sort of speech is he supposed to declare? He will announce just what he's trying to achieve as king, hopes and dreams for every hollow here. The pale-skinned Arrancar turned towards Stark to make sure he had heard his proposal. While hearing his words, Stark decided to just ignore them right now while he makes sure to only focus on Ichigo. Do you want to return to the human world? His question caught him off guard, and it made him feel like a lot of weight had set on his shoulders. What are you talking about? We can't go back to the human world. Shinigami will patrol all over Karakura town now. But if you're able to learn Kappa Zero and hide your presence, you can easily get past them. You can live a normal life and see your family again. But I'm already living with my family. Your real family. Stark put heavy emphasis on the very important keyword. The redhead may see them as a family, but can he truly replace his real family over this make-believe one? This is my real family. Ichigo yelled back. What was Stark trying to do? What about Yuzu, Karen, and Isshin then? What are they now? Ichigo was feeling frustrated. They're still my family. And you don't want to return to them? Stark was feeling hurt now. Why does it feel like he's trying to push away the boy now? That's because I'm forcing him to say it. To say he prefers living in the human world rather than here. So I can use that excuse to go back. He could understand now why Annabelle's and Ulquiorra are calling him selfish. I don't belong there anymore. Ichigo quietly replies, looking down to his feet. It's called the living world for a reason, you know. It's only meant for the living. I'm way past that. Besides. He brought his eyes back up. I still have to solve the mysteries surrounding Hueco Mundo, and now that we have saved all the hollows from Baragan, we need to protect them too. You can't forget that I pride myself on my name. Yeah, guess he can't forget something like that. Stark sighed as a small smile molded on his lips. Ichigo would rather always protect those in need. I hope you never lose that kid. Well, he dragged a hand across his hair. Looks like that settles my decisions then. Come on, let's go grab Lily. I got a speech to give. The small group of hollows finally reached Stark and the assembled hollows. Finally. Minoli cried, falling on her knees. She looks back up when she hears a nearby hollow talk about Stark giving an announcement. Looks like we made it just in time. She got pulled up to her feet by her sister's appendages. Come on, let's get a move on. We can't miss something so important like this. Who knows what Stark-sama's speech could be about? Loli turns around to wave at Rudborn and Zamari. You two better come as well. Does she think we would miss something like this? Zamari said, slowly floating a few meters behind the girls, Rudborn by his side. Loli frowned as she found herself at the end of the rally. She couldn't get through some big hollows because of her small frame. Damn it. We won't be able to hear anything from all the way back here. She turns around to see the towering body of Rudborn slowly passing through the crowd, hollows moving out of their way for him. Hey. Wait for us. Getting close to Stark was an easy task thanks to Rudborn. Looks like you're actually useful for something, buddy. Loli patted the branch that she and Minoli were sitting on. Ignoring her teasing, Rudborn turns to shush the girls. It's starting. Both girls shook, excited to see not just Stark, but Lily standing on top of a cave. She's pretty. Minoli quietly whispers to her sister. Loli nodded. I know. Shoo. Zamari hushed louder, floating from the opposite side of the girls. Stark looked down to all the hollows from the platform he was on the top of. He waited for the crowd of hollows to quiet down before opening his mouth. King of Hueco Mundo. That's what most of you have declared me as. This world's ruler. And I know that's not how most of you see me as. Most, if not all of you, only see me as a shelter. A safeguard against Baragan. Stark spotted hollows who flinched from his words. And what will you do if that's the case? Stark turned his eyes to the direction of the Vasto Lord that easily moved to the front of the crowd, mostly with the way every hollow allowed her to move forward. Nothing. I won't throw them away to Baragan. Every single one of you had endured Baragan for too long. I welcome you with open arms if protection is what you seek. His words made the crowd of hollow cheer. You heard that, Minoli. We're safe. Loli couldn't help but wrap one of her arms around her sister's frame. However, Stark yelled, silencing the hollows again. Some of you need to understand something very important. I won't always be there to protect all of you. Baragan's forces are greater than ours. If he so wishes, he could lead his army here. But you will protect us. Right. Zamari yelled, making other hollows cry out. Stark raises a hand, hushing the hollows. I will protect you against Baragan. I'll fight him off, but I can't be everywhere to protect every single one of you from his men. Not even my companions can be there to protect everyone. Yes, we're strong, but that won't do any good if we're easily outnumbered. He could already hear hollows muttering with one another and speaking about the wrong choice they have made. What are you planning then? He went back to looking at the Vasto Lord, by this point the main voice of the hollows. That's simple. We're going to train you. Stark said, calming down some hollows. You're going to train every single one of us? Minoli couldn't help but ask. There was no way for 5 people to train so many hollows. That's impossible. Not quite. Stark gestures at Sale. This man has been searching across every hollow here for a good reason. We're searching for strong hollows whom we can train, which in hopes after their training is complete, they could pick a group of hollows and train them. Not only would we make progress but we can cut down the time to prepare everyone here for when Baragan shows up. How will all 5 of you train us? Rudborn asked. 5? Stark smirked, glad that someone had brought numbers up. It won't be just 5 of us. Sale moves forward to speak. We have some associates that can help us train you all. More whispers started spreading. Stark looks across the crowd and he gives himself a nod. So far everything seems to go smoothly. He went back to looking at the Vasto Lord, already guessing she had more to say, and he was right once her voice reached his ears. Why are you doing so much for us? You don't need our power to fight Baragan. You can all just go back to hiding and never worry about him again. That's because we're guardians. Ichigo spoke, finally making himself aware to the other hollows, tired of feeling as they had thrown him to the shadows of his friends. Why must the weak die so that the strong can live? Why must that be our law of nature? This world of endless battle can end by helping one another. Protecting the weak will give us the strength to get stronger. You all saw the strength it gave Stark to protect us, and every single one of you can achieve the same level of power too. The brunette smiled. Happy to hear those words come out from Ichigo. Protecting the weak is what gave him strength. If you fight by my side then you're not fighting as my subordinates, but as my friends and family. Stark almost jumped as the hollows let out an even bigger cheer. Once done with his speech, Stark was holding a meeting inside the cave. He intertwined his fingers as he listened to Sale's idea. And you're positive this will work? I'm positive it will work. Sale didn't even feel the benefits of the doubt. Before believing in the Vizards helping to train these hollows, how about we first think of a way to contact them? Okora casually added. Shinigami are still patrolling Karakura town, so we can't just appear out of the blue. We need to contact them first and set a meeting place. Sale smirks as he pulls out a device from inside his shirt. That's why Urahara-san and I made this. A flip phone. Lily said, taking the device from Sale's hand. When the hell did Getabashi give you this? Taking back his phone, Sale said, this phone is actually the first device that we work on together. He cleared his throat before continuing, finally able to use his teacher mode again. Let's keep this simple. Now, a cell phone is essentially a two-way radio, comprising a radio transmitter and a radio receiver. When you chat with someone on your phone converts your voice into an electrical signal, which then transmits via radio waves to the nearest cell tower. Urahara-san believes that if some events were to happen to us, then there should be a way for us to contact him. After some time and with some experiments we finally found a cell tower here in Hueco Mundo by using this world's radio wave to attune both phones to work in Hueco Mundo and the living world. Wait, Ichigo interrupted. Both phones? Then the other person who has the other one is Urahara-san. Sale nodded. Indeed. He turned on the phone and searched through his contacts, which wasn't a lot, and found Urahara. Shall we? The ringing was the first sign that told the group that the phone worked in Hueco Mundo, but hearing the way Urahara picked up the phone put a smile across their faces. There was even a tiny smile on Okiora's face. Hello. Thank you for calling Urahara's warehouse. How can I help you? Urahara's warehouse? What happened with the corner store? Finally, learn you made no business there. Stark laughed, glad to hear the man's voice again. Why is that you, Stark-san? Why? A week has passed by since you guys left. Everything is fine though, right? Nothing too serious had happened. Just before Stark could reply, Ichigo led in closer and said, Stark is king of Hueco Mundo now. King, you say? Must I address him as Stark-sama now? Stark rolled his eyes in the way he could hear the man's teasing. Before words could leave his mouth, this time someone from Urahara's end interrupted him. Oi! Did you say Stark? Is that you, Shinji? Stark said, recognizing the blonde visor's voice. Yep. Man, am I glad you're still alive. Shinji responds. I didn't know you would miss us so much, Blondie. Lily said. Lilyheim. Shinji replies, trying to annoy Lily with the only way he can. The Limonette couldn't help but smirk as she replied. You're damn right about that. She laughs as she hears Shinji reply with a lost, huh. While catching up sounds like a nice thing to do, we call you for a different reason. Okiora interrupted. And that would be? Stark walks through the large crowd of hollows, trying to find the Vasto Lord. Sale had gone out to search for more potential soldiers when the powerful hollow approached Sale and told him how she wished to speak to him about a very important matter. So here he was now. He looks from left to right. How is it that I can finally walk among them? To not have my Ryatsu accidentally kill some of them. You can thank me for that. Annabelle said, making herself known again. Usually you couldn't control your large Ryatsu, but after I stopped blocking most of your powers, your body instinctively was able to seal your powers properly. Really? Thanks for that, Annabelle's. Just call me Anna. Stark nodded. Hey, I'm sorry I haven't found the time to visit you. Been busy planning a lot of this. She waves his apology away. That's fine, don't worry about it. Spotting the Vasto Lord, Stark said his farewells to Anna before clearing his throat, gaining the hollow's attention. You wanted to speak to me? Neliel Tuo Delschwank, or you can just call me Nell for short. Right, so what was it that you wanted to talk about, Nell? We need to move. Nell said, a grim look on her face. With so many hollows here. We're sitting ducks for Baragan. The brunette frowned, he actually never thought about that. So where can we go? Where could we possibly find a place to hide so many hollows? He raises a brow when he spots a smile behind Nell's eyes. You know a place, don't you? They have been walking for days, everyone, including the other hollows, had been following Nell to the perfect hiding spot. How much further? Stark asks while following Nell up a dune. We're here. Finally reaching the top of the dune and seeing Nell's ideal hideout, Stark felt a thrill go through him. I didn't know Hueco Mundo had anything like this. I mean, I have seen them around, but I never thought they would reach this kind of magnitude. He turns to Nell and says, "How did you find this place?" "By complete accident." Nell turns to Stark and smiles upon seeing the excited look on his face. "Does this place look fit enough for you, Stark-sama?" Done gasping, the brunette nodded. "I'll say." He smiles towards the massive mountain range that seems to spread for miles. Captain Suifeng scowled as she took a moment to look around Karakura town. 3 weeks had passed since the last patch of captains contacted the humanoid hollows, and with how things had ended up, Captain Commander Yamamoto was not happy. 3 Shinigami captains couldn't kill even one of those hollows. From what their reports had said, the area where they located them seemed to have taken damage way before they even got there, making them all believe they've been training there for the past 8 months. But how was it that no one picked up the abnormal Ryatsu usage? Well, that was because from what all 3 captains have reported, Urahara Kisuke, the former 12th Division captain, has been the one keeping the hollows hidden from their radar. However, that's not what has been eating her lately. Shihoin Yoruchi, the former 22nd head of the Shihoin clan, captain of the 2nd Division, Onmitsukido commander-in-chief, the one person she had looked up to as a kid and the only reason she finally took her turn around Karakura town. She was her idol, a dream she wished to reach one day. She was close to borderline obsessed with Yoruchi. So when the day came where she learned of Yoruchi's betrayal to help her exiled friend, it left her feeling shocked and betrayed. The one person she had seen as an icon left her. As the years went by in the 2nd Division without a captain, she took matters into her own hands. As a result, she trained herself to surpass Yoruchi and took the titles she abandoned. Before the year when she became the captain of the 2nd Division would reach her, she did a bit of digging around Urahara's case. It wasn't an easy task, but being a member of the Onmitsukido has its perks. Blackmail. The Onmitsukido have dirt on many members of the Central 46, the ones who hold most of the important cases that happen through Soul Society. So finding the right people and using her threats carefully, she was able to learn what had happened. Sure, it was risky to use such powerful material on some powerful figures, but to her, it was worth it because she just wanted to know the truth. She didn't want to believe that Yoruchi would have helped a criminal like Urahara escape. The small little hope she has kept in her heart was telling her that maybe Yoruchi was framed. She didn't want to believe that her Yoruchi would have helped a madman like Urahara. She means the only reason Yoruchi helped Urahara escape was because they were friends. Is not like she helped the shaggy blonde hollow-fied so many captains and lieutenants. Her former captain was not that kind of person. She kept that small little hope in her heart secure, making sure nothing could reach and break it. But because of Captain Yukate's report, that hope was starting to break. The long white-haired man reported how they weren't the only Shinigami there. Urahara Kisuke and Shihoin Yoruchi were there, and that's how the report ended. There was nothing more. Zangetsu unleashes an attack that causes the roof of the cave to collapse, forcing them to flee. Even after the captain's meeting was over, she went up to Toshiro and asked him if she saw Yoruchi or Urahara fight the hollows. They came to our aid. Those were the words she wanted to hear so desperately, to have some evidence that her former captain and her friend were innocent. That sadly wasn't the case. Captain Yukatake kindly stated how they never engaged the hollows, and it looked like they ordered them to return to Hueco Mundo. Things didn't get any better either. Once again in Captain Yukatake's report, the man stated how he saw a third party. That third party was 2 victims of Urahara's hollowification experiment. Victim was an implausible word to label them now. If they were the victims, then they shouldn't be with the man that turned them into monsters and made them fugitives in Soul Society. Suifeng's scowl deepens as she remembers more important details of Urahara's trial. Central 46 planned the captains' and lieutenants' executions. All because their intense and selfish desire has set them down on a path for power. Was it possible that they were planning on turning traitorous? Did they reach for Urahara because the man could give them what they wanted? But that couldn't be the case. She looked deeper and found their files. They were proud members of the Gotei 13. There weren't any tragic events in their past that lead them to turn traitorous. So what happened 100 years ago? The small hope in her heart kept breaking. Fearing that the person she knew was never there. That the Yoruchi she has always looked up to was nothing but a fake persona. Don't think that way. The petite captain shook her head. It'll be better if she could find Lady Yoruchi and hear the truth from her own mouth. Disappearing with a Shuinpa, she headed to the only place in Karakura town that could find some clues to where her ex-captain may have gone. Appearing on top of the ruins of Urahara shop's roof, the 2nd Division captain narrows her eyes and tries to spot any clues among all the debris, but all the wreckage seems to have buried everything. Damn it! Turning her head towards the direction Captain Hitsugaya's voice came from, she easily felt a troubled frown making its way on her face. The young captain seems above the borderline obsessed with finding Zangetsu. As a captain she understands that having a hollow slip through her hands would be a stab to one's capacities as captain, but it is not like she knew how that felt. She always kills her target, but Captain Hitsugaya was different. He was the most recently appointed captain of the Gotei 13, she at least understood the level of responsibilities it falls on to someone when they fail such a mission. She had a couple of shared experiences with failed missions through her younger years as a Shinigami. What can she possibly say about his obsession with Zangetsu? For one, it wasn't a healthy obsession, something that someone could help him overcome. For starters, there's the fact that the young prodigy has been in every single rotation around Karakura town. Captains like Kuratsuchi, Unohana, Yukitake when his disease isn't a problem and herself included have always taken a pass over their turn around Karakura town and they have allowed the white-haired captain to take their turn. Usually, Captain Commander Yamamoto wouldn't be happy to hear that, but most of them have solid excuses. If Captain Unohana, being the best healer in Soul Society, would lose her life, then the Gotei 13 would run itself in chaos. Kuratsuchi no longer has a reason for going back to the living world, what with the poor soul he had captured. Yukitake's health. She herself didn't want to bother on a goose chase with a bunch of hollows who probably were no longer in the living world but back at Hueco Mundo, but after finding out about Yoruchi, that all changed. If none of them had a turn around Karakura town, then Toshiro would try to bribe some captains for their turn. Sadly, this means that Captain Hitsugaya had to bribe a madman like Zaraki, and she has heard of the man's request, spars that leave Captain Hitsugaya drenched in his own blood and leave his body with many cuts and scars, thankfully hidden underneath his clothes. It still didn't help to think how low the young prodigy had fallen. To think he would look for Kenpachi in his free time to spar was just not right. The boy had basically mentally imprinted his spar sections with Kenpachi on his head. The 11th Division captain doesn't even care how he leaves Hitsugaya afterward. He was just happy he could fight someone. It also didn't help with the fact that the captain commander would praise him, calling it a deep dedication that seems to be lacking in today's captains. She doesn't understand. She doesn't. How can he say something like that? Why doesn't he open his eyes and see that the dedication that Captain Hitsugaya is showing is nothing but an obsession? Why hasn't the captain commander told Toshiro to take things easier? He wasn't an idiot. She knew damn well how the ancient Shinigami heard the rumors from members of the 4th Division on how heavily wounded Captain Zaraki leaves Toshiro. She has never gone against his orders, not like the captain commander ordering them not to do so, but she talked with Captain Unohana. She had requested if it was possible for the healer to give Captain Hitsugaya some mandatory vacations to hopefully de-stress him and have him return to normal if that was even possible, but to her complete shock Captain Unohana couldn't do it. Why? Well, it was because Captain Commander Yamamoto ordered her to heal Captain Hitsugaya, and that was it. No mandatory vacations, no days off, no excuses, nothing. He wants to see Captain Hitsugaya work his ass off. Was this Yamamoto way of punishing Toshiro for failing? No, that couldn't be it. Captain Kuchiki and Zaraki have had no sort of punishment befall on them. So why only Captain Hitsugaya? Then there was the matter of his division. Everyone outside the 10th Division could tell you how much effort and dedication Captain Hitsugaya was putting into finding Zangetsu, but inside the 10th Division people said different things. Many of its members feel like their captain has distanced himself from them. It doesn't help the fact that all his captain's duty got thrown to his lieutenant. When the busty blonde once appeared to their Shinigami Women's Association meeting, the usual cheerful Ranjaku was anything but that. Her hair was a mess, and she had bags under her eyes, and she even brought paperwork to their meeting once. They use a Kido spell on her so that she could finally get some rest. Suifeng sighed as she made her way towards Toshiro, who was turning over a huge boulder. "Did you find anything, Captain Hitsugaya?" He said nothing at first. He was glaring down at the body of a young teen that showed a strong resemblance to Zangetsu. He bent down to examine the body. A jigai. Seems to be the work of Urahara. If they work the same way as Captain Kuratsuchi's jigai, then they may have some of Zangetsu's ryatsu still in it. Taking a quick breath, the 2nd Division captain prepared herself and said, "Don't you think it's about time to stop your obsession with Zangetsu?" She felt like a hypocrite saying that, but at least her obsession wasn't as bad as his. "It's not an obsession." Toshiro sent the petite captain an icy glare. "It's our duty to get rid of dangerous hollows like Zangetsu. But you're taking things too far." The 2nd Division captain replied, sending the prodigy captain a glare of her own. "You're forcing your duties as a captain down to your lieutenant, and all because you want to find some hollow. Matsumoto has been driving herself dry. She's always slacking off and drinking on the job. I drive myself dry when I always have to finish her work." Before she could even yell anything back, the voice of Captain Kuchiki interrupted their argument. "That's enough, you two. There's no time for your petty quarrel." Byakuya casually said, moving past Suifeng to see Captain Hitsugaya's findings. "What do we have here?" "A jigai." Toshiro replies, eyes going back to looking at the faux body. While some features seemed alternative, his appearance is complete to that of Zangetsu. If possible, Captain Kuratsuchi could trace some of Zangetsu's ryatsu in it. Byakuya's gray eyes look around the debris. This has been the 3rd jigai they have discovered. However, the other two weren't recognizable to the Kuchiki clan head. Who could the other two be? Is there nothing more? Have gigaes been the only thing to recover? Members of the 12th Division who the captain commander deployed here have recovered what appeared to be Urahara's computer. The petite 2nd Division captain said. If the computer works, then they could transfer data to Kuratsuchi's own computer, helping us figure what Urahara may have done to help these hollows. Before they could exchange any words, the captains scattered from their spot, dodging a barrage of blue arrows. "Great, him again." The turquoise-eyed captain groans while unsheathing his zanpakuto. "For how much longer will you keep annoying us, Quincy?" Ryukin appeared by using Hirenkyaku, the Quincy equivalent to the Shinigami's Shuanpa and the Arrancar's Sonido. "Until you give me back my son." He fires a multitude of one-handed arrows in rapid succession towards Captain Hitsugaya, causing the young captain to dodge. Silently as all members of the Onmitsukido should be, Captain Suifeng appears quietly behind the enraged Quincy. An arm raises for a quick chop on Ryukin's neck to knock the man out. She winces when her arm contacts the man's neck, feeling as if she tried punching a steel wall. Thanks to his blood vene, Captain Suifeng's intentions fail and the man turns around to aim his white Heilig bogan at the petite captain. "Clavier!" The hospital director yelled, firing another barrage of arrows. Dodging the dangerous projectiles, the 2nd Division captain appears by Toshiro's side. "Would you mind giving us a bit of intel on this man?" Also appearing by his side, Captain Kuchiki said, "I believe this is the man that has been giving our men a lot of trouble lately." The 10th Division captain nodded. "Around 2 months ago, this man started injuring and almost killing some of our members who have been patrolling around Karakura town." Captain Hitsugaya grimaces. This man is the father of the boy that Captain Kuratsuchi captured. I see. Byakuya quietly replies. What can they do now? The man won't leave them alone, not when they took away his son. We should retreat. Like hell, I'm going to let any of you leave. I have been generous enough to not kill any of the Shinigami here because I wanted at least one of you to send my message to that baster to give me back my son. He yelled, pulling back the strings on his bows and creating a blue arrow. He says, must I kill a captain so that you people can finally understand I will do anything to get my boy back? Killing us won't do you any good besides putting your son and yourself in risk. Suifeng scowled. If you're worried about any risks to your son, then know that he's under protection. Captain Commander has made it clear to Kuratsuchi to not kill your boy. Grinding his teeth and creating more arrows but not firing them, the white-haired Quincy said, and why would that make it any better? Why would you need my son, anyway? Before she could open her mouth and tell him how his son is helping Kuratsuchi with killing Zangetsu, the petite Shinigami was able to sense a garganta opening. Her eyes dilated with horror. Could it be them? She turned her head to Toshiro and as soon she saw the look on his face, it answered her question. Is that him? She still asked him, trying to be sure. Zangetsu. He spat out the hollow's name as if he could taste the bitterness it would bring him when remembering the redhead. He's at the park. Did Zangetsu really appear at the park where they fought 9 months ago? While Captain Hitsugaya focused solely on Zangetsu, Captain Kuchiki sensed the other individual that was with the hollow. That can't be. Something wrong, Captain Kuchiki? The petite Shinigami asked. It seems Zangetsu isn't the most powerful hollow at all. Byakuya replied, making Suifeng's eyes widen. What are you talking about? She turned her head towards the location of the park. She could feel how one of the hollow's Ryatsu overshadowed the other one. She hoped that the stronger spiritual power was Zangetsu. The stronger Ryatsu is Zangetsu, right? Byakuya shook his head. It may have been a while but I could never forget Zangetsu's Ryatsu signature. The weaker one is definitely Zangetsu. But the other one? I have never sensed it before. Once again, before she could open her mouth, Captain Hitsugaya interrupted her. Zangetsu. She turns her head in time to see Captain Hitsugaya vanish from his spot with a shuanpa. For Kami's sake. Following the enraged captain so he wouldn't get himself killed, Suifeng pursues him. Watching as the last of Shinigami captains headed to the park, Ryukin yelled. Where do you think you're going? As the garganta closed behind them, Okora turns towards Ichigo. Do not forget your mission. The redhead scowled. I know, no need to remind me. His scowl deepened as he senses Captain Hitsugaya approaching. Kami, that brat, is always here. Ichigo is vexed as he looks down at the ground. Don't you have any other better things to do, Captain? Just as he finishes, Captain Hitsugaya with the company of his fellow captains appears. And you have nothing better to do than coming back here, Zangetsu. Toshiro retorted, glaring at the redhead. With the same look sent at him, Ichigo said, my name isn't Zangetsu. His hands went for his blades, sheathed on his back. My name is Kurosaki Ichigo. The young prodigy raises his blade and finally introduces himself to his nemesis. Captain Hitsugaya of the 10th Division. Kurosaki Ichigo? Ryukin said, appearing on a branch. You're Ishin's son. You know my old man? Ichigo asked, stopping from reaching his dual-colored blades. Ryukin nodded and said, I'm a close friend to your father for some time now. He married Masaki, your mother, who was basically my adopted cousin. Suifeng felt a shiver run down her spine. This would explain how Zangetsu, or Ichigo, was part Quincy. Now that she thought about it, things got even worse. If the boy they capture was the son of this Quincy and this man is basically the cousin of Ichigo's mother, then the boy Captain Kuratsuchi captured is Ichigo's cousin. Meaning their family. If this hollow learns that we capture one of his family members, then he'll bring hell to Soul Society. She felt her stomach twist when the man appeared by Ichigo's side. Both sides have a party of 3 now. This isn't good. She whispers to the rest of the captains. Okora kept his eyes on the white-haired Quincy for a while before looking forward again. Ichigo, go now. I will hold them off. That is if your uncle here would help me. Ryukin pulls his bow back, creating a blue arrow. Strange that a Quincy would fight alongside a hollow. Why did it feel like he was spitting at his deceased father's face right now? Maybe it had to do with how his father wanted to help Shinigami with their duties. He looks at Okora and says, "The enemy of my enemy is my friend." Confirming that his brother won't fight alone, Ichigo left the captains to them. Even though he wishes to fight Captain Hitsugaya, he has a mission to do. "You're not going anywhere, Kurosaki." Toshiro yelled, ready to pursue Ichigo. Okiora's mission is to distract the Shinigami captains long enough for Ichigo to meet Urahara, but Captain Hitsugaya looked like he was ignoring them and going straight for the redhead. He won't allow that. In close, Murcielago. Ichigo stopped as black and green bursts of spiritual energy fell around him as green rain hit his skin. Is this Okiora's resurrection? When did he learn to do this? His attention then snatched from the green rain to the 4 Shinigami that appeared in front of him. He was already familiar with 3 of them. The busty blonde, the redhead with tattoos and the petite girl, but the 4th Shinigami was the first time seeing him. He was a large man with black hair, wearing the standard Shinigami robes with a large purple collar and wearing expensive, personalized jewelry. He sighs while finally unsheathing one of his blades. Things are never easy for us. Chapter 16, Danger. The battles that lead to hopes, memories, and dreams. Part 1. Okora vs. Byakuya and Suifong. Just what is it that she's feeling right now? The strange green Ryatsu that meets her skin made her senses go numb. The hollow's Ryatsu has stunned her. When the rain stopped, her gray eyes widened. The green-eyed hollow became bat-like in appearance with large, black bat wings forming on his back, his hair grew longer and wilder, and the remains of his hollow mask centers atop his head, with 2 large horns extending outward to the sides towards the front. For some strange reason, his clothing has changed. It became more form-fitting and closed at the top, becoming more like a robe towards the bottom. Her eyes haven't left him, so she never notices the instant both Captain Hitsugaya and Kuchiki release their bankai. Her mind was still trying to understand what the hollow did. Why did it feel like it just released its own bankai? Is this the power-up that the original captains witnessed with Zangetsu? Body moving by reflex, Suifong leaps back, dodging a Quincy arrow. Looks like I missed an easy target. Ryukin said, not willing to admit that he couldn't take the shot much sooner because he too got distracted by the hollow's transformation. Eyesight still locked on the captains, the white-haired Quincy addressed Okora. And just what is it that you just pull off right now? This is an Arrancar's resurrection. Okora started gathering Ryatsu on his right hand, creating a green energy javelin. Luz de la Luna. Another great perk for being a member of the Onmitsukido was how some of their early lessons involve learning to read lips. Arrancar. Is that what they're called? The corners of Suifong's lips turned down. How is it that this hollow knew what to label himself as? Her head shot towards Byakuya upon seeing the man's bankai rush towards Okora. When did you release your bankai? The petite captain noted that both of Byakuya's hands were raised. It's no secret to her how Kuchiki's bankai work. The man can control the blades with his mind alone, however, using his hands allows him to do so more effectively, making the blades increase in speed 3-fold. Bringing her head forward again, Suifong flinches from surprise. Captain Hitsugaya just saved her life. He just blocked a group of arrows aiming towards her with his Ryujin Hyohiki woven ice wall. Damn it, Captain Suifong. If you're not going to help us here, then go after Kurosaki. Toshiro barked, gathering Ryatsu with his blade to launch a counterattack against the Quincy. The 2nd Division captain noted that just like Byakuya, Captain Hitsugaya released his Bankai too. How did you guys react so quickly? Her voice was soft, and it directed her question towards herself. The Hollow's resurrection completely took her by surprise. She never expected this kind of power from them. A large portion of Byakuya's Senbonzakura Kagyoshi was pursuing Okora, Hollow using his wings to fly instead of dodging with Sonido. We only reacted out of reflexes. Captain Kuchiki stated as the rest of his Bankai's pink petals closely surround him to make sure there are no opportunities for the Hollow to get into his safe zone. A lesson he learned when he faced Zangetsu. Captain Suifeng grinds her teeth. How is it that Captain Kuchiki was acting normal? You know what I'm talking about, Captain Kuchiki. Is not like she wants to admit it, but how was it that the Arrancar's resurrection didn't stun you? Watching as the Hollow tosses its javelin, Byakuya uses the remaining petals surrounding him to shield him from Okiora's attack, causing the green energy weapon to explode and cover both him and Suifeng in smoke. Bringing his pink petals back around him, he waited for the Arrancar's next move. The reason Captain Hitsugaya and I didn't get stunned was that we both felt a greater power than this. Listening to his explanation, the 2nd Division captain turned her back towards Kuchiki's, protecting his back. You're talking about Zangetsu. Her gray eyes spotted movements to her right but didn't try launching an attack. I thought you said this Hollow feels stronger than Zangetsu. Her eyes spotted another quick moment to her left. I thought so too, but it seems like Zangetsu is compressing his Ryatsu. Captain Kuchiki added, mentally calling back the rest of his Bankai. Zangetsu's transformation on that day felt stronger than what this Hollow just did. Then that means our lieutenants are facing an impossible opponent right now. She went back to grinding her teeth. We need to call for backup. Zero. Both captains use a quick Shuanpa, dodging Okiora's Zero. Captain Suifeng, while in mid-flight on her dodge, looked around, trying to spot the Hollow when she felt the Arrancar's hand grab a hold of her head before forcefully tossing her down at the ground. Noticing the pink petals of Byakuya's Bankai, Okiora took flight, and as the man's Bankai got close, he tilted his wings to the right, diving and dodging the tiny blades. Watching Senbonzakura Kagyoshi following him again, he went back to flying in circles. Captain Kuchiki changed his strategy. He kept half of Senbonzakura Kagyoshi's blades around him and the other half after the Hollow, trying to even out his offense and defense. Are you all right, Captain Suifeng? Byakuya said, his eyes not turning around to see the petite captain push herself back to her feet. One small little distraction and this Hollow may kill him. I'm fine. Suifeng grunted, a hand going to her left cheek and quietly hissing. That'll leave a bruise. Forgive me for repeating Captain Hitsugaya's question, but are you going to help us or not? The 6th Division captain growled. What the hell was wrong with Captain Suifeng right now? Why hasn't she released her Bankai? They're having a hard time fighting the Arrancar. He's at least thankful that Captain Hitsugaya was taking care of the Quincy. Also, not to mention that his little sister is facing Zangetsu. She scowled but said nothing, not when Captain Kuchiki was right, but he was wrong to think she would use her Bankai. Grasping onto her Zanpakuto with her right hand, the petite captain says, sting all enemies to death, Jintiki Shakusetsu. The entire sword glows white and shrinks in size. When the emitted glow dies out, it reveals that Suzumabachi has now taken on the form of a black and gold gauntlet, with a small chain linking it to a stinger-like blade on Suifeng's middle finger. Carefully watching all of Okiora's moves, the quick right turns to dodge Byakuya's Bankai, the almost unnoticeable fast moment on his neck when he's going for a nosedive, the small flick on his right pinky when he creates another one of his Luz de la Luna to launch at Byakuya. She watched everything carefully. Noticing the sudden sharp movement on his left wing, Suifeng flash steps towards Okiora's left side. She smirks upon seeing the shock look on his face. Got you by surprise, huh, Arrancar? The second division captain noticed how the muscles on his left wing stopped and spotted movements on his right one. He's trying to slow down his speed to redirect himself. What would his best course of action be? The hollow can't afford a second to stop and rethink its strategy. Either Byakuya's Bankai will shred him to pieces or she'll find the opportunity to use her Shurikai's ability with just this small opening. Doesn't matter what you're thinking of doing. I'm going to be one step ahead of you. Damn this woman. Okora cursed himself. Seems he had misjudged the second division captain. She's fast. He halted his actions for half a second and started rethinking his strategy. He can't expect to dodge left now, who knows what Captain Suifeng's gauntlet blade could do, and he can't stop for more than a second since Byakuya's Senbonzakura Kagyoshi would leave him wounded and open for any of the petite captain's attack. With both his sides blocked, Okora went forward by using a sonido since his wings won't react in time. Just like I thought. Suifeng kept her smirk as she moved herself again, this time appearing in front of the Arrancar as he exited from his sonido. Her Shurikai is already aiming towards his heart. I got you now. Watching as the hollow's wings made a flicking motion, she brought her blade and arm up to use her forearm to protect her neck from Okuyora's wings, who was using them as a set of blades. Damn it, what a quick thinker. Okuyora didn't even try pressing his wings on her, he could already sense the way Captain Kachiki's Bankai was coming. He left his position, escaping Senbonzakura Kagyoshi by taking flight. Are you okay? Byakuya asked the petite captain, his hands up and guiding his Bankai. Even with the speed boost, he still couldn't catch the hollow. It doesn't help that he's using both his wings and that weird Shunpa variation. Thanks to his wings, Okuyora could make quick, easy and sharp turns to dodge his blades, and if corner, the hollow will then use that Shunpa-style move to escape his trap. However, something else was bothering the Kachiki clan head. Where are his counterattacks? All I'm seeing from the hollow is how it's just defending itself. What is he waiting for? His thoughts came to a stop upon seeing snow falling down. This must be Captain Hitsugaya's Bankai. I'm fine, Captain Kachiki. Suifeng replies, tearing the bottom hem of her Captain Haori to wrap it around her left arm, the one she uses to block Okuyora's wing. While it was not a deep wound, the fact he cut her skin when she had her Ryatsu enhancing it made her think about how the hollow could have easily amputated her arm. But he didn't. Why? She scowled. That's not how a hollow thinks. Forgetting about the idea that this hollow may be kind and ignoring the snow, she pointed a finger to Okuyora's right wing. He's only one step away. Byakuya narrows his eyes to see a butterfly-shaped stamp on Okuyora's wing. So now what? Do we wait for the effects of your Suzumabachi? There are no effects. If I get to stab him again at the center of that stamp, he'll die. The second division captain said as she gave her handmade bandage one last tight squeeze. And that's all? He'll just die. Byakuya asked, his Bankai still following Okuyora, but as he sees the hollow create another one of his green javelins and throw it, he brings his pink petals back to shield them. Wouldn't it have been better if you released your Bankai instead? She scowled at his words. There's a reason she won't use her Bankai, and that's because it offends her pride as a covert ops agent. It is too large to hide, too heavy to move, and its attack is too flashy for assassination. Clearing the look on her face, Suifeng said, if things go smoothly and he leaves himself open again, then I won't need to use my Bankai. Okuyora looks down at the Shinigami from the safety of the sky. His instant regeneration had healed the deep wound on his wing by the petite captain's sword, however, the strange tattoo was still there. You, woman, just what is that you left on me? She smirks and lifts her bladed hand up. How about you come down here and I'll tell you? How annoying. He raises his left hand and with his index finger, he creates a black Ciro with a green outline. Ciro Oscurus. Both captains' eyes widened. Toshiro versus Ryukin. One pull and he already launches 100 arrows, but what good does it do when he can't even hit the Shinigami captain? At least this was my opponent. Ryukin thought. By what he has seen with Okiora's opponents, they were far more experienced than the boy in front of him. Gathering Reisher under his feet, Ryukin dodges Captain Hitsugaya's ice dragon with a Hirenkyaku. I'll be honest with you, Shinigami. I'm glad that you're my opponent. It has been quite some time since I have picked up my Heilig file, so I'm a bit rusty. Pulling back his bow, the white-haired man says, mind helping me polish my skills? He stops pulling the string on his bow when the sunny sky becomes dark. What's going on? Feeling as something cold landed on his cheek, Ryukin uses the back of his left hand to remove it and see what it is. Snow. In the middle of summer. He looks up to see more snow falling down. I'll be honest with you, Quincy. I'm also glad I'm fighting you. If Captain Kuratsuchi's right and Kurosaki turns out to be more Quincy than I thought to believe, then fighting you should give me the experience I'll need when I face him again. Captain Hitsugaya finished by sending another ice dragon. This time his attack came out stronger and faster. Ryukin dodges to the far left, aims and fires his bow. Captain Hitsugaya countered it by creating another one of his woven ice wall. Ichigo. A Quincy. He was a bit puzzled by Hitsugaya's words. With another ice dragon being launched at him, he dodges to the right. You know it's very unlikely for Kurosaki to be part Quincy. The boy is a hollow now, know it or not, Quincy and hollow can't be mixed without the fear of soul suicide. Ryukin scowled upon remembering the time Ishin came to ask him what sort of abilities Quincy's could perform. Well, that explains why he would ask me. So the boy was able to keep a part of Quincy's heritage then. Toshiro turns his head around, watching as one of the 4 petals from the 3 flowers melts away. I'm done talking to you, Quincy. Gripping his Zanpakuto, he launches himself towards Ryukin, the 2 large wings sprouting from his back allowing him to close the distance between them in seconds. Hyoryu Senbi. Ice Dragon Swirling Tail. Hitsugaya swings his sword in a linear direction, creating overflowing ice from his blade in the form of a crescent towards Ishida. Just because he was years out of practice didn't mean the Shinigami caught Ryukin off guard. His body reacted instinctively. He leaps up into the air and fires a couple of arrows. Seeing projectiles, Toshiro controls his Hyoryu Senbi technique and sends it up, intercepting the blue arrows. With no limiter set on Captain Hitsugaya, the young prodigy Bankai's release affected the weather within the immediate vicinity, creating a thunderstorm/blizzard. Allowing him to control his surroundings and use the environment to his advantage. Freezing the surrounding water into an array of icicle-like daggers, which float around him in formation, Hitsugaya swings his Zanpakuto in an arc, launching the daggers toward the Quincy at high speed. Guncho Tsurara. Icicle Flock. This time the attack caught Ryukin off guard. Hitsugaya's icicle flock came at him with startling speed. He escapes the dangerous ice daggers with a quick Hirenkyaku, however he hisses when he feels a burning sensation on his right cheek. Frostbite. With his right hand on his Heilig Bogen, Ryukin fired a multitude of powerful arrows while his left hand went inside his coat suit, pulling out a Seal Schneider soul cutter. Noticing the fact that Captain Hitsugaya used his ice wings to protect himself from his attack put his usual frown back on his face. He's no longer dodging my arrows now. He narrowed his eyes and fired another set of one-handed arrows. Were those wings always strong enough to withstand my clavier? Piano, but why now? What made this situation any different? Feeling another drop of snow on his cut cheek, Ryukin finally understood. So that's how it is. The weather has allowed him to gather enough water for him to freeze and enhance his ice. What a troublesome opponent. I hate using this. Toshiro said quietly. Tenso Jurin subjugation of the heavens. My most basic power and my strongest. I admit this aspect of my power is not fully mature and I haven't trained with it enough to keep it under control from killing everyone in the vicinity, but, eventually, I will end up using it against Kurosaki, so I need to master it. I'm sorry if I kill you, Quincy. Ryukin slightly narrows his eyes. What's this? A Shinigami showing sympathy? What pity and sorrows could you understand from me, Captain? I lost everything because of your kind. You, Shinigami, promised to protect us remaining Quincy's. My father, who was under protection from the Shinigami, died by a pack of hollows, and now my son, the only thing I have left, got taken by one of your kind from me. He grinds his teeth and allows his soul cutter's second ability to take action. Anhofer. Gatherer. Captain Hitsugaya watched Reisher soar towards the Quincy's weapon. What are you trying to pull off now? His narrowed eyes widened when the ice from his Bankai broke down into spirit particles and absorbed into the Anhofer. What? Looking around him, the ice wings and tail were materializing too. What are you plotting, Quincy? Toshiro yelled at the taller white-haired man who was now holding a gatherer that was sporting a glowing blue blade. Not bothering to respond, Ryukin loaded the gatherer into his white Hylic bogan and jumped up while stabilizing himself to hover in mid-air by gathering Reisher on his feet. This is how I would get my message across your heads. He let go and his seal Schneider soared towards Captain Hitsugaya. His turquoise eyes expanded as the arrow appeared to be piercing and shifting the air itself. He flashed step away, escaping the explosion when the soul cutter hit the spot he was standing on. Coming out from his Shuanpa, another explosion going off made his head turn towards the direction where Captain Kuchiki and Suifong were fighting the Arrancar. Damn it! He cursed quietly and turned his head to look up at Ryukin hovering in the air. We're fighting in a big open area, this is allowing both Quincy and Hollow to move around to their liking. Keeping his fellow captain's well-being in mind, Captain Hitsugaya raises his Zanpakuto, summoning ice pillars all over the park. This should give Captain Kuchiki and Suifong some cover. With that done, the 10th Division captain went back to fighting the Quincy. Unaware that he just saved his lieutenant's life. Ichigo versus lieutenants. Why were her hands shaking? Why was a cold sweat running down the side of her forehead? And why can't I hold my sword straight, damn it? Rukia gulped audibly. The hollow standing right in front of her was none other than Zangetsu himself. She was sure that there wasn't any other infamous hollow out there who had orange hair with black and yellow eyes. Truthfully, the only reason she and her small group of fellow lieutenants even ended up crossing paths with Zangetsu was that he felt the weakest of the bunch of Ryatsu that were battling out at the center of the park. But to see him this close, things felt different. It was one thing to sense his weak Ryatsu, though something was telling Rukia that he was mostly concealing his powers, however, basically to be face to face with the monster that defeated not one, not two, but 3 captains. She understood the dire gravity of the situation dearly. What can a bunch of second seats and 1/3 seat do against someone like him? Then there was the look in his eyes. There was only one thing set in his golden and black eyes, and that was determination, but why though? Why would that emotion be there? And why is that sending her mixed signals? She couldn't spot any kind of killing intentions in them. Yes, there was a scowl on his face, but it looked natural though, like it belongs there, and that's what's killing her. Where was it? The hate that Zangetsu had towards the Shinigami that she heard so much about. Why wasn't it there? And it was because of that lack of an inch of killing intentions that were giving her mixed feelings about this hollow. Why can't she spot any hatred in his eyes, the reason he attacked the captains and mutilated her brother? Where is it at? Then there was the fact that confidence seemed to replace his hatred. She notices the way Zangetsu took out one of his blades instead of both of them. This was telling her that he was naturally a dual wielder, but to use one sword meant something else to her. Zangetsu's stance looked sloppy and there were plenty of open spots that they could break through, what with the way he's weakly holding his sword with both hands. Was he baiting them to attack him first? His stance made it look like he never used one sword to fight. It could mean that Zangetsu was ready to fight them with possibly zero experience yet, the look in his eyes was telling her that he felt enough self-confidence to fight them and win. Was the scowl on his face directed towards himself then? If his intentions aren't their deaths, then what is it? She subconsciously took a step back. We can't fight this thing. She sputtered and let a leak of fear coat her words. Omida couldn't help but agree with her. He was thankful it was the petite Shinigami who voiced his thoughts though. I agreed with her. We can wait for a captain to come here and fight him instead. And miss a chance like this? Renji said, a weak cocky smirk molded on his face. Do you know what kind of reputation we might gain by just fighting Zangetsu? A promotion, women, sake, popularity. Or just about anything that the captain commander could offer us. With all those reasons laid down to him, the 2nd Division lieutenant smiled and raised his blade. Women and a promotion, huh? Heh, maybe I'll finally get to lead my squad filled with nothing but beautiful women. Rangiku groans, but she was at least happy that Omida will fight alongside them and not run away. She has been waiting for so long to meet the hollow that her captain seemed to have become obsessed with, and if she's been honest with herself, she was rather disappointed. This hollow doesn't look anywhere close to the beast that Captain Hitsugaya had mentioned before. Zangetsu looks normal. Are you with us, Rukia? 'Cause I can't believe Omida is showing more courage than you right now. Aren't you angry with what Zangetsu did to your brother? Don't you want a bit of payback? Rukia's face rushed towards the strawberry blonde. Is not like she's wrong but still. Are you kidding me right now? Her eyes shook with the same tempo as her body. We can't fight Zangetsu. He'll overpower us. Renji was about to aid Rangiku, but Ichigo interrupted him. Oi, are we going to do this or what? He drove his black blade through the ground, the hilt leveled to his waist for quick access. Leaning on his Zanpakuto, the redhead says, I understand if you guys would rather run away, so I won't go after you guys if that's the case. You'll let us walk away, just like that? Asked a curious Rukia, is he honest or was it just a lie so that he could cut them from their back the moment they turn around? Shrugging his shoulders and losing some degree on his scowl, Ichigo says, well, yeah, I mean, I have a very important task to do and if I waste time fighting you guys, then I'll be putting my brother and uncle in danger. He scratched his left temple. Was he right about calling that man his uncle? He means, if the man was sort of kind of his mother's cousin, then they're family, right? Hearing the fact that Zangetsu has a brother, Renji tries using that to provoke Rukia to fight. He has a brother, Rukia. If we can't take revenge on him for what he did to my captain, and your brother, then the next best thing to do is stall him long enough until his brother drops dead. We don't have to even listen to this monster. Her ears listened to her friend's words carefully. A small part of her wanted to call Renji an idiot. Stall Zangetsu. How long will that even last, a minute or two? And they may even end up dead too. In her own opinion, there was nothing wrong with taking Zangetsu's offer, but the problem is convincing the rest of her colleagues. Omida got easily baited, so if he tried to change his mind at the last second, Renji or Rangiku would just lure him back in. Rangiku's reason was hard to understand. Does she want to fight Zangetsu for the same reason Renji wants to fight too? To reclaim her captain's honor. At least she knew that was Renji's reason for wanting to fight Zangetsu. And that's all. Her common sense was the only small part of her that was against fighting the infamous Hollow, but irritation was clouding her judgment. What gave Zangetsu the right to tell them what to do? Why was she even listening to him? Asking them to turn around and run so that he could not put his brother in danger. What a selfish asshole. Byakuya risked his life fighting him, so why can't his brother do the same? She raises her blade against Zangetsu. You're right, we don't have to listen to him. Who knows, maybe by stalling him for a minute or two might be enough time for her brother to return Zangetsu's kindness, by cutting the redhead's brother's hand clean off, or better yet, death. His yellow eyes narrowed down to dangerous levels, just when he thought they would run away they all raised their blades against him. However, that's not what's pissing him off. Who's the girl's brother? Ichigo felt stupid for asking that. Captain Hitsugaya was definitely out, the same with the petite woman, and he's sure as hell positive that the eye patch wearing Shinigami was out. So that only leaves one person left. Is your brother the pretty boy with the stupid headpiece on his head? Is not a stupid headpiece, it's a Kensiken, and it symbolizes his nobility as the head of the Kachiki clan. Rukia shouted, now feeling annoyed. And his name is Byakuya. Captain Kachiki. Ichigo felt a bitter taste coming to his mouth by just saying that man's name, and he remembered why. Oh, he remembers. He was the one who almost killed Lily. His left arm reached for his white color blade now. Looks like I get to return the favor. The lieutenants got confused, and they kept growing confused when the redhead planted his other sword. Oh crap. Here he comes. Omida panicked, damn it, why didn't he just listen to his gut? Quickly. Release your shik. The busty blonde cut her words off, completely getting stunned by Ichigo releasing his Ryatsu on them. With that wake-up call, the lieutenant's common senses came back, but it was already too late. Rukia didn't blink and still, she didn't see it coming. She doesn't even know what happened. 1 second Zangetsu was standing meters away from her and now she was on her back, lying on the ground with her own Zanpakuto impaling her right shoulder, the hilt of her soul slayer touching her and Zangetsu's hollow eyes staring deep into hers. Did it take him only a couple of seconds for him to disarm her and nail her to the ground, with her own Zanpakuto no less? With another second passing by and Rukia's nerves finally sending the message to her brain, she let out a scream, bringing out the other Shinigami from their stun moment. Rukia! Renji yelled and ran a hand above his Zanpakuto's blade. Howl, Sabimaru. Ichigo Sonido, standing back to where he planted both his blades. He watches as the tattoo man's sword changes to a 6-part segmented blade, each segment wider than the one preceding it from the hilt, with 2 pick-like protrusions on the front and back of each segment, with the ones on the front much longer than the ones on the back. He turns his head upon hearing the busty woman call out her release, her sword turned into a cloud of ashes. His attention went towards the man with the purple collar who's still stunned. He didn't waste any time, he rushed towards him and punched his stomach, causing him to bend down and with that action, Ichigo hit his chin with the palm of his hand, knocking out Omida. 2 down, 2 more to go. Ichigo's eyes moved to his next target. It took the Arrancar 10 seconds to put both Rukia and Omida out of commission. So this is what Captain Hitsugaya has been training for. To fight a monster like him. Ranjaku no longer felt any confidence now, she didn't even want to take her chances in fighting him. Her top priority now is to get everyone out and safe from Zangetsu. She flash-stepped next to Renji, redhead looking like he was ready to kill Zangetsu if only the fool would see how impossible that was. Renji, listen to me. You need to go help Rukia. Ranjaku couldn't believe how quickly things had turned around, they would run away now, doing just what Zangetsu told them to do from the start. The only problem now was if he would let them go. I know that. I know that. I know that. Renji yelled back. The strawberry blonde glared at him and said, if you know that, then why are you still looking like you're trying to fight him? Come on, Renji. I know your eyes are open now. We can't fight him. Chewing the inside of her cheek, her gaze locked on to Rukia's figure. The petite third seat was trying to remove her sword to join the soon-to-be fight. What fight? All we're going to get is a beatdown. Closing her eyes and shaking her head, she took a deep breath. Renji, listen to me closely. She got them into this mess and now she'll get them out. Opening her eyes again, she continues. I'm going to use Hiniko's abilities to gain Zangetsu's attention. When that happens, I'll lure him far away from here. Can you outrun him? Renji interrupted. It's not like I'm trying to say you're slow but. Zangetsu's fast, you saw what he just did within so little time. Hearing no response, Renji turns to her and grimaces. Don't tell me you're trying to pull some self-sacrifice cliché crap right now. Ranjaku went back to chewing the insides of her cheek. All I need to do is stall him for a couple of minutes. Before she could open her mouth and called it a go, she spotted a snowflake gently landing itself on her nose. She looked up, the skies no longer blue as the color of her eyes but now black as Zangetsu's scleral. Captain. The hell? Ichigo said, surprised that snow was falling. We're nowhere near winter. Why would it be snowing? Nico Rinbukat round dance. Ranjaku yelled, calling out her ash cloud to enclose Ichigo before turning it into a tornado. Go, Renji. Right. He ran past Ranjaku and straight to Rukia, the petite woman still trying to remove her sword. Before he could reach her, Zangetsu appeared right between them. Damn it. How the hell did he escape Nico Rinbu? Get out of my the fucking way. He swung his sword, the segments of Zabumaru extended and grew in numbers, each segment connected by a stretchable thread. The redhead was now using his Zanpakuto as a whip instead of a sword, but did it make a difference? This bastard caught Zabumaru's blade with his bare hands. Renji grunt as he tries pulling back his Zanpakuto, but Zangetsu wasn't letting go. What kind of monster is he? He whispered, still trying to pull back his sword whip. Ichigo looked at the blade that was inches away from his neck. You know, he tightens his grip, causing Renji's sword to break, half the blades falling down to the ground while the rest stay attached to his Zanpakuto. You guys are weak. I was expecting a lot more than this. Feeling a sensation going around his body, he looked down and noticed sparks. What's this? Why can't I cut him? Ranjaku clenches her teeth tightly. You're covered in my ashes. Why can't Hiniko cut you? Hearing the blonde's words, the teen raises a brow. Cut me? Honestly, stop, it's starting to tickle me. Ichigo mocked, causing Ranjaku to once again engulf him in an ash tornado. Rukia raises a hand to cover her eyes, the violent winds of the vortex throwing all kinds of debris around. Rukia. With her name called out, the petite Shinigami notices Renji appearing next to her side, kneeling down and a shaky hand weakly gripping her Zanpakuto. I'm going to pull it out on 3, got it? Watching her nod and pursing her lips tightly so that she won't scream, Renji grabbed the hilt. Okay. 1, 2, th. Ichigo lowered his foot after he sent Renji flying towards a tree. Sheesh, you people are annoying. I kind of feel bad just kicking you around. The redhead Shinigami tried getting up before his left hand went towards his right ribs. Bastard broke a couple of ribs. Renji groaned as he finally stood up, Zabumaru held by his opposite hand. He's not even using his swords to fight us and we're still having so much trouble. Letting go of his ribs, Renji pointed a hand towards Ichigo. Crap, crap, crap. How does that stupid incantation go? Gritting his teeth, Renji started chattering about what was hopefully the incantation. Strike the heavens, ye who lose his ignorance, who broke darkness and light. Pace from the south to declare ye intentions. Heido number 4. Byakurai. Pale lighting. He kept staring at the illuminating light. It was the same move that Captain Kuchiki used, the one Lily protected him from. Ichigo glared at the approaching Heido spell. This was a perfect time to see if Zangetsu was right. With the 2 extra weeks before preparing for his return to the world of living, Okora helped him improve his timing on activating his Kappa Zero. Raising his right hand, he coated it with a layer of white and with it he absorbed the upcoming lighting with his Kappa's ability, Devour. Devourer was an ability that would allow him to devour any Reisha and Ryatsu-based attacks. Sale hypothesized that this ability works in 2 ways. First, there was the fact that his power doesn't devour Reisha, what it does instead is break down the attacks to Reisha particle level size. Then came the second part of Devour, something that even Zangetsu didn't tell him about, because the man didn't know or rather never bother telling him, anything that Devourer gets to consume becomes stored. As his ability finished eating the Hado spell, Ichigo looked at the back of his hand, now decorated by a small pale blue flame that was moving within a lazy sway motion, the storage that held all the Ryatsu from the spell. He learned the second part of his ability during his time training with Okora in Hueco Mundo. After he was able to coat his hand in a couple of seconds, his pale-skinned brethren decided that now was a good time to learn how to switch between his different abilities. His Kappa Zero seems to always seem set to hide his presence, which is the first of the abilities Zangetsu talked about, Kappa. The tricky part was how to change between all three of them. His inner hollow once said that he could only use one ability, meaning that he couldn't possibly stack them. He still remembers the way it went. Flashback, a week before coming to Karakura town. You want me to do what now? Ichigo's face was bland. Okora was joking, right? The green-eyed Arrancar turned around and started putting some distance between the two. You heard me, now that your timing has improved we must now discover the way to activate your other abilities. Turning back around, now a considerable amount of space between them, Okora said, these abilities that Zangetsu mentioned might become very useful for our mission. The number of enemies we might face is unknown to both us and Urahara-san. You're joking. Do you know how long it took me to learn how to turn off Kappa Zero? And now you want me to play catch with a Zero? Just to see if I can pull off one of the other two abilities? Ichigo yelled. To remove his Kappa, this only reasonable option was to overload his white armor with his Ryatsu, which led to his hand blowing up. Yeah. Lily did not like that. So what did he do to stop hearing Lily's bickering? Well, he went towards Sale for advice, and by the look in his eyes, he seemed to have already figured it out. So what did he do? He just did the opposite of what Zangetsu told him to do, he absorbed it back in. From what he remembers, Zangetsu mentioned that by pushing his Ryatsu and absorbing it to his skin would he activate his Kappa Zero. However, Sale theorized that because the white substance is still Ryatsu, his nonetheless, then to remove his Kappa all he must do is absorb it back in him and boom. It worked. He has never been glad to have Sale with them. With nothing coming from the pale-skinned Arrancar, Ichigo frowned. Okay. Fine. He raises his left hand, the one coated with his Kappa. Okora raised his right and created a weak Zero. Remember Ichigo, just let your instincts guide you. Seeing the approaching energy blast coming, Ichigo stood still, his coated hand ready to catch the Zero. Just let your instincts do all the work. As the Zero made contact, Ichigo got engulfed by smoke. Okora didn't move from his spot, even when he took his attack head-on. Okora knew there was nothing to fear. There was no power behind his Zero. Damn, cough it, that was actually strong. You could have cough kill me. But did I? Okora casually replies, already creating another Zero. We're going to keep trying until you're able to at least use one of your abilities. The moment I see any signs of Devourer or Exoescalito, then we'll call it a day. Ichigo panicked. Wait. I'm not ready. The pale-skinned Arrancar ignored his words and fired his attack. Seeing as he dodged the Zero instead of trying to use his Kappa, Okora started creating another one. What are you doing, Ichigo? As he dodged again, Okora started focusing on a bala instead, and as he fired, he hit him. Damn it, Okora, you're going to kill me. Give me a heads up or something. He yelled, causing the other Arrancar to frown. A heads up? Do you think the Shinigami will warn you? Do you think they're going to let you catch your breath? With another Zero made, the Arrancar continued. They want us dead, Ichigo. You need to at least have some form of mastery with your powers, because if you can't show any improvements I'll just ask Stark to let me handle the mission alone. They kept going at it for another 4 hours, still no signs of improvements coming from him. We have at least another week before the mission. Hopefully, by then he will finally be able to do something. Kneeling and breathing heavily, he looks up to see Okora turn around. Come now, we're done. Tomorrow we. Again. Okora stops and turns his head to see him back on his feet again. Dot. 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 No, we're done. He narrows his eyes. No, we're not. Turning his body back around, the green-eyed man said, yes, we are, you're not showing any signs of development and pushing your limits will not help you. One last zero then we can call it quits. He replied. Very well then. His eyes widened. Okora was forming a real zero with enough power to destroy a mountain. As it shot towards him, he clenched his teeth. Raising his coated hand, Ichigo waited for that sensation to happen. For hours of target use, he was able to feel a pull. It felt a lot when he removed Kappa by absorbing back his Ryatsu. As it got closer, he felt the pull, as if his hand was trying to leach out to the Ryatsu that came from Okuyora's green zero. His green eyes widened, a strange stream of green light was leaving Okuyora's attack, and it was all becoming absorbed into his Kappa hand. He stops and lowers his hand to see the last bit of the zero vanish. While feeling exhausted, he was smiling as he raised his hand towards Okora, showing him the moving green flame on the palm of his hands. See. I got it. Before he could drop, Okora sonido to his side and catch him. You did good, Ichigo. End of flashback. Left stunned as a ghostly pale blue stream started leaking from his Kido, Renji watched as the other redhead's skin sucked his spell. What the hell did you do? Instead of answering, Ichigo raises his coated hand and starts creating a zero. Oh shit. Renji started panicking before his stomach turned to knots. Zangetsu was aiming towards Rukia instead of him. Don't you dare do it, bastard. The petite Shinigami went back to trying to pull out her sword the moment Zangetsu aimed his attack at her. No, please. She couldn't even try to pull it off before the pain stopped her. Just giving up and clenching her eyes, Rukia waited for the attack to go off. Watching accepting her fate, Renji appears next to Rukia and bent down to cover his friend with his body. This causes Ranjaku to use her Hiniko to create a box of ashes around her friends, leaving her defenseless. Something that Ichigo was hoping for. With his prediction coming true, Ichigo aimed and fired his zero towards Ranjaku, catching the busty blonde off guard. However, just before his attack could reach her, an ice pillar appears from the ground, shielding Ranjaku from most of the damage. The tribal tattoo man watches as the ash walls disappear just in time to see the 10th Division 2nd seat hit her head on the hard surface of the ground. Ranjaku. He rushed towards her before Zangetsu appeared before him, right arm coming down with his black blade cutting him across the chest. When did he have the time to retrieve his sword? Rukia watches as her last friend drops to the ground defeated by Zangetsu. As he turned his eyes and started walking towards her, Rukia felt her death approaching. Before she could go back to pulling her sword, Zangetsu grabbed the hilt of her Zanpakuto and roughly pulled it out. Ah! Damn it! She groans and tries to use a Kaido spell to heal her shoulder, but Zangetsu grabs her around her neck with his right hand and lifts her up to his eyes level. Tisk, so this is all a bunch of lieutenants can do. Ichigo looked to her left shoulder and noticed the lack of a white badge showing her rank. What's this, you're not even a lieutenant. Now that he thinks about it, the only one that he remembers seeing wearing that badge was the fat Shinigami. Oh, now I feel bad for picking on a bunch of weaklings. He smirks to the petite woman before she spits at him, her fluids landing on his cheek. All right then. He raises his left arm and starts creating a small zero. Don't take this the wrong way, I'm not trying to kill you, but this is my way of returning your brother's generosity for what he did towards Lily first. You're a monster. Rukia choked her words out. He kept staring at her eyes, even in the situation she was in, her eyes still held enough strength to glare at him. But does it matter? Yeah, you're right. Ichigo fires his Zero, creating a small hole in Rukia's stomach, the size of a bottle cap. I am a monster. Throwing away Rukia's unconscious body, Ichigo took a slow breath and walked to retrieve his other blade. And I'm done here. Impressive, Kurosaki Ichigo. The teen quickly turns around to see a cloaked figure behind him. Who the hell are you? He glared at the mysterious man before noticing the way he couldn't detect his Ryatsu. Is he hiding it? Or is it the cloak? He carefully watches the man walk towards all the unconscious Shinigami. A pleased smile was the only thing that the cloak allows to reveal. For lieutenant-class Shinigami easily dealt with in the matters of minutes. The man turns his head towards Ichigo and says, though perhaps you could have dealt with them much sooner if you chose to actually fight them. The curved ends of his smile grew large as he felt Ichigo trying to stun him with his Ryatsu. It's satisfying to see that you exceeded my expectations. How are you not affected by it? Ichigo was in disbelief. This easily stunned the Shinigami, so why didn't it stun this man? Unless. The redhead pointed a finger at the figure. You're a captain, aren't you? My, how observant. Removing his hood, Aizen finally reveals himself. He chuckles as Ichigo's body becomes tense. There's no reason to feel alarmed around me, Ichigo. Narrowing his eyes, the redhead says, how do you know my name? If I remember right, the only thing the Shinigami got on me is my alibi, Zangetsu. There was the fact that he told Captain Hitsugaya his name, but that was about 10 minutes ago. How long has he been here? Was he there from the beginning of his fight? Or from the moment he set foot in the world of living? Growing irritated, he yells. Damn it, answer me, Shinigami. The 5th Division captain chuckled again. Why are you so hostile now and towards me of all people? Before responding, a hand shot towards Ichigo's head as a painful headache came suddenly. Ugh, damn it. What are you talking about? You should feel grateful. If it wasn't for me, you wouldn't have been born. Though I will admit that I never planned for your existence either. Aizen's calm and easier demeanor changed, showing a bit of concern towards the redhead as he held his head with both hands now. Is something wrong? Who are you? Ichigo couldn't help but yell. The pain in his head started feeling as if someone was poking needles on his brain. Aizen walks closer to Ichigo, the redhead on his knees while still holding his head. With the attitude you're talking towards me, you're making me believe we met before. He jumps back as Ichigo wags his white sword from left to right. Watching. As the boy charged at him, Aizen unsheathed his Zanpakuto and stopped Ichigo's left-handed sword. You're acting barbaric right now. Watching as the redhead screams his head out instead of attacking with his other Zanpakuto, his lips form into a puzzled frown. What do you mean by never planning my existence? Dropping the sword in his right hand, Ichigo brought his hand back to his head. Images of a white void in his mind. What the hell is going on? The 5th Division captain smiled. If you want answers, he pushes Ichigo away and takes a leap back. Then don't look away. Shatter, Kyoka Suigetsu. Was he seeing things? Did the pain make him hallucinate? Why did the Shinigami's Zanpakuto break into a million pieces once the tip of the blade hit the ground? Fuck, I'm seeing things. Ichigo bites down, closes his eyes and digs his nails on his head, the painful headaches putting the images of a white void again in his head. Opening his eyes again, the redhead notices the reappearance of the man's sword. Damn it, it's just the pain. You said, not to look away, now give me my answers. As he finishes with a scream, Ichigo launches himself towards Aizen, clashing their blades and this time using both swords. Both blades swing down but Aizen blocks them. Aizen shook his head with mirth. It's so amusing to think where I should start. From the beginning, perhaps. With his free arm, Aizen draws a symbol in the air, his entire body permeating red energy which then engulfs Ichigo, paralyzing the redhead. Bakudo number 9. Geki. Watching with amusement as the teen tried breaking himself free, he said, "What's the matter, Ichigo? Can't break a simple Kido spell without its incantation." As the boy quits and glares at him, he chuckles. "Right, you want answers. From the beginning is what I promise, no." Ichigo blinked once and the entire environment seemed to have changed to a different scene. He was floating above a city he had never seen before. "What's going on? How did I get here?" "Let's start with the day two unlikely souls meet." Aizen pointed over towards his left, making Ichigo's eyes look towards the direction where his experiment, White and Isshin fought. It all started with a simple experiment. I unleashed White into the world of living to see its powers in action. I will admit though, your father appearing in Naruki City was not part of my plan, but fate has funny ways of setting things in motion. The redhead watches as a much younger Isshin fights off an almost black hollow. It has a white mask. Two long, forward-pointing horns protruding from the sides of its head, and its hollow hole seemed filled with a strange substance. Two blades in place of its forearms. He tried asking a question but his mouth wouldn't move. "What's the whole point of showing me this?" He kept watching his father fight the hollow before out of nowhere someone cut down Isshin from the back. "I praise your father for making me step in. I usually wouldn't care about my experiments, but White was a special case. The trouble I went through to find the main base of his Ryuryoku was troublesome, but it was all worth it. Because of White, I was able to better understand the line between Shinigami and hollows. My hollowification experiments also helped me understand it better, but nothing to the degree that White did." He couldn't help but wonder why the Shinigami was talking so passionately about White. What made that thing so special? And what trouble could it be that he went through? How was White even an experiment? Did he create him? He'll get his answers the moment he's able to devour the Ryatsu that's paralyzing him. However, he couldn't feel any pull. He looks to both his hanging arms, still holding the position when they clashed their swords. He could still see his left hand coated in the white layer, so why can't he absorb? Damn it, what's going on? Ichigo went back to watching the event played on while still trying to free himself. Aizen watched as Ichigo glared at the illusion, his mind wondering if he could feed disinformation to the boy. If Isshin had told Ichigo everything, then trying to trick him with Kyoka Suigetsu would prove challenging. His Zanpakuto does not mess with someone's memories, just their senses. He'll think of something. In the meantime, he's more curious to see the boy's strange ability a little more up close. He can't help but wonder if this was one of White's many abilities. He remembers using several Shinigami's soul to create him. And to make sure White utterly became a hollow, I had to search for decades all over Hueco Mundo to find the perfect specimen. But there was more. White's discovery bloomed many things. Far too many. He moves closer to Ichigo's hand. What a strange and yet magnificent ability. Could it perhaps be one of White's original powers? Before the consumption of Shinigami's souls. It took him quite some time to create White but far longer to find him. How long ago was that? A little over 100 years. Yes, about over 100 years. That's when he discovered the mask fragment of White either stored, locked, or hidden away deep inside the ruins of a palace. Not trying to recall any unnecessary memories, Aizen's gentle and yet sharp brown eyes stared at Ichigo's hollow mask. Why black? That was not what he found. The mask's color was white. So where did the odd coloration come from? Is this some form of defect? He closes his eyes and sighs. It doesn't matter, he's satisfied. The boy turned out to be what he had planned, the perfect hybrid. Looking at Ichigo's eyes, he notices the way they tremble with rage. What was it that he was showing the redhead, anyway? Ah, that's right. By now, my illusion should have finished showing him all the events that happened that day. That would explain the look. Ichigo set his eyes back to Aizen, unaware that he was only looking at an illusion. The man had just finished showing him the last moment in which his mother killed White. And it's on this day that you should feel grateful towards me. If it wasn't for me, you wouldn't have been born. Seeing as Ichigo had something to say, the Aizen illusion drew another spell in the air, allowing the teen to use his head only. Finally able to put on a facial expression, the redhead glared at the Shinigami captain. What the hell are you talking about, bastard? You never planned for me or anything like that. You even said it yourself. Rationally, you're right, but I'm also right, in my form of state. A crooked smile molded itself on Aizen's lips. Here's where he plays with the boy's mind. Does he want to ask? Does he even need to know what the man might say? They could be all lies, but still, why was a small part of him curious to hear him speak? Ichigo frowns before asking. What do you mean? His wicked smile rises higher. I want you to think about it like this, Ichigo. What could have happened if I never released White into Naruki City, or better yet, into the world of living? What would have happened then? My parents would have never met. The redhead spoke with a shocking tone. Chuckling and shaking his head, Aizen said, there's a little more to that. Come on now, you know what I'm trying to say. Me. If White never attacked and infected my mom with holification, then Dad wouldn't have risked losing his powers to save her in the first place, because there wasn't anything to save her from. Then they wouldn't have met and gotten together. And never had me. Ichigo grinded his teeth. But they could have always met in a different scenario. And fallen in love. The 5th Division captain interrupted, feeling great pleasure in the boy's mental distress. Your father, Isshin, who walks in the path of a Shinigami, in your mother, Masaki, a Quincy. Two different beings that live worlds apart. Both are the opposite of the same coin. Tell me, Ichigo, in what other kinds of an event could they have met? The silence was Aizen's only answer. The teen had looked down at the ground instead of him. Exactly, you're only existing because of me. Is he going to stop now? No, he wants to make sure Ichigo feels pitiful, so once the boy realizes just how small his existence means, he can easily snatch him away and use him for his own plans. Ichigo, did your mother love Isshin? Ichigo snapped his head up, looking back to Aizen's eyes. He was about to answer when the image of the white void appeared for a second, but this time there was more. There was a woman there with short blue hair, a body emitting a strange green glow. Then it vanishes. Shaking his head and forgetting about the strange vision, he quietly says, she loved him. Love is such a powerful word, maybe I was wrong for using it. Well, let's say, love is a factor in your parents' chemistry. Do you think your mother loved Isshin to where she wanted to settle down with a Shinigami, the race that led to the almost extinction of the Quincy's, to have a family? Aizen waited for the boy to say anything, but nothing came from him, so he continued. I don't see how your mother could love a killer of her race, maybe because there was never any love. Perhaps your mother gave herself to Isshin in a show of gratitude for saving her and nothing more. They never planned your conception. You are what they call a happy accident. Ichigo finally had something to say. No, it wasn't an accident. They wanted me. If they never planned children, then why would I have sisters? Perhaps your father wanted more children, and your mother, who was only alive because of Isshin, went with it. What would happen to her if Isshin left? So she gave him more children, to keep Isshin around. Aizen smirked as he could see the light in Ichigo's eyes fade, his hope beginning to vanish. I can still do more damage. While your mother's love for your father is questionable, one thing she loved, however, was you, Ichigo. But to what point could she love her little guardian? Perhaps to where she gave you a purpose in life. You know what they say, a child born with no purpose could only live for so long. So she, just like your father, set you a goal, to protect. Protect everything that she can't. Seeing Ichigo go puzzled, Aizen continues. How much longer do you think your father would have wanted to stay with your mother? Till death do us apart? No, eventually Isshin would have left, and with his departure, he would have shattered the soul link that kept your mother alive. causing her death, and that's where you come into her plans. After feeding you nothing but lies, you would have kept your sisters safe because that's what you're supposed to do, protect them. My dad would never leave us. You don't even know him well enough. Ichigo exclaimed, feeling a rise in his anger. Aizen smirked. But you do. It's odd that your father set you down the same path as your mother's, almost as if he was preparing you for something. I wonder what. The redhead stares in disbelief. How do you know something like that? Because unlike your parents, your existence matters to me. After learning of you, I started watching everything from the day you were born to the day of your death. You could say I was your guardian angel. With a smirk still present, Aizen extended an arm towards the boy. Come with me, Ichigo. I can truly give you a purpose in life. You owe me your existence, so you might as well repay your life debt. His yellow eyes stared at Aizen's hand. There has to be something that he could say. And my dad is still here watching over Yuzu and Karen. Even after I died, he never left them behind. The 5th Division Captain sighs, his patience running low. Your father is quite a wary man. Has he ever told you the penalty for giving your powers to a human is death? If he was to leave your sisters and head back to Soul Society, our Captain Commander would have deployed an investigation team. They would find evidence. Isshin would then either get thrown to the maggot's nest or executed. As for your sisters, they may get taken away and given over to the 12th Division, and trust me when I say this, Ichigo, death is a better option than getting sent there. The real Aizen watched everything from the sidelines, a small frown on his face. The binding spell got consumed by the boy's kappa. He's lucky that Ichigo is under the hypothesis of his Kyoka Suigetsu. Feeling as it took him longer to win the boy over to his side, Aizen sped up the process. His illusion smiled and said, "What do you think your mother would have wanted for you to do?" A bittersweet laughter left Ichigo's lips. He looked down to the ground and answered. "If only I could find her, I would ask her myself." Both the illusion and the real Aizen stared at Ichigo with a puzzled look. What are you talking about? Did Ichigo not know what he did? Or could it be that Isshin never told the boy? My dad said that when she died, unlike me, she was able to cross over to Soul Society. Even though Ichigo's sight could only see the illusion of himself, it didn't matter because if he could just look up to the Shinigami captain's illusion, he could completely see the shock look on his face. It shocked even the real Aizen. He doesn't know. Isshin never told Ichigo what truly happened to his mother. The new smile born on his face was wicked and filled with misdeed. Oh. Your mother's peacefully living in Soul Society. Why, who fills your head with such a lie? Lie. The redhead looks up and yells. What are you talking about? What's a lie? It's not a lie. Aizen's head tilted forward, his eyes shadowed. Two things will either happen. The first would be that by learning of the truth he could mentally and emotionally devastate the boy, and that could either be good or bad. Bad because he wouldn't be able to use him anymore, but that's also good since then Ichigo wouldn't get used against him. The second scenario would be a total mental breakdown, which could lead the boy to go complete mayhem. Seeing no reason for keeping Ichigo under his illusion, he releases the boy, causing him to fall on his knees. Do you know how a hollow takes consciousness? No. Well, let me tell you. During any time of their evolution, if a soul they consume becomes conscious of their existence, then both souls would then go into a battle of wills. Whose soul is stronger will then devour not just the current conscious soul but every other one. Why was he telling him this? What's the point of it? Where are you going with this? His eyes follow Aizen as the Shinigami walk circles around him. Remember how I mentioned that I was watching over you, even to your death? He stops behind Ichigo and uses his Kyoka Suigetsu, bringing the team to a distant and yet familiar place. Ichigo stood up and looked around. He was no longer at the park, the day turned into night, and it was raining hard. This is the day when. Get away from there. The redhead turns around to see a younger version of himself running down to save the girl. But as Ichigo was finally more spiritually aware now, he could see the head of Grand Fisher slowly surfacing from the current of water that he was hiding at. No. Ichigo. No. Ichigo started panicking, and he doesn't even know why. This has already happened and he can't do anything about it. So he watches as his mother protects him, and as consequences, she dies. Is he ready to talk about it? No. He would never be ready to talk about it, let alone see it happen with his eyes. But as he kept watching, his stomach turned to knots, and his blood ran cold. His eyes watched as the hollow grabbed another version of his mother, one with a chain sticking out from her heart, and then it ate her. Standing up, Ichigo started talking small steps forward. That's not what happened. Dad, he said a Shinigami was able to help her. Grand Fisher was about to leave before he noticed his younger self trying to wake his dead mother, and then, he killed him. Just like his mother, his spirit spawned before Grand Fisher ate him. Aizen was standing behind Ichigo. Kyoka Suigetsu's illusion was cut off. Remember what I said about how a hollow becomes conscious? Grand Fisher, the hollow that killed and devoured both your and mother's soul, headed back to Hueco Mundo for his next stage of evolution. However, you, Ichigo, won the battles of wills. You devour Grand Fisher's soul and with it your mother's. He smirked as Ichigo's eyes became lifeless. He leaned over and whispered. Isshin said she was living in soul society, but now you know the truth. He lied to you, Ichigo. Your own father kept the truth hidden from you. What else could he be hiding from you? Tell me, how does that make you feel? How does he feel? How does he feel? He lied. That bastard lied to me. Damn him. Damn him. Ichigo's world went dark. Soul Society, 12th Division. The alarms were going off. A tall man with short, spiky black hair, with a distinguished hairline running through it and 3 small horns protruding from his forehead. He's wearing a laboratory coat over his standard Shinigami Shihakusho. Akon, the 3rd seat of the 12th Division, was trying to keep things organized. Damn it. Power up those barriers and increase their resistance. Turning around to address another member of the 12th Division, he says, send a letter to the Captain Commander. We need to deploy more captains. Now what's going on here? Captain Kuratsuchi spoke, wearing a pair of bloody rubber gloves. How can you expect me to work, Akon, when you haven't turned off all these annoying alarms? But Captain, it's Zangetsu. He's doing that whole transformation thing again. The 3rd seat yelled back, taking a seat behind the main computer. I already ordered to reinforce the barriers and asked someone to head over to the 1st Division too. And who gave you permission to do so? What? Akon turns around, completely confused. Captain, what are you talking about? If we do nothing, then we will lose 3 captains. Mayuri scoffed, and what? With a sigh and a scowl, the 12th Division captain removed the gloves. Well, it's about time I finally get to see Zangetsu's abilities up close. Hopefully, this trip will prove useful. Akon watched his captain leave, most likely heading towards the living world, when another alarm started going off, this one showing that a Garganta was opening. Damn it, what now? You're joking. He felt like pulling his hair right now. Another powerful hollow appeared. He started working his fingers, trying to find the location of the Garganta, when he noticed something completely off. Why would it? Found something new, Akon. The 3rd seat turns around to see a well-endowed woman with green eyes, black hair pulled back into a long braid, with slightly parted bangs. With her melancholic stare, Akon started feeling uncomfortable. Lieutenant Kuratsuchi, well, there seems to be another hollow reading, but our radars show that this hollow is appearing 2 towns away from the park. He frowns before continuing. The level of Ryatsu we're getting from the hollow seems to be equal to Zangetsu right now. Hearing the 2nd seat walking away, Akon asks, where are you going? Captain Kuratsuchi might need some assistance. Akon ran both his hands down his face and muttered into them. Damn it, why did I join this division? Living world. For fuck's sake. Shinji cursed as he glared at the Shinigami captain in front of him. Can you please just move out of the way already? With a smile and cocking his head to the left, Jin says, Nah, I can't let you do that. Captain Aizen made it clear to me about not letting anyone gets past me. So you're working with Aizen then? Urahara said, his hand going towards his Zanpakuto. Hachi, a very large and rotund man who's wearing an olive-green tuxedo with a yellow bow tie, turns his golden eyes towards the ex-shopkeeper. Urahara-san. Do you feel it? The shaggy blonde nodded. It's happening again. Ichigo is transforming. Just as he finished, a garganta opened behind Jin. Jin turns around with a frown. Now, what are you doing here, Baragan-san? With his axe resting on his right shoulder, Baragan says, Do not worry about my reasons for being here, Shinigami. Everything was white. Why was it white and where was he, anyway? He doesn't even know if he's looking forward or not. Are you okay? Did he hear a voice? It was a voice he heard, right? Or was it just his imagination? Oh, Kami, why does his head feel dizzy now? Wow there, calm down. He heard it again, it was a voice. A woman's voice if he heard it right. Now his head felt like someone grabbed it with a pair of hands. Don't spin your head so fast now. His vision finally seems to adjust because he was seeing something, no, someone, there was a blurry face of a woman not even inches away from his own. Why doesn't he pull his head away? Is not like her grip on his head was strong. So what is it then? Maybe it is the pair of forest green emerald orbs that are her eyes that have him so captivated. You're okay, yes? She asked again, leaning her head closer and narrowing her eyes into slits. With his personal space being invaded, his heart started racing. He's supposed to reply, right? Where? Why can't he say more? No, is not that, it's more like. He doesn't know what word comes next. You. He tries once more but again, the words get lost. Watching as the woman leaned her head back and took her hands away from his head. He takes a peek around. Everything was a white void, all except for the woman in front of him. Looking back towards her, he notices her short light blue hair and pale skin. No clothes on her but her body was emitting a green glow around her. She sighs before saying, You're feeling fine, right? 'Cause I'll be honest with you. I honestly didn't know what I was doing. Looking down at her hands, she started flexing her fingers. This was the first time I ever have done anything like this. Frowning, he asks. Where are we? Did he speak a full sentence? I wish I knew too. I don't remember how we got here. I wish Ban was here. Ban. Laughing, the woman pokes him on his forehead. No, silly is pronounced, Ban. Ban. Whose? Ban. Why did that question bring a smile to her face? Ban is this smart man. Like, there's no one. The scenario changed, yet there wasn't much of a difference. Everything was still white, and he was glaring at the endless void. Fucking annoying. Nay, how long has it been? He sighs before turning around to look at her, a beautiful smile on her face. I don't know. I think around 100 years. Sheesh, I don't know why you ask me. I just remember how to count. Her green orbs light up. You remember how to count? Then do you remember your name then? Groaning, he planted his head between his hands and grumbled. Ugh. How many times do I have to tell you? I don't have a name. And don't need one. Watching as the woman pouted, he couldn't help but think how cute she looked. Then it's about time I give you one. She happily responds before going back to pouting. Let's see here. What's a good name for you? Seva. What? Hell no. It's that even a real name? Vaden, Judd, Amaziah? Can you just stop? He asks, a blank look on his face. You're not even trying. You're just trying to give me a name. Hearing everything go quiet again, he goes back to counting. I got it. Oh Cammy, he was about to say something when she blurted out. All right. Listen up, buddy. I got your name. It's... Nay, how long has it been? Again. Why can't she ask anything else? I don't fucking know. 500 or 600 years, lost count after 400. He replies with a harsh tone. While he was looking forward, he could still see the way she turns around to send him that beautiful smiles of her. Come on now, don't be like that. I know that you're lying. Damn it. Can you stop smiling for once? I have been looking at that ugly smile of yours for the last 958 years. And nothing will get me tired of seeing your smile. Aha. You did know. Releasing a sigh, he looks back at the white void they have been living in for over 900 years. Yeah, now what? What good does knowing give you? He hopes his response didn't sound so gloomy. Something tells him that she will pick it up. Don't be like that. Eventually one of us will get out. Yep, there it is. He could feel her body hug him from behind. You have been saying that for the last 845 years. He doesn't even need to move his head to see her eyes and smile. And is true, but I'm sure the one that will get out first will be you, Luna. Damn it. Can't she not call him that? Pushing her away, he sends her a glare. Can you stop calling me that already? I told you 1,000,000 times already. I don't have a name, and I don't need one. So stop calling me that. Luna. He doesn't want to sound like an asshole but still. That name gets to him. He has no right to use that name. Sorry, it's just sad that you don't have a name. And I don't need one. And you shouldn't have named me with the same name as yours. You know. He could see her going back to smiling. One day someone will give you a name. A name that you will like, a name that will fit you, a name that you will wear with pride. Wouldn't that be nice? Again, the white void. How much longer must they wait? When will it happen? The day one of them gets to leave this place. Nay, how long dash? He turns around to see that Luna was standing up. Is something wrong? Was that a serious look on her face? And was she glaring? What's going on? He never has seen her like this before. Lewin dash. His words came to a halt when he spotted black cracks spreading around the white void. Luna. What's happening? As he looks around, he notices the way the strange root-like cracks were dashing towards him. He turns back around to look at her when he notices the sad smile on her face. It's happening. You're getting out of here. His eyes widened. Me? Just me. Not us. He tries running towards her but his feet wouldn't move. Looking down he notices the way the roots wrap around his legs. Looking back up, he notices the way the white dimension seems to break in half. His entire side was entirely pitched black. No. 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 I'm not leaving without you. It's okay. Luna. You don't need me. He couldn't even reply in time before seeing the way he was getting dragged away. As he looks back to her, he notices the small smile, but the thing that made him feel worried was the way she wasn't even moving from her spot. What are you doing? Luna. Getting no response, he yells out a promise. I'll get you out of here too. So don't worry about it, okay? Just wait a little bit longer, Luna. Seeing tears in her eyes, he heard her yell back. That's a promise. I'll wait for you. And Luna, don't forget. Okay. You were born to PR. Green. Where was he, and was that water he was feeling? Is he in a test tube? Amazing. As soon as he heard that voice, he turned his eyes towards the owner. A brunette wearing glasses. I'm expecting many great things from you, White. Was he biting? It feels like his teeth were driving deeper into flesh. What was he biting? And what's up with that annoying blue light? Black. Great. Where was he now? Damn it. He was about to look around when he noticed the fact that he wasn't even alone. There was another hollow here. A hollow here? How? What's going on? Could it be? My current host got devoured. His eyes lit up. Luna told him about this. I'm stronger than him. That means I can take control. He could hear the clear confusion in the hollow's voice. Oh, this is going to be sweet. And it didn't work. Damn that brat. He was sure it would work. It won't be long before he finally comes inside. He went back to looking at the stars. The same ones he had been looking at for the past 6 years. Lily. He sighs. Okay, here we go. Ichigo's eyes shut open. That was him. The one time he called out to Lily when he was in Dash. Zangetsu. The redhead looks around, trying to find his inner hollow when he notices that he wasn't at the island. He was standing on the side of a building. Where? Where am I? I have been waiting for you, Ichigo. Ichigo turns around and says, Who are you? The thing standing behind him was a glowing figure of a man. No facial features, no hair, no nothing. It was just a white silhouette. Chapter 16, Danger. The battles that lead to hopes, memories, and dreams. Part 2. X. She looks down at the blueprints. Her focused stare made the two men by her side believe she knew what she was looking at. She ran her forest green eyes across the paper once and then looked up. Pursing her lips, she says, How is this going to work? We'll probably spend years building it. Turning her sights to the man to her left, she added. It also doesn't help that this place is pretty, noticeable to others. This might catch the eyes of some unwanted lookers. The man to her left was huge, even though the woman was proudly standing at 5 feet 8 inches, he was a foot taller than her. His body was bulky with scars decorating both his fairly tanned and brawny arms. The only facial hair the man has was his thin eyebrows and his long goatee beard that reached past his neck. His black shorts were accompanied white bandages wrapped around his chest and legs. He turns his light gray eyes towards the woman and speaks in a deep and thick almost Scottish accent. I don't see what you're talking about, this place is perfect. I thought ye wanted something big 'cause you be plannin' on inventin' others over. You wanna have us look around for something better then? The woman he was looking at has short light blue straight hair, pale skin, and a curvy figure noticeable with the tight bandages wrapped around her waist. A handmade belly shirt that she was wearing exposed the bandages wrapped around her stomach. She was also wearing a white tattered side slip robe and feet wrapped in bandages. Looking up towards the man, the woman says, No, no, no. This place is perfectly fine. Her eyes went back to the paper. It's just that I don't want to put too much work on everyone. Her voice rolled out sounding simple and easy, making anyone who hears it feel a sense of serene. Feeling the effects of her peaceful voice, the man to her right spoke. It's good to see you care about us. Even after we all agreed to follow you as servants and nothing more, you never looked down at us like the sand below our feet. The man to her right was of average height with a thin and lanky body with sharp facial features with his brown hair shaved from the left while his right side was single braided into a bun. Unlike the other man, his skin color was peach tone and just like the bulkier man, his arms and chest were wrapped in bandages. Instead of shorts, he was wearing the lower half of a black color robe. Turning his sharp onyx color's eyes to her, he says. I know it might feel like it's a bit too much for you to handle, Luciana, but you're our queen and we will do anything you wish. Come on now, you know I hate it when you call me that. She pouted. I already told you to just call me Luna. I know. He smiles before continuing. But I, and like everyone else, hold you in high regards. Is only respectful if we call you by your full name. Luna sounds like a name that only friends should call you. Are we not friends, Gareth? Luna asked. Gareth's eyes were looking at the huge mountain range that seemed to spread for miles. Friends? Living longer as a hollow than a human being, he felt like the word friend was just not set in their vocabulary, the hollow's vocabulary. Hollows don't have friends, they have a pack, and inside those packs, there are pecking orders. There are no bonds between one another because that's showing weakness. Opening his mouth again, he says. We talked about this before, Luciana. You shouldn't show any signs of friendliness. Others might try using that against you. And I'm trying to change that. Luna raised her voice. You keep making it sound like we're still animals. Did you forget the fact that before being a beast we were human? Perhaps. The brunette's onyx eyes look up to the sky, his eyes resting on the full moon. I lived longer as a beast than a man. Can you blame me for losing my humanity? She narrowed her forest green eyes and pointed a finger at him. Lost your humanity? How can you say that? We lost our masks and hollow hole. I think that's a sign that we gain back our humanity. And just because we're complete again doesn't mean we must forget what we truly still are. The bun brunette closes his eyes. Frowning, Luna says. Sheesh, why do you gotta make it sound so gloomy? Feeling as if she was forgetting someone, the woman panicked and looked towards the other man. Oh crap. Sorry about that, Connor, I didn't even answer your question. She rubs the back of her neck, all while releasing a sheepish laugh. That's fine, lass. But do you want to have us look for something better or not? Connor replied. Shaking her head, Luna says, no, this is fine. Looking back down to the blueprints, she smiles. Though I do have a request. Lily slowly opened her eye. Even after having yet another weird dream, she didn't freak out. Not when she has seen them every time she sleeps, however, she wonders why this one was different though. Before, the dreams only reveal a woman and a man in a white void and that be all, so where did this one come from? Connor, Gareth, Luna. Who are you? With a sigh, she turned to her sides and rested her head on the softness of the pillow. Her eyes settle themselves across the other bed in the same room that she shares with Ichigo. She couldn't help but wonder how she misses his orange mop of hair. She has seen it every day for the past 4 years and now gone from her sights she felt rather lonely. A feeling she had hoped to never experience again since the last time she felt this way was the day when she learned that her and Stark's souls had split. While the outcome was perhaps for the better, to feel like nothing, as if her existence felt small and insignificant, was not worth the 8 months of hell she mentally lived with. With the first thought after waking up from a nap was about her friend, Lily narrows her eye into a glare. Why didn't she go? Why couldn't Stark send her with Ichigo back to Karakura town? Both Ichigo and Okora weren't enough to deal with, if possible, many Shinigami. Sure, the only real worries would be captains, but still, it was the idea that Ichigo would do something stupid like face the silver-haired shrimp of a captain that made her feel anxious. There's nothing to worry about. He promised, remember. Once again she sighed and closed her eyes. She couldn't help but wonder why she felt so worried about him. He hasn't even left for more than an hour, it has been less than 30 minutes. It's not like something bad would happen, right? Besides, their mission isn't even that hard. Okiora's main role was to distract, if possible, all the Shinigami captain there. After that, all Ichigo had to do was head towards the ruins of Urahara's shop where said shopkeeper with the company of Shinji, and a man by the name of Hachi would wait for him. While in the meantime Yoruchi, Rose, and Mashiro would take a different route towards the park to help Okora and guide him back to the warehouse where Ichigo would already be waiting. And that's all, see? Simple enough. Boo, things could go even smoother if Stark sent me as well. Lily thought angrily. She doesn't question Okora's strength, the pale-skinned Arrancar is strong, but she was sure the Shinigami wouldn't just keep their attention on him since their focus would be Ichigo. And that's where she would come in. If a captain split from the rest to go after Ichigo, then they both could have a better chance against a Shinigami captain. The mission could have gone in a different direction, but Urahara had pointed it out about how much of a bigger risk it was. The original plan was for Okora and Ichigo to just appear above the ruins of Urahara's shop, where the ex-shop owner and his company would wait for them, but the shaggy blonde mentioned that many Shinigami have taken close patrols around his shop, so the moment they open a Garganta, the Shinigami would already be there. So Urahara proposed that they should appear above the park, the one place Shinigami had stopped looking at. Eyes still closed, and now with a more clear mind, she tries going back to sleep, but with the feelings of anxiety creeping around the back of her mind, she decided to just go visit Sale and spend some time with him. Something that she seemed to notice about just recently was the lack of connection between both of them. When was the last time she talked with Sale? In a normal conversation? Like, never. Perhaps that could take her mind off of Ichigo. She wasn't even halfway up the bed before she groaned and crashed back down with both hands covering her face. Why did Ichigo even creep through her mind right now? Why can't she have a normal thought without having her redhead friend make himself known? Ichigo. Recently thinking, hearing, or just saying his name made her cheeks feel warm, and she just can't seem to understand why. The redhead was what to her? A friend. A close friend. Her best friend. While she has always been together with Stark, their relationship was not in the plane of friendship. More like family. Though that was even harder to figure out. As far that she knows, the brunette wasn't even a blood relative. To her, he felt more like an acquaintance than a family member, but with Stark being the only being around, she couldn't help but label the man as some sort of brother figure. 200 years prior, before Ichigo came along, they created their bond out of neediness, because after all, who else could they talk to? Kami's knows what their future could have possibly been like if their lives never change with Ichigo's presence. Feeling warmth reaching her cheeks, Lily went back to groaning into her hands. Having Ichigo introduced into their lives has changed a lot of things. For starters, there were all the friends they made: Sale, Okora, the Vizards, Yoruchi, Tessai, and dare she says Urahara. While no longer connected with Stark, she knew just how much the introduction of those people had made him happy. Even if he was having a hard time showing it. Loneliness was a harsh emotion they had to endure for over 200 years, but with the 4 years of Ichigo living with them, those 200 years felt rather long ago. Even when the reality was actually very much different. She knew damn well how she can't compare the 200 years of solitude to the 4 years of Ichigo's presence in their lives. Yet the 4 years spent with the redhead made her feel as she lived more in those moments. His existence really changed their lives, even if he put them in danger. But even then, the aftermath of those disastrous adventures became worth it. First, there was Minos Park. While they meant the trip to the former forest of Minos to be a simple visit, Ichigo wanting to help Gerald from a Shinigami opened up Stark's eyes. To her, that was the first time she had seen Stark worried about anyone else. It showed her just how much Ichigo meant to him and finally let her see that Stark could care for others, even when they were weaker than him. Another event was the day in which they first visited Karakura town. After the horrible disaster that happened at the human world, the aftermath was to say for the better. They met so many people. Many people that she and Stark would have never gotten to meet if it wasn't for a certain redhead, and because of that, they could finally have friends, company, etc. She herself got a sister figure. Removing her hands and looking at the ceiling of her room, Lily went back to thinking about everything that had happened in those 4 years. Their lives have only been in danger twice. First was the incident at the park, then the second time was when Stark fought Baragan. If the brunette would have lost, then the former king of Hueco Mundo would have gone after them. Thinking about it now, the pros overshadow the cons. There were more gains than losses. After her almost near-death moment, while she lost her connection with Stark, in return she became a different being, completely no longer relying on Stark's power anymore since she could get stronger. The biggest news to her was the fact that she finally aged. Scratch that, that was the best of news for her in such a long time, period. She'd lived her entire life stuck in a child's body and thanks to Urahara, she grew up. They were also finally strong enough to train with the others, too, another set of good news for her. And it was all thanks to Ichigo. Feeling the warmth return, instead of covering her face, her right hand went over her heart or where her heart should be and just lay her hand above it. Ichigo. Lily spoke his name soft and gently, making her cheeks heat more and a smile form on her lips. She doesn't understand what these feelings could mean, but she's just glad they made her feel so happy and alive. Ichigo. Again she spoke his name just so that she could feel the happy effects her body seems to behave in. With a cheery smile plastered on her face, Lily got up. As she finished putting on her usual attire, she headed towards the balcony of their room and looked towards the quiet nights of Hueco Mundo. The balcony that she was standing on was of simple design and it was only big enough for two, her and Ichigo. Shaking away the warmth from her cheek, Lily looked up to the moon. It was strange that something like this could even exist in Hueco Mundo and she wonders just how Nell was able to find such a place. Well, from what the centaur-looking hollow said, once she reached her current form and hunger no longer driving her mind, she was able to discover more of Hueco Mundo. Lily could understand that. Hunger is the only thing that drives hollows to live, so what comes after they reach the stage of a Vasto Lord? She doesn't care for what the other Vasto Lords do, she's only happy that Nell used her opportunity wisely. She wonders though what other ill-intended hollows would do if they ever reach such a stage of evolution. A shiver ran down her spine as she thought about Baragan. For someone so powerful and could have possibly done so much for Hueco Mundo, the aged Arrancar chose to rule Hueco Mundo with an iron fist. I'm glad Stark won. Shaking her head and looking down from the balcony, Lily wondered who could build such a fortress or what she better believes to be a city. The huge mountain range that Nell brought them seemed to spread for miles, and she means miles. It was easily twice the size of Karakura town. Size aside, the real glory of such a structure was what's inside of it. Someone had built an entire city inside of the mountain. That's right, a full city. She found huts, stores, etc. You name it and she bets you'll be able to find it. Eyes still looking down, Lily used to wonder just how all of this got built. The inside of the mountain was hollow, almost as if someone carved it from the inside and they got to work from there, but the more she looked into it, the more she learned that all the balconies built by the side of the mountain were once the entrance point. They built the city from the outside going in. After Stark sent Okora into the mountain to make sure no other hollow were living there, the pale-skinned Arrancar came back with some amazing information. Besides the buildings and balconies, Okora stated that there seemed to be around 3 levels of floors. The first level seems to be what appears to connect to all the stores and such, making the first floor the main district. Throughout the first level, Okora found many pillars with stairs built around them. Deciding to take one of them to see where they would lead him was the way he discovered the second level. An empty floor, she couldn't guess what that floor would have been. Discovering only one staircase and once again following it up did he discover the third level. Every room found on the third floor looks a lot like a top-class 3-bedroom apartment and she really means top-class. While they lacked any form of furniture, the apartments were basically big enough for one to decorate them to their own liking but the only thing they had to style their rooms with were beds. Beds that they have stolen from the human world. And so the third floor became theirs. Well, it's not like they called the third floor their main place of residence, it was actually all the Hollows who decided that for them. Since they saw that it was only fitting for Stark and his company to live at the highest level of status. She really hated that. Only because she was an Arrancar didn't mean she was superior to everyone else. Okay, yes, she's superior to all the Hollows because of her strength and such, but that didn't mean she was better than them. Turning back around and deciding to head toward Sail, Lily peeked her head from the door first to make sure the coast was clear, and as she saw no paparazzi, she sighed and started walking down the halls that were big enough for any abnormally huge Hollow to walk through. Feeling as someone was watching her. She snapped her head back and tried spotting anyone, but no luck. She honestly couldn't believe how quickly the attention made her feel tired. At first, she was fine with it, people would surround her and at the time she didn't care about it, the days would go on without problems, but then later on she realized they wouldn't leave her alone, she was close to almost lashing out on them. She was happy that Stark shooed them away. Before she could continue to find the stairs that headed towards the second floor, since she already knew that Sail was working in creating a lab there, Lily was still feeling like there was a pair of eyes on her. She knew that all the Hollows were obedient to Stark's words, so when the brunette announced that the only one who could ever head up to the third floor was Nell, they all listened. Still, though, she feels like someone was spying on her. Closing her eye and using pesquisa, she was able to sense two very familiar Ryatsu signatures. Starting to feel vexed, Lily called them out. I know you're there. I can sense both your Ryatsu. Minoli, Loli. Hearing their names called out, both Ajucha's class Hollows came out from hiding inside a room. Both looking down at the ground, avoiding Lily's eye. She figures it'll be these two again, and yes, she means again. Unlike the rest of the Hollows who listen, these two seem to have ignored Stark's rule and still come up to the third floor. During the first week of settling down at her and Ichigo's new home, yes, she was actually happy that she could convince the redhead to live with her, Stark didn't even mind it. Anyway, getting off topic, these two have always found themselves a way to get past Nell and reach the third floor only to ask her to train them. She honestly didn't know how to feel about that, these two were the first to ever ask her such a question. While the rest of the Hollows only admire her beauty and strength, not one of them has asked her to train them. She wanted to tell them yes, but what can she even train them in? They can't use any of the skills that an Arrancar can. The best she could help them is in physical and communication skills. She doesn't understand why they were so persistent. The first time she caught them she gave them a fair warning, she didn't raise her voice towards them or get mad. She explained that she wanted privacy. In the second week, she went down to the first level to see how everyone was taking in their new home. She was actually surprised that the Hollows haven't tried eating each other. How was it that Baragan could keep such a huge army in check? Has none of his Hollows tried eating others? Sail hasn't revealed it, but he seemed to have figured out a way to keep their army happy. That's why he had been mostly down on the second floor so that he could finish his lab sooner. Anyway, again she was getting off topic. During the second week in which she was checking if everyone was happy and getting surrounded again by her fans, Minoli and Loli once again approached her. This time making their intentions clearer, just like the rest of the Hollows, they first started off by praising her strength and beauty. She was about to use a quick sonido when Loli spoke about wanting to be just like her. They didn't want the Hollow population to see them weak just because they were born to be of the opposite sex. The centipede-like Hollow wanted to prove them wrong. Minoli was about the same. Both girls have requested if they could be her personal guards, or what they like to better call it, Guardia Real. Feeling their words, she didn't say no but never said yes either, she told them that she would think about it and left it at that. For the rest of the second week they have left her alone, but coming in at the third week, these two have been constantly sneaking past Nell to ask her what she chose. With a sigh, and shifting her weight to her leg foot, Lily said, "You both know I can always tell Stark, right?" "We know." Both Hollows respond. Seeing as they were still avoiding her eye, she sighs again. Besides being a bit mad, she crossed her arms and continued. I'm actually curious to know how both of you could get past Nell. From the first floor to the second floor, there were 10 stairs that anyone could use to reach up to the next floor. While these stairs were spread out enough for any size-up hollow to use, the stairs from the second and third floor were not. Being only one set, it was the fact that only human-size hollow could use them. While Minoli and Loli were of right size, Nell's guarding the staircase. Rubbing her pincer nervously, the scorpion-like Ajucha said, We, just told Nell-san if she could kindly let us pass. Lily stopped herself from face-palming. Really? But couldn't help the way the ends of her lips twitch as she heard Minoli's answer. You know what? I'm not even mad, shouldn't even be mad. If you guys are this serious then, okay. Loli's eyes lit up. Do you mean? Lily waved her left hand in a dismissing manner. Yeah. I'll train you. Actually. She turns around and sends them a smirk. Instead of me training both of you. We'll all train together once Nasan gets here. She gave herself a mental pat on the back. Why didn't she think of it sooner? While Minoli and Loli get their normal training, they can also get private training with Mashiro. And she could also continue with her own training too. You have a sister. And she's coming here? Loli asked. Watching as the princess started walking off towards the stairs, they followed behind her. Without looking back, Lily answered her. What I'm about to tell you is very important and no matter what you shouldn't tell anyone about it, got it? Yes, ma'am. Lily hid a smile from them. All right. Listen closely and be very open-minded about what I'm about to tell you. After Stark's announcement 3 weeks ago, Sale brought up an interesting idea. Long before returning to Hueco Mundo for Stark's battle, we were under the wing of a group called the Vizards, 8 Shinigami who gained hollow-like powers. She spun around to see both hollows with a neutral expression but she could see the way they wanted to speak up but held back their tongues. Spinning back around and heading towards the staircases, she continues. These men and women helped us train while also preparing Stark for his fight. They had 1 year to train us, but during the 8th month into the training, an accident occurred and it forced us to cut our training short. So Sale thought that we could convince the Vizards to use the remaining of our time to train, well, you guys. Minoli was the first one to grasp the information. A year, but your training got cut down to 8 months. So 4 months of training is all we're going to get. Is that even going to be enough for us? You guys remember most of Stark's speech, right? Lily said as she started walking down the spiral staircase that connected the 2nd and 3rd floor. Some of it. Loli responded, her eyes looking at the back of Lily's head nod. Okay, so do you remember the way we've planned on training everyone? Minoli frowned. I think Stark-sama mentioned that they will train only a few individuals and once they're done, then those individuals will receive several hollows to train themselves. Lily nodded again. Exactly. Sale found about 9 hollows that we could help train. Finally reaching the bottom and spotting Nell guarding the entrance, she spoke to the centaur-like hollow with a deadpan tone. You're doing an amazing job, Nell. Turning her hazel eyes to look at the princess walking out with both Ajuchas behind her, she smiles behind her mask. I'm sorry Haim-sama, they're tricky. Really now? They told me you let them pass. She deadpanned, no sort of anger reaching her voice. Nell kept her smile as the Arrancar walked past her, she could spot a ghost of a smile on Lily's lips. As the 2 Ajuchas walk by, she whispers to them. Did you both get your wish? While not verbally responding, Minoli turned around and with her human hand, she sent her a thumb up. Hustling to return by her sister's side, Minoli continues about the topic. I'm kind of curious Lily-sama, who are the 9 hollows who got chosen? Feeling a bunch of hollows Ryatsu surrounding Sales. Lily wonders just what the man might be up to. Sorry, but I don't know who those 9 are. Sale was the one who was searching, not me. Though it is no guess that Nell is one of them. Training a Vasto Lord would be useful. As she finally reaches the site, Lily's pink eye watches as hollows of all different shapes and sizes were setting up walls. What the hell is going on here? Walking toward Sale, Lily could spot how some hollows had stopped working so that they could bow to her. Before they could follow behind Lily, the centipede Ajuchas spotted a familiar tree-like hollow. Oh. Hey there, Rudborn. What the hell are you carrying? The towering Ajuchas looked to the generator that his right branches wrapped around it. Sailaporo-sama had tasked me and a few other hollows to go to the human world and collect some materials for him. Rudborn-san, please set that generator next to the mainframe. The thing that looks like a refrigerator. His amber-color eyes fixed themselves on another hollow carrying a flat screen. Be very gentle with that. I don't have any tools to create my personal screen, so be very careful when putting it down. Sale turns around to see Gerald come up to him with cables in his hands. Are these the cables you wanted? Asked the Guardian. Sale smiled as he snatched the cords from Gerald's hands. Yes. 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 Just a few more things and I can start creating more food pills. Food pills? Lily asks, a bit puzzled. Hearing Lily's voice, Sale turns around and sends the girl a smile. Lily-chan. Why are you up so soon? I thought you went to take a nap. She shrugged. I couldn't sleep. Couldn't sleep. His smile widened by a hair. I find it hard to believe that. You haven't rested for over 3 days now. While the sense of sleeping is no longer necessary for our bodies, we still must sleep to rest our minds and regain some of our strength. Smile replaced by a smirk, Sale leans closer to Lily's face. Could it be that you can't sleep without your teddy bear? Her face flushed from embarrassment and moved her head back. Yeah. What are you talking about? I have nothing so childish. We both know what kind of teddy bear I'm talking about. Laughing while bringing his head back, Sale pushes his glasses up. Oh, how I wish Yoruchi-san didn't break my camera so I could have taken more pictures. Lily blush. There have been some occasions in which she would end up sleeping with Ichigo on his bed. It became a bad or good habit for her. She could say that pretty much everyone, except Stark, has walked in on them. Though nothing happens between the two. All they do is sleep. Yoruchi broke it. She lifted an eyebrow up. Didn't she break the camera that was apparently his? Indeed. She came to me after one of your training sections and told me how the camera felt out of her hand. Oh well, no point getting upset about it now. So what can I do for you, Lily-chan? I just came to see if you wanted to talk. She said while her head was looking at hollows bringing more stuff in. I'm guessing this is where you're going to make your lab. His eyes watch as another patch of hollows lifts up the third wall, only one more left. Not quite. Once Urahara-san and the Vizarts get here, I will move my lab. I only created this place because I can't work outside my comfort zone. He watches as a weird spherical waste hollow gently sets a 4x4 glass chamber. What I hope to create with all these limited materials is the food pills that we eat to restore our Ryatsu. Why the food pills? Her pink eye watch as the same Ajuchas Minos floated towards Minoli and Loli, who were both talking to the towering hollow. Tell me, Lily-chan, in your own words, how does your body feel after eating just one of my food pills? She taps a finger on her lips while trying to think about how she could best describe Sale's question. I guess. Satisfy. As if my stomach was full. Her lone eye widened. Wait, are you thinking about giving them food pills? That's right. Think about it like this. If a single pill restores our energy and pleases both yours and Ichigo's hunger. How do you think a normal hollow would feel after eating food meant for an Arrancar? Sale asked. Their hunger will mostly get satisfied for days. Perhaps even weeks. Lily blurted her answer. And that's probably by only eating one pill. Wait. Frowning as she remembers something important, Lily said, don't you need hollows to make those pills? Sale was glad she brought that up. That's right, and before you say anything, please wait. He told her as he spotted a quick spark of anger behind her pink-eyed. I won't use any of our hollows or even Baragan's hollows. What I will use instead are Jillian's. She calmed down a bit before narrowing her eye at the scientist. Jillian's? That's right. Remember how I mentioned before that some Ajucha's class hollows restored themselves back to their Jillian stage after not devouring the significant amount of souls they require? Well, these empty-husked Jillians are the ones I will work around with. This is just a theory, but these abnormal Jillians may still hold their current Ajucha's stage power. If I can prove it, then I will recreate the same quality type pills. With the cables still in his hand, he walked towards the generator that Rudborn brought and plugged it in before heading towards the mainframe. Wouldn't you say it would be better to put these hollows out of their aimless marching by at least helping the future of Hueco Mundo? Lily followed behind the man. I guess so. Sale, I meant to ask you, but what else have you found about this place? Not much. He shrugged his shoulders. It's quite an interesting structure, really. Whoever built it sure thought hard about it. While the third floor has plenty of windows for the moonlight to shine through, the second and first floor don't have any of those. Instead, I found hundreds of small tunnels running entirely through the mountain. I asked a hollow to dig through it, and can you guess what I found? Glass. Hundreds if not thousands of glass running through those tunnels. I was a bit lost about it, but then I learned that they're all reflecting the light of the moon. That's how all sets of floors have light in them. With the last cord plugged in, he walks back to the computer screen to see it loading up. Hopefully after Urahara-san gets here he could help me modernize this entire place. Glass, huh? She smiles as she thinks about how a certain redhead might like that. I bet Ichigo will find this interesting. Ichigo? Sale asks as he turns around to see a healthy blush across Lily's cheeks. Why would he find that so interesting? And what are you blushing about? Oh, well, 'cause he's snooping around this whole place and trying to uncover all its secrets. He's kind of obsessed with learning more about Hueco Mundo, and he thinks this place might be a clue. With a hum, Sale looks back towards the screen. I never knew that about Ichigo. You two have such a wonderful connection. He turns around to see the blush on her cheeks brighten up. Yeah, we really do. Her blush and smile dropped, a worry frown now molded on her lips. I hope he comes back soon. Oh. Are you worried about little Ichigo? Sale teases her. Before turning back to the computer, he could spot the way some hollows were paying close attention to their conversation. Must have caught their curiosity. Her frown deepened to a scowl. Of course I'm worried about him. I mean, I know I shouldn't since Okiora's with him, but the situation can become unpredictable. Who knows what sort of captains are there right now? Her words gained all the hollows' attention now. None of them knew exactly where Okiora and Ichigo went. Are you saying that Ichigo is too weak to fight any of them? Sale smiled. This was the perfect opportunity to set the redhead in a good light to all the hollows. While only a few were here, it'll be no time before they gossip his words across the entire city. You know, Ichigo's a lot stronger than he appears to be. Who do you think was the one who saved us on that fateful day? Zangetsu. Lily answered. That's right, however, Zangetsu used Ichigo's body and powers to fight. So you can say Ichigo was the one who saved us, and with his unfounded power he could easily defeat 3 captains. He's unaware of his untapped potential. He smiles as he could already hear whispering among the hollows, and this all happened when he was a child. Could you imagine just how powerful he has become since then? So there's nothing to worry about then? Nothing. Sale inwardly sighs. He doesn't want to scare Lily by going into deeper details. I just hope you never use that untapped potential again, Ichigo. World of living. His moments felt slow. He tries to raise his hand, but he just couldn't do it because of just how heavy the spiritual pressure around him felt. This is Ichigo's Ryatsu. Where did he get this power from? Okiora's eyes set themselves on the colorful vortex that seemed to have formed at the location that he could sense the redhead at. What happened? Was Ichigo okay? Her knees felt weak, barely surviving the Arrancar's power-up. Zero had already put her in a bad shape to put some resistance against the heavy Ryatsu that seemed to have swallowed the entire park. So this is Zangetsu. Suifeng thought. Could it be that the lieutenants caught the redhead off guard and forced him to unleash this power? It doesn't matter to think about it now. We need to save them. Wish she could move right now. It felt like her body was trying to disobey her orders of going towards the unholy Ryatsu. Move, damn it. Seeing as a blur seemed to run past her, the petite captain turns her sight towards the spot that Captain Kuchiki seems to be absent from. Her eyes widen and turn her sight towards the vortex. His heading towards Zangetsu. His actions must have woken her body up since she could finally move. Better not do anything too stupid, Kuchiki. She whispers as she prepares to chase after the clan head before Okiora appears in front of her with his Luz de la Luna coming in an arch. She leaps back before the Arrancar could behead her. You just don't give up. My mission is to stall all the captains. His eyes look away from Suifeng's and focus his pesquisa to sense Captain Kuchiki heading towards Ichigo. She smirks and says, stall all of us. Don't get cocky. Even you wouldn't be able to win against 3 captains. She raises her bladed gauntlet up. You're right. He closes his eyes. If I fought all 3 of you, I would have lost. But it seems luck is on my side because you're now all alone. He opens his eyes just in time to see the 2nd Division captain about to stab him at the center of the stamp. He raises his green javelin and blocks her Zanpakuto. If you still had your teammate, then maybe you would have a chance against me. Her fiery and sharp great eyes stare at his cold and bored green orbs. I work better alone and start feeling more worry about Zangetsu right now since Kuchiki's heading his way. She bullshit. With their blades still locked, Okiora leaned his head closer and said. Do you really think I let my guard down and risk Ichigo's life? Because let me tell you something, we both know Captain Kuchiki alone won't be able to handle him. Damn this bastard. Her eyes widened. He purposely let Kuchiki get past him to split them apart. He parries her blade and counters to the right, making her flash step back. Your pride will be the end of you, Captain. He tosses his Luz de la Luna, expecting to land on the woman when a man with long white hair puts himself between the petite woman and his attack. Okiora witnesses as the man's strange dual blades, that seemed connected by a large red rope-like chain, observe his attack. Wah! Okiora grunts and leaps back, his right hand going towards his bloody stump left forearm. The reason he leaped back and didn't take flight was because he couldn't feel his left wing either. What's this? You're not Zangetsu. Standing right behind Okiora, Kenpachi grinned as he rested his chipped Zanpakuto on his left shoulder. His green eyes widened but didn't turn around to see Kenpachi. Instead he chose to sonido up to the sky and hovered overhead the 3 Shinigami captains. Seems your luck has run out, Holo-san. Captain Yukitake said before looking at Suifeng. Are you okay, Captain Suifeng? A tiny young girl with pink hair and dark pink eyes leaped over Zaraki's shoulders. Ken-chan. Do you feel that? Oh yeah, I can feel that. Kenpachi grinned. Oi. Yukitake, you can handle things from here, right? 'Cause I have a date with Zangetsu. His smile turns into a bloody smirk. I don't want to be the last of the 3. And with that, the mad 11th Division captain headed towards Ichigo. Toshiro versus Ryukin. With one last shaky breath, Toshiro held his blade tight and straightened himself. His stamina was running low and it took him too long to figure out why. The Quincy's soul cutter was draining off his Ryatsu. At first, when he started losing more of his ice because of the weird gadget's ability, the silver-haired boy solved that problem by creating more ice with his Ryatsu, but then the Quincy would absorb it, making him waste his Ryatsu for nothing, and this has already happened 3 times. He growls as the taller silver-haired man pulls out the 4th one. Just how many of those things do you have? Is something the problem, Captain? Ryukin replies as he lets his gadget absorb the surrounding Ryatsu. You can always gather back your Ryatsu, but if you do that, then you won't be able to enhance your ice. As the Quincy loaded his weapon and fired, Toshiro Flash stepped forward and launched an ice dragon. Instead of following up his attack the moment Ryukin countered with a piano, the 10th Division captain used the small opening to head towards Ichigo when he felt the world drown in the heaviest Ryatsu ever. A quick pain across his chest brought back memories. His transforming. His turquoise eyes widened. Ranjaku. He already aimed his bow towards the back of the Shinigami captain. He would have taken the shot already if he didn't get stunned. Being a Quincy means that he is sensitive to Hollow's Ryatsu, he could sense it better than any Shinigami. But this feeling. Can he even consider this Ryatsu? Sensing Ryatsu was a 6th sense of sorts. You can't physically see Ryatsu unless one projectiles it, can't taste it, feel it, hear it, and touch it. Yet he could feel this spiritual pressure. Ryukin dares say that his entire senses were basically focusing on Ichigo's Ryatsu. He could just feel the rage. What happened? Did Ichigo resurrect too? Finally, used to the Ryatsu and resuming his action, Ryukin was about to fire when the strong feeling of killing intentions warned his head. Dodging with Hirenkyaku, he narrows his blue eyes into a glare the moment he spotted an all-too-familiar Shinigami captain. You! He growled. Captain Kuratsuchi's grin reaches new heights. Good to see you again, Quincy. The Shinigami scientist looked over towards the silver-haired boy and yelled. Just go already, Captain Hitsugaya. I can take care of our friend. As the boy left, he dropped his smile and sent the Quincy an annoying frown. You got me off guard last time, Quincy, but things are different. He reaches for his left pocket. I got your messages. A shame I didn't get them any sooner. Finding what he was looking for, Mayuri tosses a pair of bloody glasses between the man's feet. Do those seem familiar to you? His eyes shake as he slowly picks up his son's glasses. These are Yuryu's. That's right. If I remember right, humans have a strange custom of burying some parts of the deceased's body into a grave. He sighs and shakes his head. Sadly, I can't return any of those since I will require them to enhance my research, but you can have those. His smile returns the moment he spotted a devastated look in his opponent's eyes. Your son just couldn't handle my tests. I guess this is what I get for working with new fresh material when I should have gone for something with more raw experience. My son is dead. He rushes his eyes towards the Shinigami. But the woman said your captain commander ordered you to not kill my boy. Ryukin couldn't believe he stuttered. When was the last time that ever happened? Won't he punish you for killing my son? Shrugging his shoulders while reaching for his Zanpakuto, Captain Kuratsuchi said. I can always tell the captain commander some petty lie, something believable. Maybe something between the lines that the boy bit his own tongue and bled to death. He shrugged his shoulders again, thinking a lie right now is of unimportance. Bankai, Kanjiki Ashisoji Jaizo. With Captain Kuchiki. The moment he felt that all-too-familiar Ryatsu, he made a beeline straight to Rukia. He senses the way both his lieutenants and sister's Ryatsu have dropped low, either from injuries or worse. Just hold on a little longer, Rukia. He clenched his teeth down harder. He has already sealed his Bankai to recharge some of his Ryatsu so that he could put up a fight against Zangetsu. As he exited his flash step, he stops and turns around to see not only Captain Hitsugaya but Kenpachi, too. Captain Zaraki, when did you get here? Kenpachi smiles, glad that he wasn't late to the party. The old man dispatched Yukitake and me after that idiot Kuratsuchi headed towards the living world the moment Zangetsu appeared on his radar. Heh, and here I thought he was the smart one. He looked around and noticed the lack of a certain creepy Shinigami. Where is that bastard, anyway? He's busy with my opponent. Toshiro answered before turning his sights on Byakuya. What are you doing here, Captain Kuchiki? Did you leave Captain Suifong to fight off the Arrancar? He narrows down his eyes into a glare. That hollow was already giving both of you trouble and now you left her all alone. Not exactly, brat. Kenpachi interrupted. Yukitake's with her so I'm sure she'll be fine. He grins and says, enough of all the chit-chat. We got a hollow to fight. Kuchiki turned around and started leading them. The moment the fighting starts, I'll move in to escort our lieutenants out. So keep him occupied. He looked at Zaraki as the man replied with a, you don't have to tell me that twice, before looking at Hitsugaya and hearing a simple, let's go. As they flash across the distance between themselves and Zangetsu, Kuchiki notices how fate seems to work in mysterious ways. Zaraki, Hitsugaya, and I. The three original captains that faced Zangetsu. Will the outcome be the same as the first time? The winds weren't even bothering his eyes, nor did the heavy energy coming from Ichigo. He only kept smiling as he finally senses the boy's power. Kurosaki Ichigo, truly you have surpassed my expectations. Aizen wonders if Ichigo was still under the influence of his Kyoka Suigetsu. Only one way to find out. He was about to activate his Shirkai when a muffled noise interrupted him. Turning around to see Omida waking up, an idea came to mind. He got punched hard and got knocked out in an instant. Here I thought getting punched by my captain would at least have my body get used to it. Omida grunted. He was unconscious until his body woke him up, and all because of the intense Ryatsu that seemed to have eaten the whole park. Standing up on shaky legs, he turns his head around to see the colorful vortex. What the hell happened? Ah, Lieutenant Omida, so nice of you to volunteer. What, Captain Aizen? What are you doing here? The large man asks, feeling uneasy with the smile on the captain's lips. Aizen didn't even answer back, he instead looked towards the vortex and spoke to it. Kurosaki Ichigo. As he calls out the boy's name, two glowing orbs appear and focus on him. Tell me, do you hate your father? A glare flashed across his glasses as he heard a deep growl. Well. He gestured towards the confused and scared second division man. What are you waiting for? What? Captain Aizen, what are you doi-raa? Looking away from the brunette and towards the vortex, Omida watched as the glowing orbs narrowed down to a glare. He heard the roar again before the vortex and wind completely vanished. Silence covers the entire park, not even the wind made a noise. Everything was too quiet for his liking until he started hearing heavy breathing. Looking down to perhaps the most diabolic-looking hollow ever, Omida couldn't even describe the sensation running through his senses as he looked deep into Zangetsu's black void eyes. There was something behind those eyes that scared him. Is it because there's nothing? Nothing. He was seeing nothing in those eyes, and yet, he could feel all the rage behind the hollow stare. Why did he feel so tiny compared to Zangetsu? He was a big man, standing at 6 feet 10 inches, so why would he feel so small and insignificant compared to a devil? Yes, a devil. The term hollow doesn't fit for the boy-turned-monster. The Yashin. The hollow's voice came out sounding rasped and low. Almost as if he was mixing up growls and words. He replies with a weak and scared voice. What? You Li. I don't know what you're talking about. Why wasn't he doing the one good thing he's good at, running? He was about to act when he started leaning towards his left before falling backward. he doesn't even know why that was happening. What? After hitting the ground and laying there for a couple of seconds, he tries getting up but failing to do so, he looks down to see his left leg bending backward. Shouldn't he be screaming right now? Or has Zangetsu's Ryatsu numbed his senses? Everything was so quiet that Omida could perfectly hear Ichigo's footsteps. Forgetting about his leg and looking at the hollow walking towards him, he started crawling away from him. No. Stay away from me. Remembering who else was here, he looks behind Ichigo. Captain Aizen, help him, he stopped and his eyes started shaking. The 5th Division captain vanished. No. 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 He resumes his crawling. Please. Just stay away from me. He yells as the monster steps on his right leg, breaking it before he pinned him to the ground with his left. The hollow's head was leaned downward, a Zero charging between its horns, but the 2nd Division lieutenant looked past the energy attack and into the hollow's eyes. He finally understood the feeling he was getting by looking into those deep black voids. It was death, and ironically as a Shinigami. He feared it. Aizen turned around and smiled, glad he was able to get out of there. Oh no, don't think of it the wrong way. He was able to sense the approaching captains and left. He still has much more to do before they depart from the Godai 13. Turning back around and taking one more flash step, he appears right beside Jin. Captain Aizen. Back so soon? Jin asks with his ever-mocking smile present on his face. We're done here, Jin, Aizen said before turning his sights to the elderly king. That means you're good to go too, Baragan-san. Scowling, Baragan said, I'm not your dog like this Shinigami for you to tell me when to leave, Aizen. He levels a stare to the calmed-looking brunette. I'm not your subordinate. We're equal partners, got that? So don't go bossing me around like I'm lower than you. Urahara's ears perk up at the moment Aizen drops the name of the Arrancar. Baragan? This was the hollow that Stark had to fight. Why is he alive? I thought Stark became king. He quietly grinds his teeth. This would explain why Stark wanted help with training hollows. Since he never killed Baragan, the ex-king would probably raise an army again and go after Stark and company. But that doesn't explain why Baragan and Aizen are working together. He silently watches as an intense staring contest starts between both Arrancar and Shinigami, none of them backing off. Aizen closed his eyes and sent Baragan a smile. It seems you have misunderstood me. Opening his eyes and gesturing towards the park, he said, It's not like I'm ordering you to go back to Hueco Mundo, I'm just saying that it would be a wise choice to leave before the entirety of Godai 13 comes pouring down here. You still haven't gone through your power-up by the Hogyoku to grant you more power, and I still have much to do before I take my leave from Soul Society. Baragan narrows his eye as he looks towards the direction Aizen was pointing at. I guess you had something to do with that strange phenomenon. While a scowl formed on his face, it wasn't because of Aizen responding with only a smile, it had to do with the fact about whose powers he was able to sense. That brat, where was he hiding this kind of power at? And why did he hide this power from him? The Arrancar shielded his eyes as a brilliant green light appeared at the park. The Ryatsu behind the strange light felt the same as the green-eyed Arrancar's Ryatsu. And why was he hiding that power from me? Did the boy in white-skinned Arrancar not fight him at full strength when they interfered with his fight with Stark? He kept staring as shattered glass seemed to fall from the sky. Oh my! That isn't any good. Jin said. I think Ichigo-kun just demolished the entire barrier. The 5th Division captain nodded. It would seem so. Now truly will Godai 13 come raining down here. He listens as sirens start going off. The barrier set around them made sure that both captains and Arrancar Ryatsu wouldn't kill off any nearby humans, but with it destroyed, who knows just how many lives have Ichigo taken. With a satisfying smile on his face, Aizen turns towards Urahara. Seems I'll take my leave now. Good luck cleaning this up, Urahara. Urahara didn't even reply and quietly watched as both Shinigami and Arrancar used a garganta. Shinji frowns. Damn that bastard. What the hell did he do to Ichigo? Let's go. Urahara said. The scene in which the captains arrived was when Zangetsu fired a full-power Zero at point-blank range. The only thing they heard from the man under his feet was him calling out his captain's name. The winds from the blast have blown away all the unconscious bodies, saving them from the close-quarter explosion. Kuchiki was the first to react. Kenpachi. Oi, Yachiru, here's where you get off. Watching as the girl jumped off his back, the 11th Division captain grinned before charging through the blast. Zangetsu. Good luck, Ken-chan. Losing sight of the battle-freak man as he rushes towards Ichigo, Toshiro grips his sword and follows behind his lead. This is it, here's where my training will pay off. Byakuya didn't even wait a minute before the blast faded and he found Zaraki and Zangetsu already crashing blades. Satisfied that Kenpachi stopped Zangetsu, he was ready to look for his sister when he spotted something that sent an unpleasant and tight feeling in his stomach. Zangetsu's body, while covered in his blood fire, had two different colors decorating it. The flames on his arms were green while the ones on his chest were blue. What did that mean? What was it that Captain Kuratsuchi said about those flames again? They're made of Reisher. Kuchiki scowled. He felt like there was more to it and the 12th Division captain kept that to himself. He shook the feeling off. Right now wasn't the time to think about that. He should first try saving his sister and the lieutenants. An ugly and twisted expression forms on his face, wondering if there was anything left of the 2nd Division's lieutenant. He already removed his eye patch, already knowing that Zangetsu could fight him at his best. With a quick burst of his Ryatsu that took the form of a yellow skull behind him, he parries Zangetsu's sword to the left before swinging his back. Unlike the last time, his sword was able to cut through the blue-flamed skin, making the diabolic Zangetsu hiss. Come on, give me the fight that I want. Where's the cockiness from last time? His response came as a low growl. Kenpachi goes for another swing but Ichigo Sonido, appearing up in the sky. Fight back, damn it. He yells at the creature, hoping it would cause it to attack but nothing comes. It just kept staring at him with a confused look on its face but then he noticed the quick shift on the hollow's expression as 1 second he looked puzzled before looking at him with hate and that made his smile grow. Finally remember me, you bastard. He was expecting to hear Zangetsu's smug voice, but he got something else. Ishin. Head pointing down towards him, Kenpachi watches as a Zero forms between Zangetsu's horn. Are we trying to blow things off now instead of having a proper fight? He was ready to unleash a burst of Ryatsu wave towards Zangetsu to cancel out his attack when a bunch of ice pillars formed around Zangetsu. What the hell? Senin Hyro. 1000-year ice prison. Just as Ichigo fires his Zero, the pillars move towards him, enveloping and crushing him. But instead of getting crushed between the ice pillars, Ichigo releases his attack, destroying the traps but engulfing himself in his own attack. What the hell, brat? Kenpachi glares at Toshiro. Either let me fight Zangetsu first or if you're feeling impatient, fight the hollow I left Yukatake to take care of. His turquoise eyes glare at the man with a cold stare only his ice could rival in sensation. If anyone is going to fight Zangetsu first, then it's gonna be me, Captain Zaraki. He coldly stated, making the man look at him with a hot furry look. Now listen here, you little shit, I waited almost a year to fight Zangetsu. And your excuse for fighting Zangetsu is idiotic. All you want to do is fight. You have nothing that you need to take back from him. The 10th Division captain interrupted with an edge around his words. Zaraki ignored the dangerous tone used by the young prodigy. You're starting to piss me off. He glared down at the boy before Ichigo made himself known again with another roar. Ishin. Ishin. Did the hollow just yell his old captain's name? Or maybe Ichigo just knew a different Aizen. It didn't matter to him. Toshiro gathers energy around his blade and was ready to attack when he noticed that he was down to only one ice flower. What the hell? I was sure I was still up to 3. Releasing his attack, he instead launches himself towards Ichigo before Byakuya's Bankai swallow the hollow. He heard yells of pain as the tiny blades cut Ichigo. For Kami's sake. Not you too, Kuchiki. Kenpachi yelled at the clan head, his sleeves tainted with blood. Captain Kuchiki. Toshiro was too scared to find out whose blood was on Byakuya's clothes, but still, he asked. Are they? 13th Division's Rukia Kuchiki is heavily injured, blood loss, and seen to have been exposed to Zangetsu's Ryatsu. I could say the same about my lieutenant. Ranjaku Matsumoto. Only signs of injuries seems to be a wound on her head. Byakuya replied, though his voice sounded indifferent, there was a hint of relief underneath it. We must return to Soul Society and take them to the 4th Division right now. Hell no. Glaring at the clan head, Kenpachi pointed a finger at the pink sphere. What the hell are you doing? This is my opponent. My fight. Towering over Byakuya, Kenpachi glared down at the man. If you're too scared to fight Zangetsu, then just leave. I don't even need your help here. He then turns his head towards Toshiro. You still want your chance with Zangetsu, right, brat? He'll say yes, there's no reason for him to throw this chance away. So why, even when he knew what to say, the words that came out were different. We need to fall back. We already lost one lieutenant. We can't lose them all just because one of us can't control their battle lust. Pussies. I'm surrounded by nothing but pussies. Kenpachi yelled, feeling complete outrage. Fine, just run away with your tails between your legs. I'll handle Zangetsu by myself. And speak of the devil. Kenpachi turns towards Kuchiki's Bankai as he could feel Zangetsu build up his Ryatsu. The Hollow-Fight Ichigo release a roar mixed with Ryatsu that pushes away the 6th Division captain's Bankai. He growls like an animal before glaring down at the Shinigami. There was something he wanted to try. Yes, there was something. Something that he could do, but what was it again? He growls again, feeling irritated before his glowing yellow orbs widen. Byakuya's first instinct was to mentally call back his Bankai. That was the thought, but his mind froze. Ichigo started gathering the strange green reishi flames around his arms and concentrated all of it towards his right hand. Then the reishi started forming into a very familiar javelin-looking weapon. There's no way. The clan head raises his hands, his Bankai swallowing up the hollow before it could try throwing the green energy javelin, but he was too late. The hollow reacted faster, he threw the energy weapon straight to the ground. His keen eyesight could only watch as the weapon soared down to the earth before it finally made contact to the ground. And then a green light conquered the world.